Futures holding on to positive territory here this morning, trying to at least. We're getting a bit of a downtick as we head through to 8:30, coming off a negative showing heading into the weekend for all three U.S. markets. Relatively weak after that. Inflation data that came out pre-market heading into the weekend was a little bit higher than expected. Once again, a huge week to come. Could be a little bit quiet today ahead of what is to come this week with CPI, obviously. This time tomorrow morning, we'll be on 5 minutes early at 8:25. Make sure you come and join us tomorrow morning, 8:25. We'll bring you the November CPI print as it happens in real time at 8:30. And then obviously we get the Fed. Kicks off their two-day meeting starting tomorrow, wraps up 2 p.m. on Wednesday when we get the latest Fed decision. Still looks like we're going to get this 50 basis point hike. We'll see what Fed Chair Powell has to say with the press conference that follows at 2:30 as well. A ton of things moving around here this morning. Lots of deal making this morning. Finally get that WEBR taken private. WEBR deal done for that, $2.3 billion for barbecue maker. Apple, there was a negative note on a price target cut and a downgrade. We'll talk about that. Just seeing a note as well. Looks like they're partnering with Tata Group, the Indian-based automotive manufacturer. That's from the Economic Times. So a ton of things to get to this morning. It's Monday, December 12th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. All right, there we go. As I mentioned, holding on to positive territory here, about 0.25% for the S&P right now. The Dow about the same, 0.22 there for the NASDAQ, lagging ever so slightly on a bit of a downtick currently. We could, as I mentioned, get a bit of a wait-and-see kind of a day ahead of what's to come. Just a monster week. There's crude oil trying to get back to the upside. Was 0.8, 0.85 at one point, so a bit of a pullback there for oil as well. Yeah, some negative numbers to start there at the bottom. Bitcoin and Ethereum back in the red as well. Arun is also back in the building this morning after Friday as well. Neil back tomorrow. We'll get back to normal, hopefully, after, wow, what a week, what a couple of weeks it's been around here. A lot of people with flu, a lot of people out sick. Good to be back, though, guys.
I don't know if it was the flu. I don't know what people had around here, but I think everything's fine. Neil's scheduled today, anyways, for
tomorrow.
So, okay, my mic, there it is. Now my mic's on, so there we go. Yeah, Neil's scheduled today to have a day off, so he'll be back tomorrow feeling good. And you won't be, but then you're back later on in the week as I take some scheduled time off here. And again, it's kind of a slow time in the market. However, tomorrow and Wednesday, not slow for very long, when we have CPI followed by the Fed coming through. So look, lots of excitement here. You talked about WEBR there, Brendan. We'll have RIVN with some good news coming out. I have the sticky note ready to rock and roll here. I'm gonna look at Carvana again today. Microsoft taking out a piece of the LSE. That seems strange to me. I said a joke to Brendan earlier that, you know, Microsoft's taking out Activision and the LSE, so maybe we get a stock market video game soon. You know, sponsored by the LSE. You didn't like that joke. That should be pretty hype. So we'll see what's happening there. Carvana, like I said, Amazon tomorrow should be watched a little bit today again with CPI tomorrow. You know, consumer, Amazon kind of go hand in hand right now. I like Target, Walmart. There's a few names that are out there. Tesla's going to be looked at again today. Hey, look, it's a great moment in time for us because it's going to be a great trading opportunity coming through again tomorrow. At this time, we're going to have a completely different feel of this market. Tomorrow at 8:30, as Brendan sort of teed up there. We'll be on at 8:25 to talk about that. Should be a fun time tomorrow with CPI.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when you guys come on tomorrow, you're going to have your dream team back. Neil's going to be back from his combo vacation / sick days. Shawn's here. Brendan's back to good enough to be back here in the studio. So 8:30 tomorrow, you got CPI going. You know the market's going to be active. We just rolled over. Whoever did not roll over on the futures contract on Friday has now fully rolled over, including myself. We were on the December contract. Now we are on the March contract. So futures contracts have rolled over, so volume should be coming back in. It is going to be, I mean, you would lead into CPI, into Fed. You could expect it to be somewhat quiet, but there is going to be individual movers. Obviously, Microsoft coming out there with some big moves there. Yeah, they're putting some money into the LSE. Cloud, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It seems to make sense to me. It's like, cloud, it's part of their cloud business, and, data information storage is kind of what the LSE needs right now. So I think it's perfectly fine. There's nothing suspicious, but for now, we got crude moving.
Nothing
We've
suspicious?
got nothing suspicious, I don't think,
Nothing to
anyways.
look
Not
here.
yet, anyways.
Nothing to see here.
But we've got crude moving. I know nat gas has been on fire lately as well, so we'll definitely be looking at that as well. At least I will be. You guys can be looking at UNG if necessary. And as you can see, I've got Tesla on the short side as well at 178.50. So we'll see how that one goes into the open, because you know how Tesla moves, right? That should be an exciting one at least for today.
I saw it was a lot of relative strength coming into play there for Tesla on Friday, guys. Brought to you by, the first segment of the show, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. The program is simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. You can use the code TTV at checkout, get 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader once again. Yeah, this is the note. Guys mentioned it there. $2 billion. I mean, this comes right after we heard last week, remember, that this FTC lawsuit's going to come through regarding the ATVI deal. More signs this morning pointing to that possibly not happening. So I guess, Shawn, Microsoft just has this money sitting in their pocket, burning a hole. They need to spend it somewhere.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. Why don't they just give a special dividend? I mean, come on, man. Give it. They've done that before. Special dividend to all shareholders. Yeah. Look, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a good move, right? I mean, I think the more that you can expand your businesses out there, cloud computing is so huge right now. I mean, they're battling literally every day with Google, Amazon for the cloud business, for AWS and Google's cloud, and then there's so many other businesses out there as well. If LSE is out looking for a deal, I'm happy to be part of it with Microsoft. I mean, it's a big holding of mine. If they want to have a dance partner, hey, look, I mean, Azure's big, so they're going to do it for cloud computing. They want to look at some analytics and whatnot. I mean, whatever. That's Microsoft's, hopefully their wheelhouse. I don't know enough about Azure to tell you that, but it looks like a decent move for them. I don't know. Good partnership. Doesn't seem like the FTC or anything should be involved. I don't really. 4% isn't a huge stake. This is not like taking over ATVI or anything like that. Competition, I don't really see too much going on, and it's only a 4% stake, so I think it's fine. I like Microsoft. You're above the 50 period. We've talked about that. This 240 seems to be a real solid base. It's actually a much more solid base than anything happening on Apple right now. So Arun and I always talk about going into names that are the big tech names, right? That have big weightings in the S&P, big weightings in the NASDAQ. Microsoft is one of those names, and to be quite frank with you, it's much healthier than a Google right now, it seems like. As I said, Microsoft right now, here, just change this up. Microsoft, come on. Why does it only change on one chart? Microsoft, much healthier. You can see Google below the 50 period moving average right now. After, I think it's 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I guess maybe today the 7th, 8th straight down day here for Google to the downside, right? So that's not behaving properly off that $100 level. It's a much different stock than how Microsoft looks. So here's Microsoft hovering almost to the upside when Google's the other way around. And then you want to look at another big tech name. We talk about Apple all the time on the show, of course. And as long as that name stays up as well, above 140, I like it. But you can see it's also near the bottom of its range here. So, if you're going to pick any of the big tech names right now, I think Google does have a decent floor, Microsoft does have a decent floor here at that 240 level. Looks pretty good on the 20 period, on the 20 minute, all the way back to December. We were above there all this month. I like the name. I don't think this hurts it. And tech is up today. So Microsoft, NASDAQ, they're all up 0.29. And thanks for the reminder, Arun, there. We've gone over, so you've looked at the volume and everything like that on the H contract for our software. Anybody here at Day Trade the World, switch over your programs to NQH or ESH23. So they're the same, because it goes HMUZ on the monthly flipovers, so rollovers. So that's that. But thanks, Arun, for that. Yeah, I like the Microsoft deal. I don't know if you've looked at it at all, but I don't know. As a shareholder, I kind of say, comme si, comme ça. Like it's
the Activision deal you talking about?
No, I'm talking about this new deal with LSE. The Activision deal, I think you just let it flow out. I mean, I don't know. They're going to spend some legal money here, I guess, defending the case. if they have to break it up, they have to break it up. For me, I didn't really like the deal in the first place, to be honest with you. It's what is it, $58 billion or something ridiculous?
Some ridiculous
that they're spending like that on Activision. Obviously, they've done the due diligence. They like the deal. They get that call. I mean, you used to play Call of Duty or still do. It's a good franchise. There's for sure about that. They came up with that 10-year deal to sort of halt the regulators, but that doesn't seem to matter between them and Sony, giving them a 10-year sort of time frame to still be in the Activision world. But yeah, I don't know. For me, that deal is up in the air. I like the LSE one because, hey, LSE's money's got to go somewhere, and if it wasn't with Microsoft, I feel like it would have been with somewhere else. So LSE taking a chunk out of, or Microsoft taking a chunk out of LSE today.
Yeah, I mean, if LSE needed a cloud services, they're going to go to a few big players, right? And Microsoft has a solid business in that side. So it seems like in line. They have the money to spend. Why not buy up? Why not put up a couple billion and buy up some percentages of LSE? Makes perfect sense to me. Nothing, I don't see it as a big deal. But anyways, Microsoft, second biggest name in the indexes, should be an interesting one, at least today with the volatility. So here we are. This is Microsoft right here. It's obviously still range bound, but you see that marker up top, 249 going to 250 is where I'm looking for a breakout through the top end. It looks like we should get something today, I would hope, with all this news. But again, we got to wait until 9:25 for the imbalances to come out for the NASDAQ. So until then, let's see what Brendan's got.
All right, let's talk about what's to come over the next couple of days here, starting tomorrow. As we mentioned, CPI print, the final data point really that the Fed's going to consider before they make their decision on Wednesday. Coming off of what was a higher than expected number on Friday, that producer price number that came in kind of hot. We got to move to the downside for the overall market as a result. There's the CME Fed Funds tool, 74.7. I mean, it's been 77 back to about 73 over the past couple of weeks. So it looks like we're still going to get this 50 basis point increase versus 25.3 down there for the full 0.75. I mean, it's all about this CPI print, guys, though. But if you go back to the November jobs data, and then we got that services PMI data, and then now the PPI number, the last three here really have been back to the upside.
Oh man, just looking at funny tweet there, Playmaker. This guy's hilarious. I don't know if I could. I was going to show. Let me show this tweet as I talked about it here, just real quickly. Where is it? Oh, I'll find it in a second here. All right. Oh, I know what it is. I got to go to my little bell here. Look what Playmaker just sent me. See, it's these elves on a shelf, and it's T. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. Right there, that was just stupid of me to even show that, but what's up to Playmaker? Yeah, elf on a shelf. You guys don't do that, do you? You got to have kids for that stuff, the elf on a shelf.
To be honest, I don't even know what it is.
Oh, you don't know what elf on a shelf
I've heard that term before, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so they're little like, they're kind of like little trolls. They're just little those elves that you can get, right? So they're just made up dolls, basically. And what they do is they show up like December 1st or whatever. And then basically they kind of just show up at random spots in your house.
Okay.
So you put them, in our family, they bring, what are those calendars called?
Advent calendars?
Advent calendars. So they bring the kids Advent calendars. They bring them Christmas jammies.
Okay,
and then basically they show up and do funny things throughout your house. So like right now today, the elves are hanging from our chandelier. Right now. So they're randomly hanging from the chandelier. The day before that, they were in our Christmas tree somewhere. The day before that, the female elf of ours hid themselves in, or put the male elf in a cookie jar and sat on top of it. So basically, they're up to no good all the time, and the kids like it.
Okay, that sounds like fun.
So that's Elf on a Shelf. There's a huge franchise. There's a movie. There's like black ones, white ones, brown ones, females, different clothing lines. It's actually pretty lucrative business, to be honest.
It sounds like that.
I mean, it's very popular. And without doing what I did again, this is exactly what they look like. So they look like this, and then they do all funny things. So if you Google Elf on a Shelf Playmaker, you'll find some more reasonable things there. All right, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, tomorrow, right? I mean, tomorrow, we had the PPI come on Friday. That was a big move there. You saw the NASDAQ make a huge move to the downside, and then basically just made it all back if this loads. But there it is right here. Almost, I mean, I don't want to say all of it back, but here's the move that we had there. Where is it? It was right, oh man, this is too zoomed out now. But here it is on the NASDAQ. So here's the move, where were we, the 9th? Yeah, so here's the move right here. We're at 286. It's a nice move all the way down. And then look, man, we made it pretty much all the way back here by lunchtime and then faded the rest of the afternoon before closing on its lows. So it was not a good afternoon, but this move was pretty impressive to the upside there on that PPI. So PPI right now, normally CPI is consumer and then PPI is producer price indexes. So I think our economy is much more maligned to the consumer right now than the producer. So I think we're going to wait to see. I mean, it was kind of a pretty dramatic move, but normally we get a continuation. It actually went the other way back up to the upside. So I'm thinking that, yeah, I mean, tomorrow should be real fun. You're going to get a huge move off the open, but I was pretty happy. I mean, all the way back down, all the way back up, all the way back down, and today we're going to open up at those, basically those lows one more time, although we are going to be up today on the market. So I feel like we held it pretty good. There was a very good opportunity for the NASDAQ to continue lower, take out its weekly bottom at 279. It didn't do that. However, we are basically right back to where we were at the beginning of the month again right now. So we've pretty much wiped out that little mini Santa Claus rally that we had in early December, where the market went from 280 up to 296 right there. That was a big one for the Qs. Now you faded all the way back down. Nevertheless, you do have the ES, and I know Arun's going to talk about this soon, but the ES has been dancing around that 4,000. Now we're at 3980 again. So ever since we took down 4,000, it's sort of been hovering below it for the last couple days. So let's see if the ES can hold that. I just look for no dramatic moves today. That would be sort of my thing into the market here. We have, like I said, tomorrow's a big day followed by Fed on Wednesday. So I would be very, very surprised if we get a huge move one way or the other today. Actually, this 0.3 is actually already, I think, pretty decent. I feel like we're going to hover between up 1% and down 1% today, give or take whatever news spills out.
I mean, yes, and the only thing I would be watching towards is end-of-day positioning for tomorrow, or maybe even liquidation of whatever they're carrying for tomorrow, right? If you know CPI is coming out tomorrow morning and you may want to get some volume done today, I would think that if you're going to do it, you probably would wait till the last possible second. So towards the end of the day, possibly imbalances might be a little bit bigger than expected. Not by much, just in certain names if they're trying to reposition for tomorrow, maybe clear their board a little bit and then they can figure it out tomorrow. But CPI definitely going to be one to watch. Obviously, you saw what the Fed funds tool is, nearly 75% is the expected for 50 basis points. So if you get a CPI number that all of a sudden shifts that expectation, you know this market's going to take up, not just take off, it's going to fall apart actually. It's going to fall off quite a bit because everyone's looking for 50. All of a sudden, if expectations change to 75, they've got to reposition. And if we've been buying up with the expectation of 50, to reposition to 75 means you're going to have to sell off some stuff. So it's going to be an interesting one. Volume's going to be there. It's going to be crazy hectic, I would imagine, at least within the first few minutes of that CPI number coming out. And then you got to wait for that to kind of play out as the volume opens at 9:30 with the equity side as well. So should be an interesting one. Yes, the numbers have been shifting back and forth, but that's what the expectation tool is for, or that Fed funds tool is for, to figure out where people are sitting right now in terms of what they think the Fed is going to do. And I think right now, 50 basis points, anything that changes that game is going to be an interesting market, at least tomorrow, and then of course Fed on Tuesday. Should be a fun one there, Brennan.
Yeah, let's see if, if it comes the wrong direction, it could be an exciting day for sure. I think everyone's kind of expecting it not to at this point, though, but we'll see. I mentioned there was a whole bunch of deal making this morning. Here's a few other notable names in addition to the Microsoft story over with the LSE. Here's Coupa Software getting taken out for $81 per share. This is a $6.15 billion deal for Thoma Bravo. For COUP, and then yeah, the retail favorite from back in the summer, early summer, I guess it was when this thing went crazy. 2.32 billion BDT Capital Partners going to take Weber Barbecues private for 2.3 billion.
Where's Neil? This is right up Neil's alley with these deals. Like, I'm looking at it going, how do I trade this? But if you're expecting an $81 deal and we're trading at $78.80, I mean, drift up. That's all I know about how deals trade going into their closing dates and whatnot. But should be, I mean, for anyone who trades deals, I mean, maybe there's a $1.20 premium left on COUP there to the upside. But I mean, Neil's back tomorrow. He'll deal with COUP and I'm sure WEBR as well. Deals are big, but this is going to be a difficult one to trade. I'm going to stick with names that they're actually going to move instead of kind of trickle up here a little bit. But futures market taking off, it seems like for now. They're
Ooh, I like that, yeah. Yeah, you mentioned Neil. Neil will look at these deals. I mean, that's all. I don't. I feel like you lose. I mean, this can run the study. I mean, I feel like you lose way more money trading these buyouts than you actually do making them. It's just because there's a huge risk to upside or downside if the deal does break out. But again, you got it, and this is why, like you mentioned there, leave it. You got to sort of watch these deals, understand them, look at them. Is there going to be any antitrust involved here? I don't think so, not with a WEBR. WEBR's been sort of discussed for a while to be taken over. We did have some, I'm trying to, oh, this is a 20-minute chart. It won't be very good on here. It'll be more on the daily. There's been exchanges earlier about a possible deal for WEBR. Ever since they've been coming public, there's always these sort of rumors. And I mean, I feel like if I was a shareholder, there's no way in hell I would agree to this deal, but I guess they did. I don't know. What did you say it was, 8 or so for WEBR? I mean, that would make sense, maybe a little bit higher than that, just depending on where the deal ends. But like you were just up here last year at this time, it was an $18 stock, and I know the market's changed, and it was probably way too overvalued, so shareholders know what they're doing much better than I would do on this name. I'm not involved with it, but hey, if you're not involved right now with WEBR or Coupa Software, there's really not much you could do other than wait for the deal to fall apart and possibly pick it up cheaper, or hear that maybe there's another buyer coming in which sends this name a little bit higher. So for me, you know, if you're not in already on WEBR or COUP, the thing about WEBR is it's only 300,000 shares, so it's a little different than the rest of them. COUP, or not the rest of them, but normally on a big deal day, when especially on the first announced, you want to see a little bit more volume than just a couple 100,000. So Coupa Software coming up with that today, over 2 million shares traded, or near 2 million shares traded already today. This probably, this is still the WEBR chart. This is probably a much, COUP. Oh my God. All right, there it is right there. Let's go switch the charts. All right, you got to give it a second. See, now it goes NASDAQ. You got to change it again. So this name again, like, wow, what a bottom for a lot of these software names. And now it's coming up here. Nice little move there for them. Back up to $80 again. It seems like it's way too cheap, but you know, where these names have come from, this is where they are now. So it's just being taken out right at this level. I could see shareholders fighting back on this name. Again, without digging more into it, it'd be ridiculous for me to sit here and say any one of these deals are under any sort of scrutiny. So let's just wait for them to open up. I would say you always want to cash out, especially if you're taxed, like, you know, so this could be some gains here, tax gains right now against some of your losses. So I wonder if there could be some selling of these positions here to get some profits this year. But, you know, a lot of traders want to carry forward some negatives due to this year. So maybe we do hold out for Coupa into the next quarter. But again, both these names, good little buyouts there. Nice to see. I would think COUP is going to be a little bit better than WEBR today, but again, that's just based on the volume. So I think you leave these alone for now, Brendan. Just sort of play that, like you mentioned there, the back and forth game. If you do think that there's some liquidity there, sit on the bid, sit on the offer, try to make markets on them. Other than that, let it settle down. Get some key levels. You always tend to find tops and bottoms of these deals in the first couple days. So we'll be trading this. I won't be trading it. Arun won't be trading it. But like you said, maybe Neil tomorrow gets back and forth with some of these names. So we'll look at that when we trade buyouts a little bit more.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you to kick things off for a brand new week. Notable names on this list as per usual. There was a number of these from Goldman Sachs in the retail group. Only Best Buy, I guess Box is also. Best Buy, that's Wells Fargo though. But there was Tapestry. I saw a few, 3 or 4 different retail names specifically getting a positive note this morning from Goldman Sachs. So worth a note. Under Armour on here, Cheesecake Factory, DraftKings. I saw when this came out, it made a move to the downside, but not a lot of volume there for DKNG, and Micron and Qualcomm, both downside.
DraftKings, yeah, those price target cuts don't seem to be too dramatic. We've got to clean up our desk a little bit. I still have the halls here, as I'm seeing this a little bit dirty there. We've got the 8-ball here. We've got our lucky Blue Jay. We've got this, my kid made me this, a World's Best Dad trophy for Father's Day. So that was really cool. We got some halls there. Anybody know what this is? If anybody can imagine what this is. Any guesses?
I'm gonna say it's from a Lego or Lego or something.
It's like, oh yeah, no, it is. I don't know if it's a Lego character. I don't know what kind of a character it is. You know, I think it was part of.
Because this clips in.
What are those candies that you get that have
Kinder?
the chalk Kinder surprises? Maybe.
Yeah. It's possible. Yeah.
Let me see if anybody knows why I have this. Polly Pocket. Oh, I think it is a Polly Pocket thing. But why is it here is the question I'm trying to find out from everybody. Why this is here. That's the key thing. Okay, so what were we talking about? Oh yeah, DraftKings. Yeah, what's up with DraftKings? I've always thought that DraftKings was a good buy down here near 12, 13, 14. It was 11 is that sort of that hero. Yes, who is that right there? What's up with, Kelth Ice? Right there, yes, it is a mini Miss V.
Okay.
That's why.
Interesting.
Because I think either when she left or something, I got this, she gave it to me, or Prad did, or somebody.
Gotcha.
I don't know, that's what it's there for. I actually messaged, well, we'll see if she gets back. I don't think she's in the country, but I did message her because there's a lot of traders out there that wanted to see her again. I said, come back on the show.
What'd she say? No response?
No response. I'm going to check. It was actually just this morning. I'm going to find out because I was thinking about it. Guests and more like that, more, always thinking about things. And I know that there's been some talk about having her back on. So I just thought she could phone in, whatever, just catch up with her.
We also have, in terms of guests, we were also thinking about having something planned for later in the afternoon if that all falls.
I don't think that's going to work out.
You don't think so? No? Okay, never mind.
That's not going to work out.
Let's take it back.
We'll see if it works out. We were possibly going to have Fahad come back on, but it's his day off. So
he said he's going to come in and he wants to sit at the desk, and I was like, you know what? If you want to sit here, I can just go over there and trade.
So
What's that?
I'm just reminding people that he wanted to trade.
Apparently, he's got an account. He's got a simulator account.
I know, he has lots of stuff.
We'll see. Well, first off, he's got to deliver and show up on his day off.
Oh, he will.
That's the first thing that's got to get done.
It's just we got to discuss if Fahad's going to be a trader or not. That's the big thing. We need him around here to do other things. But this was the thing here about DraftKings. I know it's down 2% today. I was talking about how many times we're bouncing off this $11 level. So, I mean, if 11 comes in a couple times here, that could be something interesting. So, down to 11, I think you got to let it sort of float down there with interest rates continuing to rise no matter what we think, even though it was, 77% now, 50 basis points was 77%. It's still a rise. And when you are not making money like DraftKings right now, it's not good, man. College football is coming to an end. We talked about some catalysts for DraftKings to get going. If you're going to look at this name, what are the catalysts, right? It's a gambling business. What are the most gambled on sporting events of the year? You have March Madness, which is still a ways away. And then you have football, which is coming to an end right now. Although football playoffs is still huge. The couple catalysts still remain. New Year's Day, college football games, the bowl games are happening starting this week and things like that. So there's lots happening for DraftKings. It's just, remember what the market is. It's forward looking, right? So I don't know if it wasn't sort of peaking out here. Is this a bump up here in late August up there due to NFL? Now it's sort of faded back. We were just at $20, $21. Now it's come back in. So without reading the analyst note, I just want to wait for this name to come down to 11, 11.50, where I think it's another buy. And then you sort of hope that they get the ship righted. Right here in Ontario, there's basically FanDuel and DraftKings. We do have Proline. We have a state-sponsored, province-sponsored lottery as well here. But I think that DraftKings has sort of solidified themselves as the top, if not one of the top sports books out there. So I think there's a good chance for them to continue their growth to the upside. But yeah, it's going to cost more money to entrench that growth because the interest rate right now 3.75 to 4, that's going up to 4.5, and then after that maybe we get to 5 before the Fed starts thinking about cutting again, if at all. So yeah, I think DraftKings is in trouble here in a rising rate environment.
All right. I really don't have a whole lot to say on DKNG. I know that when the TV's on, and some sports channels, because I usually, when I'm doing cardio, I usually have the sports channel on. They usually play poker. And in between the poker matches during commercial, they always have MGM commercials.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like
so
I don't know
many.
if MGM's trying to break in. I know nothing about it. I don't go down into sports betting, but I do think at least here where we're at, there's a bunch of different options for people to take on. Futures market falling off a little bit there. Brendan, what do you got for us?
Just noting Under Armour popped up again on volume here. I knew there was one more. That was an upgrade this morning. It was this one. UAA up 3 1/4 here. Very, very light volume, but back above 980, trying to get back towards that $10 area, which was key. If you go back out on a daily chart, you can see there's basically a wall at 10, but UAA catching an upgrade this morning as well. Here's a quick look at how things over in Europe are shaping up to kick off a brand new week here. A bit of a choppy day as expected here ahead of what's to come in North America this week. 0.36, 0.4, 0.4 as well for France, all downside. Italy positive. Turkey, yep, 4% to the upside for Turkey doing its own thing. Why don't we get a check of the overall market here, Arun, and let us know what we need to know heading into very important week, arguably the biggest week of the year coming.
Definitely the biggest week since the last biggest week, which was the last time that the Fed made a interest rate decision going, which was close or near a. Actually, I don't think we've had one. Have we had one this year where the CPI was directly the day before the Fed?
I think it's been close. I don't
We have?
think.
It's usually after. Okay, yeah. So maybe this is going to be a little, you know what? Be prepared. Be prepared for some extra action because this proximity to these numbers, the Fed and then the CPI being right there, and then also a couple days later you got the rebalance. I think, you know what, Brendan? I think you are right. This is probably going to be the biggest week of the year because of the proximity of volatility, right? Okay. In terms of futures market, here we are trading the September, not, what am I saying, September? I'm saying March, the March contract. Let's get rid of some of these levels. When we start off, I like to dump all existing levels, at least in the last little bit. Let's figure out where March has been trading before we put new levels in. This is March on a 30-minute chart. You see the action. I mean, we fell off, came down. Seems like we're going to catch some stability here around 36.55. So I'm going to break it down a little bit. 39.55. So I'm going to move it down to 39.50 as the bottom end support. We're probably going to catch some bids here from 70 going on down to 50 in terms of top end. Obviously, the high is the easy target, right? 25. You can put that up there. I'm not a fan of this high. The reason being it's a little isolated. It's on its own. I'd rather have action like this where we've kind of tested it, put some volume down. This is a new contract. We still kind of have to develop full volume in terms of trading. Not everyone rolled over on Friday. That means that volume on Friday was not complete here on the March contract. So we still have to kind of figure out where the volume is with current trading at full volume. So I'm gonna leave these levels up, but I'm not gonna execute on these levels until I get solid action. At least the first 10, 15 minutes, I wanna give it a chance, but we do know there's some support. It seems like there's some support. Let's get some verification after the market opens here, especially after the imbalances come out here on NASDAQ as we come into that 930. But for now, let's just put down 39.50 as a place to look at. We'll put up 40.25 as a place to look at. 4,000, I mean, it can be there. You can mark it off. I don't know how solid it's going to be until we actually trade around there in terms of, like, we're 22 points away from it. It's going to be a round number, a big round number at 4K. We've been rotating around it. I mean, it's one to watch, but I don't know how much significance it's going to have since we've already traded through there recently. So for now, we're going to put these levels down. When there is a trade to be made, I'll definitely let you guys know if I'm making a trade here on the futures contract. Keep in mind crude as well, moving around. We talked about crude in the last little bit, at least since I've been here, against this now. We took a shot here underneath 71 towards 70. Now crude's making a comeback back into this area, but at the same time, you can see what's going on here in terms of, this is a 30-minute chart, by the way. You see the movement, right? It's sell side action, and there's a zone of selling here from 71.50 going all the way up. So I'm gonna say 73 is the top. I've got an alert set off. If we get above 72 and we get a fail, I'd like to take a shot. At that point, it's a risk reward thing. I can risk $1 here on crude and see if we can't get a move back towards 70. That's my play for crude here. So we're up 0.45 on the day. If we can keep going a little bit more, then we might enter territory. I'd be comfortable shorting on crude, but for now, it does look like crude wants to sit around this 71.50 mark and just continue on trading. It is positive for now, but I mean, crude's been doing its we've seen how crude moves, right? It's gone from from minus 4.2% and ended positive on the day. So that's the kind of trajectory crude has had. And the fact that we're refusing to take out 70 twice now, late in the session on Friday, overnight here, 70 might be a pretty big break if it does, whenever it does come through. And the last one I'm going to give you guys is Nat Gas. I know you guys can follow this one here with UNG. Not everyone here trades it, but Nat Gas has been falling apart and then does a rotation and then takes off. So we went as high, we started around 7, fell all the way down to 540. And now here we are a few days later sitting at 685 and change. I'm looking for that 680 move. I just want to see what happens. Nat Gas, I'm not going to step in right away. It's one of those things where you really got to be careful on how you take those positions and how you kind of work with them. Because keep in mind, although it's $6.85, it moves in thousands. So there's 10 ticks per penny. Right, so it's heavily leveraged too. So just got to be careful on how you take it. So I'm going to look at 680 and see how we play below 680 because there is a gap. We haven't been there yet. Let's just see how it trades below, and then we might make a move for a gap fill here towards 645. But for now, I'm just going to keep an eye on all three things and see which one's kind of set up first, and then we'll go in that direction and take some shots.
Let's get into everything else you need to know here heading towards the open this morning. It's crazy. I was looking at that oil chart on the weekend. And like oil's now negative on the year after being up 70% at one point. Anyways, grab that every single day if you haven't done so. Hit that link, enter your email address, and it just shows up in your inbox every single morning for you for free. It's super easy. Let's talk about Microsoft. I mean, we can have a look at big tech in general here because they all kind of look the same this morning. Not really doing a heck of a lot, chopping around after a bit of a choppy day back on Friday here for Microsoft. Back and forth we go. If you zoom out a little bit more, back and forth we go. We're just in this tight consolidation. Is there a trade here, guys? I mean, this LSE news, but okay, so what?
Yeah, no, exactly. I think it is a so what situation here for Microsoft. I mean, the market's going to be the market, and Microsoft's just going to move. I don't think it's a big deal. You can see that Microsoft's only up 0.41 today against the market, 0.23. It's not really doing anything. There's no volume coming in for Microsoft. 67,000 shares. I mean, that's next to nothing. For me, I think a lot is sort of hinging on the ATVI news. I mean, we didn't even when the FTC came out there and was talking about possibly restricting that deal, I didn't even see really Microsoft do too much action to that. If anything, just looking at what happened there on Friday, here's that big move down for PPI, and then it bounced around 244. So if we're able to get that long again, I think that's where we want to be in this name. And I'm just sort of looking at it as an investor and say it's a good move. I like when companies diversify a little bit, and I think it's strange. I don't really know. I mean, it's just the fact that it's the LSE and we're in the stock market game here is maybe why I'm thinking that it's strange. But hey, it's just a data deal. It's strange that it's done with equity though. It's like they bought the 4%. Their headline says buys LSE. It's just 4%, so it's a minority stake, and it's because they're sharing their platforms, right? So Azure is going to come into play here for Microsoft and the LSE. Does it improve some of the LSE's, abilities to provide data, to analyze data, and possibly sell it to clients or whoever? I guess maybe that's the angle. But, this kind of came out of nowhere, so I don't really know too much about the deal. It doesn't seem like Microsoft shareholders are really super excited about it either, but it is up against the market. So for me, I would still say we look long in this name, but with this much volume, 67,000 shares, I just want to play off some of these bottoms that we just talked about. So if we're going to do that, I want to be long Microsoft. 244 is pretty good. We've already done a little bit of talk about this. It's above the 200 period. A lot of the big cap tech names are not right now. So this one is. We look at Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple. I think Microsoft looks the healthiest out of all of those. So for me, I pick Microsoft to go long, buy any dips. Would be interesting to see this name tomorrow. I mean, I really feel like big tech though, Arun, is really just hanging on not by a thread. I mean, it could go either way. We're going to have the number come out tomorrow, followed by the interest rate. Like, it's hard to say, I think these are good levels to buy right now, because what if the Fed comes out tomorrow and is 75 basis points? then we have a bigger problem to deal with on our hands, right? So as long as everything's as expected in the next couple months heading into Christmas, I do think there's a little bit of a rally possibly coming, especially with oil going down so low, like Brendan just said there. That's going to be a big weigh on the CPI and what the Fed winds up doing here moving forward. So I think these tech names have a big move coming one way or the other, and that's going to really rely on tomorrow and then Wednesday. So for me right now, it's a nice deal. As an investor, I like it. I like when Azure gets talked about more because I know it's a strong point for Microsoft. So I say thumbs up to this deal, and let's get Microsoft involved with some more companies.
Yeah, I mean, Microsoft, we talked about in terms of just trading the stock itself, 249 breakout towards 250. That could be an option on the upside, but I want to, again, you got to wait for these to settle up, right? So north of 249, wait for it to settle up, see if it's still got strength, and then south of 240, same thing. I was reading into this, like, is this such a big thing? And it's not, well, I mean, it's not the first move that's been made with tech firms and financial firms, it seems like. Well, apparently Google said that they would put in $1 billion in CME, and then NASDAQ and Amazon also got a deal going for similar cloud services. So I mean, like, it's not. It seems like that's the direction they're going towards. And if that's a cost-cutting move, and if that's a streamlining thing, then great, all for it. Obviously, it brings some red flags for some regulators as they may want to look into this and how this affects just overall, I guess, from their perspective of things. But in terms of stock movement, again, Microsoft has been boxed in, it seems like, just like the market has for the most part, boxed in here. It seems like for the last few days. So with Thursday, no, that's Friday, that's Thursday, that's Wednesday. So yeah, 3 days in a row now. We're stuck here between 240 and it seems like 250 on the top end. If you look at the daily here, you're probably not going to get a whole lot more help. It's, yeah, we got that one move down and then we just kind of locked in here sideways. So we're still waiting to make a move either way, either through 250 or through 240 to the bottom. At that point, we might have something to go on. But on a day like today, do I expect, you could be pleasantly surprised, but on a day like today, when you know CPI is going to make some moves on the market, are people going to be willing to put up $5 either way to break it through the range is going to be the question to be answered. And I think we'll just keep an eye on it. If it does make a move, then we might have to take a look at the possibility of jumping on board. But if not, I would just kind of put the alerts out and just wait for it to happen. I wouldn't try to get too fancy inside of the range here because that's how you tend to lose money. If you're great at range trading, this might be the stock for you, but not so much if you're looking for a breakout.
All right, a bit of a rollover taking place right now in RIVN. We did come basically all the way back after this gap to the downside this morning on this headline on this Mercedes deal. Not happening anymore. Both sides came out, said deal's not going to go through. Mercedes said they're still going to build the plant, but the joint venture part of the electric van plant with RIVN is not going to happen. So we came all the way back to where we were on Friday, but back to the downside. It's around $1 billion as far as what they're walking away from. RIVN said they're just going to focus on North America and U.S. operations for the time being.
Yeah, look, I mean, Rivian's the #1 name here on the sticky note today. We really were hoping to have traded that a little bit more there. NASA. Oh, we already saw that deal with Boeing. Okay. Yeah, look, Rivian's been really sort of like a house of cards here, kind of just falling apart on itself over the last couple of days. I mean, it's still, we've seen Lucid, we've seen all these names really at bottoms, and Rivian is still a ways away, to be quite honest with you, at $27 from its $20 bottom here that we made back in May. But, you just got to watch out for some of these. I mean, Rivian really hasn't had a good day in it for a long time. I mean, there was a couple good bumps there, but I mean, just from the story of Rivian, right? Ford kind of backing out, selling all their shares, Amazon selling a piece now, and now you're getting out of it. Now Mercedes is sort of backing away from their proposed deal or partnership with the vans. So I mean, I've paid for shorts. I marked down this $28 level for Rivian. I just thought, hey, if we can get back to here where we were and hovering around, this is just a 20-minute chart for Rivian. If we could get anything back around this $28 mark, that would be really where we'd start the short. We almost got up there. Brendan just mentioned that. We got all the way to $27.50 on a little bit of a bump up there. Now we're starting to fade back and taking out those lows again on the pre-market. And I think that we could retest that 26. I'd always like when you're sitting here in the pre-market, I see you, I don't even know how you got 178.50, I guess, as Tesla's moving to the downside. But those are the kind of pop-ups that we're trying to get here. So I think if RIVN does go upside with the market here, there is some support, or sorry, some resistance on the top side. And I mean, if we break through 29, then we break through 29 and, go higher. That's my kill spot right there. So I'm short all the way in here. Like, just started up. Like, I mean, I'm waiting at 27.80 for a decent amount of shares. We just missed that. The wick went to 27.50 there. So I'm into here. That's 27.80. That's the top. If it comes in, we'll take that. Here's what it looks like on the minute chart here for RIVN. Straight to the downside. Like I said, we weren't here. Well, we were here, but I mean, we weren't really that close to getting that trade. That only wicks up to 27.50. Again, here's 27.80. Basically the afternoon levels there on Friday. This can't be good news for RIVN, can it? So if it can't be good news and the markets start to head downside, then I look to fade RIVN on any pops. You're already down 2%. I don't think RIVN has a very good trade in it today to the long side. So let's just see. We're bouncing off the 50 period now. We're well below the 50 period on the daily chart. 20-minute looks negative. The 3-minute, I mean, you're starting to turn down. 27.80 is the 200 period here. 27 is the 200 period on the minute chart. Maybe I'll start a small short at 27 just to get in the name. So I think I'll put an offer right now at 27, see if we can get that short. But realistically, I'm not out of this name until it breaks up above 29. I don't see this as being positive unless the story changes. We'll keep our ear to the ground on that one. Maybe you want to talk, we have Tesla coming up soon. Anything on RIVN? Because we can just sort of pass it if you want.
Yeah, you can pass it.
All right, let's go back over to Brendan and talk about this Boeing JPM.
Showing a little bit of strength here is Boeing so far this morning, up about 0.8 in the pre-market. This is the note from JP Morgan. This follows a NASA contract that was a couple billion, an Air India contract that has the potential to be multiple billions of dollars for Boeing on a MAX jet order. So here's BA. Remember, this thing held up pretty well on Friday in a very, very weak market out of the gate anyway. Back to 180 though here for Boeing.
I'm not, I mean, you trade Boeing quite often, or not, when it sets up, I guess I should say. You kind of trade anything when it sets up. But yeah, I mean, look, Boeing has been, wow. You want to talk about maybe a switch over from tech over to, a strong industrial name. Look at Boeing. I'm never going to forget, I mean, I did forget, when COVID was here, and I don't know how long it's going to take me to zoom back out. But there was talk, and I mean, it was President Trump was around then, of course, as we're talking. But when Boeing was doing this, from $350 down here to $100, basically, I remember there was talk about like state sponsor, like the government would step in and support Boeing at some of these levels, just because it is such a huge risk to the economy if anything does happen to the second plane. I mean, there's these guys in Airbus. I mean, it's as this continues to go to the downside. And again, don't at me. It's very, very foggy, as most things are in my brain. But it's just, there was talk about that, and whenever you hear that stuff, we saw NEO. When NEO went to the downside, the Chinese government came in and basically sponsored them and basically gave a floor. I'm wondering if there's a floor in Boeing. Now, you're way away from that, but look how good this was down here. Sure, you did dump down. I mean, everything in COVID. I mean, you're talking about, this is literally March 24th of 2020. Like, you're right down here. Those are pretty bad. But look at these levels, man. 118, 115, 120, how huge those were. And it's just a huge move off of there. And now you're starting to get those deals coming through. I talked about, China coming in, buying a bunch of planes down here. That was a huge catalyst to the upside. Now you're getting India coming through. India is another huge economy on the verge of breaking out. So, I mean, yeah. As the world sort of gets back to normality, and as countries start to, once again, think about their airline divisions and whatnot, Boeing's going to be in play. It's held this 170 really nicely on this bottom. It was also good resistance, now made into support. So I like it. You're above the 50 period. I think you can hold on to Boeing and the dividend. Today, though, 179,000 shares. We take a look back on, again, I always look back at least one day when we're going to do this kind of stuff. There's 180 at the bottom again. It was 179.50. I don't see how this could be negative news for Boeing. You're seeing they're up. The ES is only up 0.25. Boeing's up triple that. I like Boeing today for an opportunity to get higher. Sorry, this is the NASDAQ, sorry. I changed it over, I don't have the ES up. But either way, NASDAQ and the ES, both less than Boeing today. I think it's a good little long break, and there's room to break out. If you're looking at the 20-minute, breaking through right here, 181 and change. So I feel like Arun's going to like the long around 180 if it dips, maybe 181, now that we've cleared some room up there.
I actually would prefer if we got about 185. So if this news is as strong, if this is going to be as good as it is, as the stocks wants to take it, then we should have no problem getting to 185. We're trading 181 right now. We've seen Boeing, when it takes off, it takes off. This is the daily chart. The reason I'm waiting for 185, well, it seems that we're having an issue, obviously north of 180, but around that 185 mark. The reason being, we closed roughly around there. Do we know? Yeah, we closed around 185.10 on the 5th. The high of the following day was around there, and then we bounced on Thursday, it seems like, around 185. So if we're going to have an issue around that price point, let's clear it to make sure that this is actually going to take off to the upside. So for now, the level I've got here is right there. There's an alert set off with that as well. We're kind of trading right here. We've got space to the upside, but there seems to be some resistance. So although this may be on the surface of it looking like a very good thing, let's see if this can actually carry forward and actually trade well as well above 185 to the upside. Flip side of that, can I potentially figure out a short as well? I maybe, but do I really want to look that aggressively on the short side right now with this kind of a chart? Not really. I think we're just going to pay attention to the 185 break to the upside and see how strong this news is going to be for Boeing after the market opens.
Just checking Shopify, negative on the day. There's a note that came by talking about its move to the downside over the year as well. Not a lot of volume, though, for Shopify. Let's talk Tesla here. Arun already involved. Here's what happened on Friday, straight to the upside. Basically, all day, held nicely up here at 178 after they said they're going to halt production entirely for the last week of the year to, in an effort anyways, to curb some rising inventories. This is over in China, if I failed to mention that, at their Shanghai plant. So no production going to happen for the final week of the year, which they seem to like on Friday.
Mm-hmm. How do you get that price, Shawn? You come in early. That's what you do.
I didn't even notice that you had it. What time did you?
I got it pretty early. It was eight something, just after 8 o'clock, I think.
Oh, well, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I just, when I looked down at the board, I didn't even see that you had it. And all of a sudden, I looked at Tesla and I was like, what's 177?
Yeah, it's we made a move. I got some out, by the way, on Tesla. I made a move to get some out here around 177, locking in $1.50 in. The risk on this trade was $1.50 with pre-market slippage, but I figured I'd lock some in. We know how crazy Tesla gets after the open. Why not cover the risk profile for the trade just by getting some out? And then after that, we just let it trade risk-free at this point, right? So that's kind of what I'm doing here with Tesla. We've already locked that one in. The reason I was going for the short here, one, it seems to really not want to play around this 180 mark. And it's like, I saw it this morning. I was like, okay, it's at 178 and it's trending down in the pre-market after a move up. It looks like a short, right? After a move up here, and then we started going sideways and getting through 180, and then in the pre-market, and this is a 30-minute pre-market, by the way, around 4 a.m., so the European session, we start drifting up, and then as we get closer to the North American session, we started losing it. I was like, okay, well, that's after what we saw on Friday, and knowing what the daily looks like, why not take a fade move right into that 180? The risk is fairly tight, $1.50 plus slippage. I know coming into 177, I can catch some out. 150 for 150 with a pre-market move, why not? So I took that shot on the short side here. And of course, this can bounce all the way back, and that's why I kind of took that exit, right? So I'm giving it space, but allowing the opportunity for it to continue on going. And if it does keep going, I'm going to target 174 into 173 as the next target here. But for now, Tesla on the daily doesn't look the greatest. On the 30-minute, at least for now, that move may have played its course because we are coming down into the next support band here, which would be the previous highs. So we might be turning off of this. And if we are going to turn off of this, I'm obviously going to have to start protecting the rest of this position here and on the way back. I'm not going to make a ton on the rest of this, but I've already made what I needed to make on the first portion of this. So $1.50 in the money, we'll lock that in, and we're just going to move into protecting the, I guess, what's left, right? It's either zero. It's risk-free for sure. I'm either going to make zero on it or I'm going to make a tiny bit on it. But for now, we are going to walk away from Tesla. We're going to reassess. And I noticed that crude is above 1% on the day, which should mean that crude should be near that 82 mark or 72 mark. Yes, it is. 71.94. We're getting strong here, looking very strong. Obviously, I need it to get above 72 and start to slow down for me to take a shot on the short side. For now, it does look like there's decent strength taking on a trend line. So no shorts on crude. Just looking at it for now, we're at that point where we could potentially find something if this slows down at any point. So crude on the table here as I move out of Tesla.
Yeah, no, I know you talked about the early bird gets the worm there on Tesla, but at 9 o'clock, we were also there at 178.50. I just want to talk about a line that I use here. It is VWAP. That's exactly that we touched up to at 9 o'clock, 178.43. So I think that's a great price. Let's see if it breaks it. That's, you know, again, just because of the level that Arun has, I think it is going to be a key long break as well. So there was right there at 850 coming into play again. So great move. Oh, we have that stupid wick now again here on Tesla, but you know, you could see this is definitely a downtrend down there. So let's move on this one. I want to talk a little bit about Carvana here, Brendan. So let's go back to Brett and then we'll talk about Carvana quickly.
So I missed some fireworks on Friday out of the gate, to say the least. All the way to $6 was Carvana halting on the way up and the way down. We're basically within that range. There's nothing really new. There was that Wall Street Journal note that I saw came out over the weekend just discussing the current affairs of Carvana, but holding this $5, which was that pivot point from late in the day on Friday.
Carvana, I wrote down here on the sticky note, it's pretty simple, man. Whenever these names are in the news like this and whenever you have a huge short interest, there's basically two plays and you have to be able to go both ways on them. I don't want to be like the guy that's shorting Carvana into a huge rips, but at the same time, I think there's great opportunities to do that. You do have Carvana here at a nice little 68% short. I mean, these short floats are absolutely astronomical. I mean, it does, of course, remind us of GME, AMC, and all that of those days, right? And the fact that this name was up to $300 does give us hope that there is a lot of squeeze potential back up to exactly that upside. It's done 600,000 shares. Let me just check the imbalance locator here quickly. There's actually nothing on it here. I don't even see Carvana on here, so it doesn't look like it's going to be too interesting off the open, which leads me to believe that when the quiet market, you know, I would tend to favor the short in a quiet market. And then once it gets going, you're going to hopefully see some defense down here near $4. So for me, I'm already sitting here at 585. So Brendan mentioned that short. We actually had this long. We actually had both of these moves. We had the short here, short 5 down to 4. We had some shorts earlier on Friday, busted it to the long, and had this long break, as you guys know as well. And then one day we took the mock at the end of the day, which was at 496 off of a 470 long or something. So I feel like Carvana, if we get down here to $4, we buy it. If it gets up here to 6, we short it. But we definitely do not hold short through $6. And if anything, we take a long break above 6. So I just think you play the moon, right? I mean, there's a lot of traders out there that are looking for this thing to go up to the upside. And when a lot of traders looking for something, it can happen. We've seen it happen before. I'm not going to sit here and say, let's go long and everyone buy options. That's not what we do here on the show. But there really is no better name right now for a possibility for a squeeze than a Carvana. From what I can see, Beyond Meat also has a big short interest as well in it. We could double check that, but here's Beyond Meat. This could be one of the other names that winds up going at some point as well. You can see this name definitely clobbered to the downside, hovering around. You get to that $12, you break this 16, and it's a lot of upside, and I think for Beyond Meat. But those are the two biggest names right now. Look at this, 41, 41, 46s. These are the two biggest names for me that have the potential to go to the upside. I've paid for Carvana shorts. I think it's going to be an interesting name. But again, just like we were just down there at 490, you bust right up to 505 now. This name has a lot of movement in it. 10% is absolutely nothing. It's 50 cents on this name. We could be at 550 by open. So I want to go long. So I have two plays again. The long's down here near 4 and the short is up here near 6. And we just play inside those ranges. Hopefully it stays inside. But again, a big move up. Remember, Carvana's to get to $6, it's going to have to go up 20%. So that's already kind of a squeeze. So if it does do that, I want to be there for the short Carvana. I don't think it goes through $6 today, but if it does, I want to be long. Short in front, flip to the long. Pretty simple, man. I'm going to be short 580. It's 20 cents worth of risk. I think if we break 6, we make that 20 cents back easily.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a whole lot. I'm not going to do anything on Carvana. That's not for me. Shawn's going to be all over that. If you guys are wondering why, because I saw this in the chat, NASDAQ futures falling off. Yeah, because NASDAQ imbalances came out, right? So this is kind of why also a reason why I was trying to get some out in front of 177, because you never know how these imbalances are going to go. Tesla's now up $2.68 for me on what's left of this. So imbalances, I'm looking at these imbalances going, okay, what's big here? It's not that big, but individual names will react. Carvana's there for 145 on the buy side. Individual names will react when imbalances come out, even if they're not huge, because in the pre-market, it doesn't take much, right? So here it is. You see Netflix, or not Netflix, Tesla coming off here right through that 177, has broken 176 in one go as well. And now we're sitting around that mark going into the open with some negative pressure, it seems like. So futures getting a little excited as the market gets to its open with a minute left. Imbalances not being that big of a deal. We are getting some tech sell-offs at the moment. Futures market coming off about 5 points, it seems like, from 39.80 down to 39.75. Keep in mind, we're on the March contract, so stay tuned. March contract, that's what we're going to be trading going forward until March, and then we're going to roll over to the next one. So for now, it seems like negative pressure going into the open will sell-side imbalances, it seems like, at least in the tech side of things.
Yeah, so here we go, guys, with only, again, like, we don't mention anything. There, okay, good. There's Katrine. Good. I was going to say I don't see anybody for the bell, but there we go. We only have 30 seconds left. Katrine will be there as we're getting ready to. She's looking for the mallet. Just find it or hit it with something else there. Pen,
just shake it.
Something like that.
Oh,
She's got it now. Okay. So here we go, guys. Yeah, it's ready to rock and roll here. So Carvana, we're gonna watch out for that. Already up to 570 right now and starting to bounce around. I feel like. Oh, there it is. Now I was going to say now updating, now up 2%. Here we go with only 10 seconds left. The market's about to open down. We have Katrine on the bell today, so let's get ready to rock and roll. My eyes are on Carvana, of course, with Apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The market's now open, so let's go. Thanks, Katrine, for that. And now we're going to watch Carvana. You've got your Tesla trade already on as the market is now open with the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can find some trades. Carvana 510 right now, letting this thing open up and see where we go.
Yeah, we've got Tesla up, $2 and change. It's flirting. I mean, this is what happens after the market opens, right? Everyone resets. You get that pressure from the imbalances pushing the stock, and then once the market opens, they might have to relieve that by popping up. So Tesla, I've kind of locked in everything I needed to lock in. It's right back to where we started at 177 and change. If we get above 178, I'm going to head for the exit there. It's done what it needs to do at the range that it needs to do at. So Tesla, we're going to leave that alone. We've also picked up a couple names here, Square and Qualcomm. Why is Qualcomm falling? Oh, man. Qualcomm taking off on me here. I'm on the short side on Qualcomm. I may be getting run over here. Yeah, it is coming up through. Qualcomm coming up through that 177 in a strong wave, but that could also just be because of the open. Yeah, it is because of the open. Okay. So the reason I'm going for Qualcomm, well, look at the gap down through this mark. Right through this 118 and change, and we were coming up back towards that 117, expecting resistance here. I decided to pay for the 117 just because I didn't think I can get better prices. I would have preferred, obviously, towards these 117.50s. Didn't think I could get that, but look, clearly Qualcomm has something to do here as it comes off right through 117 and change. The risk on this is not too high. Well, okay, it's north of 120 and change, so I am putting a few dollars in risk here, trying to play that gap down move on the daily chart for Qualcomm as we are kind of still rallying strong, it seems like. For now, we are short Square, Qualcomm, and Tesla. Tesla's up $3.67. They tried to move up to that 177. Nah, they went right back down to 175 now. So clearly, Tesla has broken through that little resistance level or that support level we were looking for to kind of get a bounce here. We kind of got a small bounce, not enough. Next up, 173 into 172 is going to be in play on Tesla here as we continue on down.
Yeah, so we're just now into a Neo short, so I do want to look at that one. Amazon is falling apart a little bit. Carvana is now below, so here's RIVN. We're just into this small. I was trying to look at maybe at Neo as well for a downside move here on NIO, but there's RIVN, so RIVN's starting to go. Neo against that 1250 was a possible level for me as well. Neo against 1250 right there as a top. So I think if this name battles back a little bit, let's try to short this one, Neo into the 40s or something like that for a possible short. So that's a level that I'm trying to look at there. We already do have the RIVN, like we just mentioned. That's now 11 cents in the money, just touching down to $26. I think that's something that's worth looking at there. Meta, not really doing too much. What's up? AMAM is now halted. Is that true? Thanks to Jose there for that note. That's on the NYSE. This is this is that name that was halted about, I think it was 38 times or something really on Friday. as that name continues to go. Okay, just like your RIVN, or just like my RIVN, your Tesla's probably heading down to the downside as well. Let's put a bid right there on RIVN and take some out. There it is. Start the day off with a nice little 40-cent winner for me, or sorry, 35-cent winner on RIVN. That's so far so good. NEO into the short now at 42 as well, as that's starting to dip and dive a little bit here. Let's see if we can't take a little bit of NEO out against that 50 level. So far so good here with a couple of EV shorts, guys.
Yeah, so I'm short 3 times. Obviously, you see it on the board here. Tesla, Qualcomm, and Square. Qualcomm's still going. Damn, Qualcomm. I was not expecting this much resistance here. We were somewhat thin, but still, I was not. Okay, good strength here. I was looking for daily support on daily resistance on Qualcomm. Not getting it. It seems like as Square and Qualcomm take off, and Tesla still kind of flirting to the downside. Futures market hasn't done anything, so we're not going to do anything there. I am going through some other names. Crude now at 72.40, so still ripping up, it seems like, through that 72 mark. Remember, 73 is going to be the break point on crude. If we ever slow down, there's going to be a short. But if we continue at the speed that we're going on crude, I think the breakout trade is going to be the flip side of this, which probably is a better trade, to be fair. Given how much resistance is here, if we have enough strength to break through 73, we probably have a decent amount of strength to get all the way to 75. So I'm definitely looking for the 73 mark as the break point here on crude here as we rally up in a big way. Now up 1.86%. When I sat down, we were somewhat flat. Now we're at 1.86. We still got some resistance to get through. Can we get through it is going to be the question here. I've got another, I'm going to reset this alert here and see if we can actually find a breakout trade or even a fail. So if we fail back under 72, preferably under 71.80-ish, then I'd be open to the idea of fading this resistance level. If we continue the strength, then I'm going to have to leave it alone and see if we can't get the breakout through the top. So 2 trades on crude, all revolving around that 73 mark here.
Resolving, all the same thing. Let's resolve in some winners here at some point. It was HTGM that was halted. Okay, we're going to look at all these names for you. Wow, what about, we talked about Microsoft. I said that, hey, I like the deal as an investor. I didn't realize the market liked the deal so much. Microsoft shooting up through 249. So I'm long now, Microsoft. Way too late. It's a small piece. I want to see about a 248. I just want to see if we can hold near that 248 level. I want to buy it back down here. We are coming back into a VWAP if it does move, but here we go. Yes, sir. Go to the upside. Yes. Nice trade there for Microsoft, man. Long 249 right now, starting to break out. Now 40 cents in the money for Microsoft. We did average into NEO. That did go back down for us a little bit. Like it went into the 40s there, but it looks like it wants to continue its high side move as well and possibly take out that 60. Remember, when we take out that 60, we're going to be out of this one for NIO. There it is. Just came in and gave us a 50 there. Just want to take some pressure out of NEO. Hopefully it doesn't take out that 50 level, but sorry, that 60 level. If it does, we're gone. Just double checking some of these cancels. There's Microsoft, 50 cents. Let's see, next level, man, 250. I'm going to take a piece out if it goes up there. And again, this is just the way I'm going to be trading against key levels. I think if we get up to 250, we probably smash it and take it out as well, but it's a nice move up. We don't want to, as we say, look so many gift horses in the mouth. We did take a nice profit there on RIVN. It did go back up to 50. Now hopefully it can as well come back to the downside, as so does NEO coming back in as well. So far so good here. Light trading for me, but we do have this Microsoft runner that I'm really thinking can go upside now, but with an average back near 248 if it does fall down. What's up, Brendan?
Coinbase, nice red to green move here this morning so far. Now up 1%. It was down as much at the lows there. This thing actually opened, I just double checked, at all-time lows this morning at the open. Now right back to positive on the day.
Damn, Microsoft taking out that 249 into that 250 in a big way.
Now.
It's still got to settle up though. That's the problem, right? When you're breaking 249 as the top end of the range, but you still haven't cleared 250 as because it's a big round number where stops are going to be waiting. It's hard to step in on this one here unless you were going right for that 247 move. That 250 is going to have to go, and we're going to have to trade above it and do a lot of different things just to get it set up to continue its extension. Clearly, they like the LSE deal. So for now, Microsoft still running strong. I'm still going to wait on it. As you can see, I've got like 4 different shorts going on here. Tesla now almost up $5. Tesla, it is just falling apart here as it now cracks 174 to the downside, and we're starting to enter that resistance or that previous support level that I kind of marked off here. It's going to be a problem. We've had issues with it going back to Friday morning's open, but it's going to be somewhere around here. I'm going to kind of play this very close in terms of management here as we start working into the 173s. Now, if we break 172, that's a different story. But for now, as we approach these 173s, I'm going to have to play this one very close because it could easily snap back in an aggressive way. But for now, it does look like Tesla falling apart here, and we are up $5 in the money on Tesla as it continues on down.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great trade there on Tesla. Congratulations for that one. Yeah, we're pretty jamming with some of these trades as well, man. But not as much as that. But you know, as a percentage-wise, let's see if NEO can fall back down again. We do have RIVN bouncing off 26 one more time right now. I feel like I am putting an order right now near that 26 bottom. The interesting thing for me is the fact that Microsoft, despite the market going down, Microsoft's staying to the upside. So it's making me think, to be honest with you guys, that I really want to just get out of this name because we've sort of held out to the upside so much that, you know, it just needs to catch up with this market, and Microsoft is basically gone. But let's just see where it goes from here. I really don't know. Hoping it does go to the downside. Here we go, breaking right now to the downside goes NIO, man. I mean, this is going to be a big trade for me as well, down to the downside. Let's see if we can get a 33 right now. Hit that 33. There it is. Yes, sir. So there's a nice little one. It's a couple bangers here, Arun. Good job again today for us on the show, giving these guys winners, man. 3 for 3 for me. Microsoft, nice win. NEO, nice win. And then RIVN just took it down as well. So there's some nice flush action happening in this market. We talked about that. I feel like when we were up, remember we were up 0.6, and I was like, yeah, we'll probably hover around up 1%, down 1%, something like that. But we're definitely taking advantage of some of these shorts here today. Good trade there for NEO and RIVN for myself, and a banger for you on that one, Arun. So a RIVN there, Arun. Nice move to the downside, so congratulations. Do you have an out for that, or is that an all-day sort of play there for...
I mean, it's in a zone that I know that I got to protect against, which is going to be that 173 area. But I also know that if we can clear that as well, the first checkpoint was 177, so I got some out. Now the second checkpoint is 173, and if we start to stall out here, I'm going to walk away from this. But if we actually get our way through 172, why can't I attack the 169s as the next target, right? That's going to be the day low. Not even 169, it's going to be 160 because they've had some issues with 160, or not 160, 170. They've had some issues trying to get through that 170 mark. With this kind of downside momentum, if it takes out 2 different support levels, then we should open up the next one as well. So I'm looking at this, letting it go. It's just cracked 173. It's still got another dollar to go before I say that this level's gone. But for now, we are $5.60 in the money on Tesla on the rest of this. Brendan.
We saw this one on the upgrade side of the board this morning from analysts this morning. $30 just taken out there on Box. It was JP Morgan with a positive note on this one, up almost 8% now on light volume.
Box. Okay, good trade. We'll have to look at Box as well. There are some of those buyouts as well today with WEBR and COUP and stuff like that. You're seeing Arun and I kind of staying away from that. Not really on purpose, just it's not our style on those buyouts. We'll have a look at that in a minute to see if they are cracking through anything. NEO, though, is cracking lower here, and I just want to take advantage of that. We're almost out of all of our RIVN now as well. Once that took 26, we were pretty happy with it. RIVN as well, downside moves down to 30. We're taking some more out here as this has been a good little short for us to come through. Just checking in on CVNA, see what Carvana's doing now. And again, I guess that was a good pop. Maybe we have to watch out for those 425 pops. Maybe that's the key here for RIVN, and we're just waiting a little bit too early on the levels there. So yeah, let's just continue our watch here for RIVN and for NEO and for Carvana up there near that 520 level. That's an interesting spot here. So yep, let's go, man. I need this thing to rip up to the upside. NEO's making a move down. We did not, I repeat, we did not get into at all Microsoft down here near that 249. I was waiting for a little bit lower, but maybe this is a good little reload spot here for our friend Softy down near 249.
All right, I'm just sending an order here on some names that you guys have been talking about as well, but I'm just trying to get some orders out here. NVIDIA on the short side. Let me just get this order in first. Okay, let's talk about NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA here breaking through that 170. Why was that 170 that big of a deal? I mean, you could argue the pre-market low. For me, the 170 was the location where we really had some trouble in the morning on Friday. So if we can get above it and trade below it, then that would open it up, right? We were there in the pre-market, but then we were trending up. So for us to take it out again one more time would open the door for me. And the daily is so set up for this too. So if you look at this, they try to take out that high, and then it was a complete reversal on Friday. So if you try to take out that high after multiple attempts through that 170, and you fail one more time, I want to take a shot on the short side here as it kind of comes through that 170 from above. So carrying momentum going down. I'm trying to get my hands on some 169, mid 169s is where I would be okay with it. I don't think I can get my hands on 170 exactly, but I think mid 169s I should be okay with. I'm playing on the short side here with the daily. So we are sitting 4 shorts here. Qualcomm and Square have slowed down a little bit here. They were running strong for now. But they have slowed down. It seems like Qualcomm went all the way up to 118.5 and slowed down. And then Square has also tapered off around that 64.50 mark. So those two are kind of slowing down. That's great. I've got some other names. I mean, crude is still going strong, but nat gas has cleared that 680 mark. But again, it's a matter of seeing how it trades below 680 for us to get involved in nat gas as well. Netflix and NVIDIA I talked about as well. Amgen to the upside, it seems like as well running for now. Brennan.
Another one making moves here, or trying to anyway. It's HARP, H-A-R-P, up 25% this morning on positive data from a blood cancer trial. You can see a huge volume spike there again, back to 155. Every time it gets through that, though, it just gets slammed right back down around 150 on positive data for HARP.
All right, I want to harp on Roblox a little bit here. So it's a long that I've just taken on, right? Microsoft's now back in the money. NEO's been a nice little trade. We just got some more NEOs out at the bottom there. See, again, my chart's not moving. 27, we're getting close to being out of everything for NEO right now. Just want to give you guys an update on that. I'm going to change my stop order now. I only have 30% left of NIO. But new position alert is going to be Roblox. I just want to see this. Here it comes back in a little bit. It's up it was up 1.5% against a negative market. So for me, that's relatively strong for this name. Let's just see if it can hold some of these levels. I'm looking at this 32. I was just sitting there at 32.02. So it just went down to 04 there. We could have got a nice little reload. And again, I'm wondering about this base down here at 31.80, 31.90. So let's watch out for 31.70 break lower. But I need to get a few more shares in on this name again, Brendan.
DocuSign, guys, had a big move on Friday as well. I saw off that earnings report, better than expected forecast as well. Taking out that high right now as we speak for Docu.
All right, we like when stocks take out highs. RIVN now back down to the downside as well. Roblox finally starting to go upside now. So I think we might have got this one.
Yeah, a little bounce on the market, catching some bids here as Tesla's bouncing off that 173. I've started locking in some, well, I haven't taken it out, but I've started tightening up the stop here on Tesla here. We're going to say 175. I think if we bounce off of this in any meaningful way, this is already an issue. I knew this area is going to be a problem. Now, if we can bounce off of this in any meaningful way, so another $1 and change, I think north of 175 would just get me out. I'll walk away from it. And that's like a $3.50 win on the rest of this. I'll take it. That's fine. If Tesla's going to make a bounce off the support, I have to respect the support level. I can see it. It's just a matter of, are they going to force me to respect it? If that's the case, then I'm going to walk away from this. On the other hand, as I talk to you guys about some other names here, Amgen on the table for a potential short as well here as we go up to the daily here. I'm just trying to get my hands on it. I just don't know exactly where to price this on Amgen as well. Just like the other chart we're playing here on, what was that, Qualcomm. It is running strong into what was a solid consolidation base, and now we're catching an offer. Yeah, I think I'll take a look at the short side here on Amgen if we can. And it's starting to slow down too, so I'm all for that. I picked up that NVIDIA short. I talked to you guys about NVIDIA mid 169s. I'm all for it. So now I'm 5 shorts here on the table. 3 of them in the money, 2 of them out. Qualcomm and Square have been running against me since the open, but then we've got Tesla deep in the money. We've got NVIDIA and PayPal about 10 and 20 cents. And we've got a few names coming on the table. By the way, Netflix has broken that 320 mark. Now, I saw that, but Netflix is one of those situations where you have to get the price you want, because if you don't, it's going to be too expensive. So Netflix making a move here to the downside, breaking through that daily, and this is the daily that we're talking about. This is an ugly daily. That's one where we take out the high and reverse. That's going to be a problem. So here we are kind of making a move back down here on Netflix. Just keep an eye on those as we continue on down. And Microsoft taking out 250. Shawn.
For me, that's pretty good diamond hands as we take $1 in the money now on Microsoft. Is that still starting to rip? Let's go, guys. This is, again, one of the, I mean, it's a name. It's not on here, but it is. I thought it was. It's a name that we talked about there. We couldn't really find. Remember, we couldn't really find too many levels for Microsoft, so we just had to play the momentum when it started to rip up. I mean, that 247, great trade to the upside if you had that early. And now it's still going. I say you leave this now. I'm already out at 2/3 of this. We take our first thing for 50 cents, our next thing up there for 80 cents, and now we're starting to rip upside. So it's going to be hopefully a good trade for us on that. Also, we ring the register, hit the siren alert. Let's wake up, America. Nice little move upside for Roblox right now. We took that at 10, out at 33s, I believe. So it's not a big trade. It's only 30 cents, but it's a nice move upside for Roblox right now. RIVN downside, Neo downside, Microsoft. So we're going to go 4 for 4. 4 for 4 to start the day here. And I know Arun killing it on that side as well. So yeah, let's just keep on going. You mentioned DocuSign, Brendo. So let's go over and look at DocuSign quickly here. I noticed it up as well. Up that 4% right now, 5%, and moving to highs here on DocuSign. Some of these names, man, there it is. Wow, good breakout for sure on DocuSign. Wow, what was that level there? Yeah, 51 just coming into play again. Nice move northbound here for DOCU. So again, congratulations to anybody that caught that one earlier. I still like the Roblox for the upside move there today. Amazon's 89 right now. This was a level that I wanted to sort of look at, was more up here near 90, but I do have an 89.80. Yeah, that's still ways away here for that one. RIVN started to go back up to the upside a little bit, so although we're out at 2/3 of this, we can get out right now and be fine, but I do want to try to average in maybe a little bit to this as it's coming up to 26.70. That's a pretty good spot to average back in. Let's try that. You're right at the 50 period again right now. Let's put on a little RIVN here. We just missed that bump. We need to be a little more on this name if we're going to play it, because you want to take advantage of some of that. So there we go. We just get a 40. We're looking at basically 27. So now that it's acting like this, we will give it up to 27, but I'm going to give it like this break now. We need to wait for this, man. It needs to come up to around this 27.20. No more averaging in. This is a good price for us. We've already taken it out, but the best we got was like 30 cents. So I don't want to hold this all the way up here and lose $1. So there goes Softy. Holy crap, Arun. 251.40 right now. We've got $2.30 right now on Softy. No, you have a big one also on Tesla, but this is a nice move to the upside here for Softy. Glad we wound up trading this one early, even though I thought we paid a little bit too high for it. Apparently not. Microsoft Rip City right now. Nice upside move. There it goes. Good. Yes. Good trading today, man.
Yeah, everything's ripping up. I mean, obviously, with the market coming up here, we were down here at 70. Now we're at 80. That's what we're dealing with here. As the market comes up, obviously, index names are going to go, except for Tesla, apparently. Tesla's still working out for me on the short side here, but Microsoft obviously goes. And then once Microsoft goes, you got to wonder if Apple's going to go as well here as the market continues its move. I guess it's slowing down a little bit. But Apple, no, actually it's not. It's not as strong as I would have expected here. I guess Microsoft, yeah, no, actually that's a lie. Okay, they were low, they fell off, and that's why coming back to pretty much where we were in the pre-market makes it look like it hasn't done much, but it has moved up about 50, 60 cents here as it rallies up with the rest of the market. To the upside we go apparently for now. Let's see if this rally actually holds up, because we still got about 3-4 points before we hit the highs here on the pre-market. So let's see if we can actually get going to the upside. If we are going to get going to the upside, then probably the bunch of these positions that I've got are probably not going to work out well, except for Tesla, because Tesla's got weaknesses in it that's actually driving it down, and for now it's $5.50. But again, we are at top end. Let's see if we respect the highs, the pre-market highs, and we actually do fall off on the future side of things. What else do I have? We're not going to touch Netflix. Netflix is still going down. It's at 315. Why don't I have that short?
Which one, Netflix?
No. I wanted 320, but I got myself some Qualcomm, which refuses to go down. And then Nat Gas is still falling off down to 676 and change. Microsoft obviously is still running to 251, and crude is still at 72 and change. So I mean, there's not a whole lot I can do left. I've got the positions that I want to trade with. So I've got the Nvidia, the Qualcomm, the PayPal, Square, and Tesla all on the short side here. And I guess we're going to be playing on the short side, it seems like, because on the future side of things, I haven't really figured out a level to work with. I mean, there's nothing you can really do when you look at the bigger futures chart. So I'm just going to leave it alone, not do a whole lot. But at the same time, on the equity side, it does seem like I've naturally leaned into the shorts. So take it for what it is. I am on the short side here on fairly heavy, it seems like, on the as the futures rallied up. I went into the shorts on the equities, it seems like, and we are going to be 5 times short here going into 10 a.m. I mean, we don't have any numbers. We should not have any numbers. I should have double-checked this first, but yeah, okay, I did double-check it. Yeah, the only thing that's coming out is going to be the bond auction at 1 p.m. So we don't have anything at 10 a.m. As we continue on. So bond auction sometimes does bring some volatility. It's a 10-year as well. So it should bring some decent action here as we get into that 1 p.m. time frame. I mean, like that's when the markets tend to go quiet, but bond auction on days like today might bring some volatility.
All right, yeah, good call on all that. I mean, I was about, so first of all, Roblox, great trade for that as well. 50 cents in the money. Just took out another piece there of Roblox. I was debating this softie at 252, man, but it is still making moves to the upside right now as Microsoft continues its march long right now up to 252. This was an area that I was considering getting out. Again, we still have that 255, and I remember you even mentioned that, Arun, off the open there, that nothing really opens up for you until that sort of that 255 area comes in, right? So that's going to be a level, again, that I'm going to look at 250, 252, 255 right now, not getting out, sorry, at 252 and sort of waiting on that trade to see if there's anything more here for Microsoft to the upside. I think it's maybe a little bit extended. RIVN has made a move. Now we have to wait. We talked about not getting any more. Now we're going to wait till this 2720 comes through. Hopefully that will come in for us on that trade. Let's check out some Carvana. We sort of left that one alone here. I actually haven't really looked at it. Again, only the move to 520 and back down. I'm waiting on this play. I want it to make a move. That's about as simple as I could say here for Carvana. Waiting for it to make a move. When it does, hopefully I have the ability to take advantage of it and have the right way. So that's what we're going to do on that one. Alibaba, their Neo trade still. And again, we're just sort of talking about everything right now. Neo made a move back up to 40. We got another piece out. We're still waiting for that. What do you guys want to talk about right now? I do like the volume on Palantir. That's true. I was looking at that. Oh, it's at 720. I was going to say, I'm looking at that 720 level with a little bit of interest, guys, here for Palantir. Here was the break. You know, I mean, 710 was a lot better, but you're starting to break higher. And then realistically, you know what? Sorry, guys. I think it was this 730, not 720. That's what it was. It was 730. Looking to break out of this range here. So we've made kind of these bottoms off of a nasty move down here. So now you're looking to break through 730. That was the level. Sorry, not 720. It's 730, matching with 690 on the downside. So Palantir always makes me think about a trade that I know I love, and I know Arun had this last week as well. Snowflake is definitely a moving stock that you want to look to get involved with as well. That's moving nicely to 149 possible as a break. I don't like to take 149s. I'd rather wait for 150. But now that I see this, let's put Snowflake right back on our radar here at 150 as it's at 148.50. That could be a good play. Microsoft, yeah, looks like that 52 level is pretty key up top. I'm going to take it out if it gets back up there, guys. Microsoft back up to 252. I don't know, the market's above the 50 period. Actually, let's just hold on to it, but I am well aware of this 252 level coming into play, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously the market's still figuring out it's 280, or not the 280, the 80 mark, the 3980 level. I figured we'd do something around here, but I mean, it's just kind of decided that it wants to do nothing. So the only issue that I'm having right now, apart from the names that ran early, which, you know, Square and Qualcomm, they had their own whatever. They did what they did off the open. NVIDIA, really? NVIDIA caught a bid this strong. Now, I paid $69.50 because I didn't think I'd get my hands on 70 even. Well, it turns out I could have gotten 70 even by a large mile there. Damn, okay. I still like the daily short. It's just I could have got a much better price. Damn it. Okay. As it comes back in, again, based on the daily, I'm playing for that failed high reversal from Friday. So if we get the move back up into that area that would kind of clear it, my stop on this would be north of here, 172 and change. That should take out the morning of Friday morning's kind of support level that we kind of worked with. So we were trending up in the pre-market. We fell off the open, and then I shorted into that. So if we get above to 172, we really should be losing this potential short on the daily as well. So for now, we are in the short. I'm going to stick with the short. I'm not going to dump it just yet, but 172 would end this trade. And the read would actually flip to a long, but I'm not going to take it because it's going to get too expensive, because then the stop has to be underneath 167 and all this other stuff. I'm not going to bother with that. I'm just going to stick with what I've got here. you see the board, it's full of shorts here on my side. The only one I've actually cashed out on some of is going to be Tesla, as NVIDIA continues its move up. Crude continues its move up, so potential long here on crude coming soon, maybe north of 73 and change. It's up 2.3%. We'll see if crude can continue its action to the upside. Here you go, Qualcomm starting to kind of come off a little bit now as it finds some resistance here around that 118 and starts to taper off a little bit here. We are short in front of 117 as it kind of rallied strong. Tesla underneath 173 and still trying to work through that zone, which is fine with me, because the longer Tesla takes, the better the read is, because it actually means that they're trying to chew through the volume that's down there. We know it's a support zone. Can they chew through the volume? The longer they spend not going up means they're actually attempting to make a move through this volume that's going to support it. So, hey, I'm all for that. If Tesla wants to take the next 2 hours trying to figure this out without coming back to 175, I'm all for it. But if it does bounce to 175, that means I got to respect that support level, and we are going to walk away from it. But for now, it does look like the market wants to make a move back to 80 and continue going up, it seems.
Yeah, we're nicely above some levels here. I'm sort of kicking myself a little bit about Softy. I'm going to get it out if it comes back to 252. I feel like it's been such a good run up, man. If we could take $3 on Microsoft, we probably should do that, especially into today, with it possibly settling down here with the rest of the afternoon coming through into tomorrow at 8:30. We're going to be live tomorrow at 8:25 with Neil and myself. We'll catch Arun on the flip side, and he'll talk about futures a little bit at 9 o'clock tomorrow after the number hits. But I can just see it sort of settling down a little bit now, for the rest of the day. So any kind of a bump up here back to some levels that I know have been supported, I like that for an out here for Softy. So, hey, if it continues to go up, man, this is one of the better long ideas, I feel like, for today. However, Roblox has been a really good long. That's starting to break higher. I'm looking for 34 maybe on this name as a stopping spot, maybe 33.50. But that's 75 cents in the money for Roblox. So that's so far so good. Working out for us as we look for some more names. COSM, we can look at that. HTGM, a lot of people looking at that name. So shout out to, who was that? They just said, what's up? Ahmed. What's up, Ahmed? All right, HTGM. I'm going to say it's a NASDAQ name. Let me go over and have a quick look here to see if that's the case. Yes, it is. Okay, $1.50 name. So HTGM trying to make a move here today. And by trying, I mean it's up 175%, but it has faded off of that $2. So nice rip up to $2. Look, this looks like it's basing, man. This HTGM, molecular diagnostics right now, molecule. So I don't know, some interesting spots here down to 130. Looks like a good bottom, 130, 140 here for this name. Looks to be pretty good. So I would say you got a nice base here. Watch out for another rip. Looks like 180 could be pretty key for this name, but down here to 130, you have the 200 period. I like this name, HTGM. Looks like Softy does not get going again. It got to 251.65 now, Microsoft. Let's see if it gets up to 252 again there. But I'm looking for that name to go. We'll get out of that. We are nicely $1 in the money on Roblox. We're a dime in the money on Neo, and RIVN's not doing anything. So hopefully it does. And we're going to go find out more about what's happening right now, and Brendan at the desk.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out. Link on the screen there. 40% off holiday sale continuing on right now. Check them out. Link, as I said, they're bottom of the screen. For the most part, a green board to show you to kick things off this week. 0.35 right now for the S&P, about 0.5% for the Dow. It is small caps for the most part struggling. The Russell 2000, notably the first to go red on the day. 0.3, 0.2 there for the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. If you're with us in the pre-market, we mentioned Boeing up on a couple of multiple billion-dollar deals announced over the past couple of days, bringing a price target increase and a positive note from JP Morgan. Yeah, RIVN not getting that Merc deal. They're going to focus on North America. Microsoft picking up 4% of the LSE. There's Boeing. Day highs as we speak right now. Nice day, 2.7 for Boeing. I just saw this as well. Most Disney Plus subscribers for streaming gained last month, awarded to Disney, apparently. So out of all of the streamers, most subscribers gained going to Disney last month, guys.
Disney making moves?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, they did have, I wonder if some of that They had a big release. I mean, I know it's Disney Plus, but I knew they had that big release there, of course, with Wakanda Forever. I don't know. I can see that. I could see Disney getting a little bit more bump here heading into the holidays as well, with more people at home, more kids, possibly activating Disney Plus memberships. I don't know, something. Might be something, might be nothing right now. All right, I'm just noticing Rivian 2680 as a top. Oh, we got that fill? Okay, good. We got a fill down here at 50. All right. So my next fill is down here at 40. So we've averaged into it. Again, I just want to take a little bit of pressure off. I'm still looking. I'm surprised that it's held up. So I am thinking that maybe we can get a 27, a 27.20. But I am down here at 40 to take another piece out. Again, it's not... You know, we're not setting the world on fire here with this Rivian trade. I just want to be there in case we have the opportunity to set it on fire to the downside. So let's wait to see here if Rivian goes. We did mess up that Microsoft trade. That looks like it's falling back down. Looking to reload this possibly at 250. That's always been decent reload spots there for Microsoft. So we'll look to see if we can get involved with that. Neo back in, and then that HARP. This is a halted name right now, it looked like. HARP? Yeah, so right now, Harpoon Missile, straight harpooning to the upside as it's taking some levels out right now. Like you can see here, we are in a halt state, so both Arun and I won't be trading this once it's in halted state, but hopefully on a nice little upside move, we'll be able to see what happens here with HARP. So right now, not any trading, but it's a big move there. Looks like it's going to be volatility. We'll wait for a reopen on HARP here.
Yeah, some decent strength across the board. Crude now well above that 73 mark. We were looking for potential break longs on crude. I'm going to wait for it to settle up here. This is the kind of trend you're dealing with on crude. Ever since we broke that 72 and we started to rotate back up, it seems like we've caught a bid. So we're going to run strong here on crude, running up. The other one that's been an issue for me and this is not going to work out, especially with the way it's moving now, NVIDIA, the way it's moving around. We were supposed to get some resistance here from 169, mid 169s into 170. We should have caught some resistance, and NVIDIA did a complete U-turn and did this. So that's most likely going to take out the daily look as well as we get above 172. That's going to be a hit as we continue on. Brennan.
Another little one trying to get going here, guys. IBRX. 2.7 just popped up through 630 there. They announced 157 million in new financing secured this morning. Was actually down on that. I guess a few people wanted more, but back to positive here for that one.
All right, new position alert right now. Let's try AMD on the board. Now, you talked about NVIDIA a little bit. AMD, again, weak against the market. You're up against a 200 period here as well. So I'm thinking that there is something possibly here for AMD. Let's just wait to see if it bounces off, giving it to like $69 or so. So we're short now. We need to take some money if we're going to give it that far. So let's see if it can get back into 68 flat. We will. I mean, we're always here to take pieces out, so let's make sure that we do that. If it does come back into like 68, not 68.30, but down here 68.20, something like that, I feel like is a decent out for me if we can get that there on AMD. Downside pressure now, hopefully coming, but I do want to be short again if we get into the 60s, and then just up to 69. That's it. Like, we'll be short that name. I like this name short until we break above 80. I know that's a long ways from now, but if the market's just kind of going to barcode now the rest of the day, I don't know. I thought there would be one move. Looks like we had it. It came right back. I called it sort of as an inside day, and what I mean by that is like we wait for tomorrow, right? So there's some size there too. We're going to make a play on this. We're going to see what happens. We're short again on AMD here. There is some size, but I'm just trying to hold this name up to 69. So if it breaks out through 69, fine. We are waiting for that. Roblox $1.20 in the money. Rivian back into the money again, but not doing much. Neo's been a good trade for us. We've talked about that today a couple times. So yeah, let's just keep it on. Right now, the big trade for me to worry about is this AMD. It's a new position, and I'm trying to give it up to 69. So average incoming for AMD, basically around that pre-market high of 68.80. That's we're going to try it against 69. I think it's worth it here. Maybe not for a long time, but hopefully back down to view up at least now. We need to get some more shares right here as we're getting close to that 68.80.
Yeah, Tesla is looking like it wants to chew through the rest of what's there. So still working through 172 half to the downside. Fine. NVIDIA, we ended up getting out of it. It's still way too strong. It's reversing the daily look, so that's definitely going to be a hit. That's probably going to set up on the long side, which I'm not going to get involved in. But what I do want to get involved is on the actual futures itself. I want to see if we can get a dip here, a small little dip. Not a big one. A small little move down. We're trading at 39.82 and change near the highs of the day. If we can just come back into a little bit, preferably down here into the, away from the high. I like the strength. I just don't want to pay up to 82. I do like the idea of potential longs here in the future, especially with me being short across the board here on the equity side of things. So potential longs on the futures here. I'm looking for somewhere underneath 80, preferably closer to the mid 70s here. Potential long against the 60 low. Why 60? This is kind of where we've been rotating through, it seems like. There's still strength here towards 50. We should not fail. If we were to come back a little bit here, we should not fail through 60. If we lose 60, we probably will take 50 out as well. So for me now, we're at 82. I want it to come back down 5 points, 6 points here. And then I start looking at getting some longs here against the pre-market high, which sits around 70 and change. I'm willing to step in front of that by a few points. So preferably mid 70s here, potential longs. Even with Tesla still working its downside, I still would, I'd be open to the idea of potential longs if I can get the right prices on my futures positions.
All right, we're averaged nicely now into AMD. So now we have this price. It's not a great one, obviously, but we just got what we sort of wanted to get there on that high side for AMD. So now we are short here at 60, hoping for a nice little move down. We're still watching for that 69. I have one more fill to come here in the 80s, and then that's it, man. And then we wait. If we're going to be right, then like Arun said there, have some patience, wait for levels to come through. Hopefully they do. And when they hit, we're going to be there with the right stocks on and with the right prices on board. The only thing that I'm getting, here comes AMD back down. The only thing that I'm getting a little nervous about as I see AMD, again, NVIDIA, you know, its brother here, is making a move to the upside today against AMD. So this is up 1.2% and kind of ripping, while AMD is kind of doing the other move here, has been going to the downside, but now is going to the upside. So I'm hoping for a retracement back in some of these names here as the market is now trying to pull down. RIVN is now 17 cents. Yes, sir, there it is. We just caught a bid there. Good. I was wondering why my net sort of fluctuated there a little bit because I was watching AMD and like, not much happening on AMD, but yeah, something is definitely happening there on RIVN. We just got a 40 bid, like we called that. Up here, 80s was the last short, 40s is out. You're going to see me being, I don't know, you're being pretty active today for sure, I feel like, with your positions on board. But I'm going to be a little more active in getting in and out of them. So here it comes, RIVN, nice out down there, and this is what I do. We scalp in and out, right? So position taken out. Like if I don't, like we just got short 70 and I just got out 40, that's 30 cents. If I don't do that, you know, then we're right back up now, and I'm wondering, hey, I just missed out on 10 cents, could always re-short, right? But that's part of it. Look at AMD. AMD just went right into the money for us, or flat anyways, back down to 50s. We're short at 56. We didn't take anything out, and then it rips back up. So it's give or take. Like, you know, sometimes holding on to positions are good. Sometimes they're not. It's, you know, I saw this 252, and I sort of then thought to myself, hey, maybe we get higher on Microsoft. But look what happened. It faded all the way back down to the point where it doesn't even really look that good anymore. And do I even want to go long Microsoft while I'm short AMD? Answer to that one, who cares? Go long Microsoft. There's AMD. We just got a piece out. I'm going to try the Microsoft bid down here low. There we go. We just take a bid off of VWAP. Let's see if it holds some of these levels. 249.75. If that breaks, we're out of Microsoft. And down goes AMD. Let's get a, oh, we just missed a 47 bid. We're there at 47 now on AMD. There it is. Yes, sir. As we hit the sirens now. Good trading here for Advanced Micro. Go down. Yeah, good thing we found this one. AMD to the downside. Another one for DJ Khaled and Company as another short in. We don't have any losing trades so far here today, Arun, so it's been a good one.
Well, I can't say the same to that, but at least I've got Tesla that's covering some damage here as Tesla is now taking out 172 to the downside. It does look like, I mean, at the pace that it's going, it does seem like they want to take a look here at that 170. Should be an interesting one if they do keep grinding here. I mean, the daily is solid here too in terms of support, but we seem to be chewing through the first one. Now we're getting through the second one. The question is, can we actually work our way through 170? Because if you look at the daily after 170, what do you have? It's going to be a tough one here. If you break 170, which would sit right where this red line is, well, actually, no, that's a low of the day. The red line will put you right there. Then next up, you would have to go after the lows from the 8th, which is at 169 and change, and we're not too far away from the actual lows there on November 22nd, which sits around 166 and change. So We've got some space to move, obviously, but at the same time, we are working through resistance or support. And anytime you got a move like this, it's better off that it takes this sweet time burning through the volume that's there, that's going to try to support this, versus a quick flash down. Because although the quick flash down might be quick money, at the same time, the longevity of that move is in question. A move like this that's been, attempted to being held up a couple times, that still continues to go down. I have more faith in that one. So Tesla heading on down to the downside. Oh, and futures contracts, I have picked up some here around mid 77s. I stepped up a little bit. I was just like, I don't know if I can get my 75, 75-ish that I was waiting for. So I did step up here into the 77, high 77s here. And so I am long on the futures contract, up a couple points. But again, we got to take the highs out. For me, the risk here is that if we either take out these highs, continue going, or we start to taper off again, start respecting these 80s again. So I'm essentially playing for a high break. If we can't get the high break, I go away from this very, very quickly. So for now, we are long. We're about 4 points in the money on the futures contract. So we're $6.37 in the money on Tesla, 4 points in the money on the futures contract. And then I've got a whole host of shorts now working. NVIDIA, obviously, and then we've got Qualcomm and a Square from this morning, and then PayPal somewhat flat. But here we are kind of waiting for this market to either make a move to the upside so I can get paid on the future side, or if Tesla is going to fall apart even more and maybe turn this $6.44, is it 10 bucks? Who knows? I mean, a double digit sounds good on a day like today for in terms of per share. Why not? Let's see if we can get that.
Yeah, I like that. I like the double digits. Let's go to the double digits, man. Right now, let's go like this again, because look at that Microsoft. Okay, we're reloaded down there at 250. We got it 250.23. We just got it out at 85. So that's a quick 60 cents in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So like you're going to look, and again, we talk about this all the time about the different styles of trade, right? You're going to see Arun, like I just made 60 cents in 3 minutes, right? So you got to be able to scalp as well and be able to hold on, trade in your lane, in your zone, get in your zone, hit it, and don't leave. That's the big thing there. Look at RIVN. RIVN's starting to fall down a little bit. So let's take advantage of that and punch out again at 40. And again, look at this, man. We missed the reload. I don't know what I was doing there. We got to wait at 75. Let's put an order a little bit higher there for RIVN. If we like that short, we might as well take it at some point, right? Or again. So there it is right there. Look at AMD. AMD also falling back a little bit here into the market one more time. So again, we got a little nervous. It did rip back up. But look at some of these outs here on AMD to the downside. So this, again, a pretty big trade for me going on for AMD. We believed in it, and it is paying off now to the downside for AMD. There it is. We just got a 29 fill as it's just touching VWAP. We still have a decent spot on for this name. Microsoft still hovering around the high side. Roblox still $1 in the money in there, and RIVN again. Look at the out there on RIVN, right? Just kind of hit it again to that outside. Quick check on Tesla 172. Good job on that one. CVNA as well. Carvana, oh, wow. Okay.
NF. Ooh, you went for NF?
I don't know what I went for, man. I was going for everything there. Is NF, we keep going,
is something
futures.
New
Zealand?
No, NZ is New Zealand. Right. NF is something futures. I just don't remember what it was.
Something futures?
Yeah.
Maybe it was a crypto mini futures or something. I don't know what that was, but yeah. Anyways, Carvana, it keeps making bump ups, but I mean, I'm not really excited about this name. I was earlier, of course, and not so much now, as it doesn't really seem to be doing much, and I don't want to really trade names that aren't doing. I mean, it's going to the downside. It has 5 million shares, but that's nowhere near the volume that I thought was going to happen for Carvana. So let's do a little bit of a pass on that name for now. NEO, again, we just got that. That just fell back in again. We're going to go, like, honestly, I mean, you've seen the trades today. AMD, this is still 30 cents in the money. That's going to be a big trade for us. I think we've talked a little bit enough about Microsoft. That's going to be a big trade, so that's 2 for 2. NEO, you can see that. That's in the money. That's 3 for 3. Roblox is 1 in. Monster trade out right there for Roblox. So, so far so good on that one as we continue to watch that name go. So that's 4 for 4. And then RIVN, although RIVN's, it's good. I'm hoping for a little bit lower. This makes it 5 for 5 today. So, good ideas. The only missed opportunity, I think it's one that you were thinking about as well, maybe, Arun, and that was, we talked about it quickly, was Netflix. Netflix, I feel like we both missed it. If not, I'll just take myself missed it. I definitely wanted that 320. Look about a 324. That 322 is what came in. So, missed opportunity there. And again, why do we look at a name that was strong, that we thought maybe could be weak? It just, again, again, bump up on Cowan, best idea 2023. A lot of upgrades, right? And here's the fall back for Netflix. So just pulling back into 310, that's going to look like a good long too, man. 310, that could be a decent spot. Let's see if it gets down there. $2 more and we'll look at this near 310 for Netflix. But definitely missed opportunity up there at 322 this morning. Obviously, when it's down $10, it's a missed opportunity. But let's just keep on with the names that we got. RIVN downside, Microsoft trying to hold up, and then yeah, Advanced Micro, nice little downside move. I'm going to take a 25 right now. There it is. We actually get a 23 right now. Oh, Canada! Shout out to Morocco. Shout out to Croatia. Shout out to France. And the final shout out goes to Argentina right there as well. Should be a fun World Cup last 2 games here into the finals.
Yeah, there's one game today. Tomorrow, right?
Tuesday is the first game, I believe. Tuesday,
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Back-to-back Jacks.
All right, finally, we're getting some movement here on PayPal after pretty much the morning doing nothing. PayPal finally making a move. We were playing for the daily here. I was fading into the move up towards that 73, half 74. Now we've picked up some mid 73s at 73.45, and it just wouldn't come down. So it finally made its move here, respecting what was supposed to be the daily look here with some negative movement, or at least a trend line, it looks like, if you want to mark off the trend line there. As it comes down, we should be next level of support here. Now I'm short 73.5. The stop on this was fairly tight because it was only 74. So I only put up like 50 cents in risk on this trade. And now here it is at 73. So this is the 1-to-1 if I get out now, but I feel like we can get a break of that pre-market or that opening low, which is 72.83. So I'm going to look for that kind of a flush through the opening low. I'm going to get out on the flush through the opening low on PayPal. So we're not expecting too much, but I am looking to play off of some existing stops that I suspect are going to be below the opening low. So why not get an extra 10 cents or so below there. So we are going to put some bids below the opening low just to get out some of this position. Futures market, yeah, it's come back a little bit. I mean, like, I expected this, to be fair. I got the price. I would have preferred to get the mid 75s, exactly the mid 75s, but I didn't think I could get that based on the way it was moving. So we're playing for the high break. But if we're going to rotate through 75, then again, it's a fairly tight read at this point. We either get the high break or we fall back under the mid 75s or the mid 70s, and we walk away from this trade losing a few points here. For now, it does look like it wants to come down a bit. So futures market coming down a little bit. That's a 3 points out. PayPal coming on down. Then I think the big story at this point has got to be Tesla. It's down 4.5%, 4.4% to be exact here, and they're starting to work their way into 171 and change. Okay, we're getting awfully close to that 170, which should open the door for some stops, and I'm really looking forward to that if we can actually get to that point and get moving through that 170. In terms of trail stops, I'm going to be sitting behind 175 to the upside, so we're going to lock in $3.50 anyways. So if we are going to bounce back $4, I've already locked in $3.50 on the trade here on Tesla if that ends up happening and we don't get to 170. But for now, it does look like it wants to work out. And Qualcomm has finally stalled out once again around that 118.5. Finally, it's been running up all morning and now has stalled out for the second time here. There definitely seems to be some action around this 118 to 118.5. We'll see if that's enough to bring this one down because it's been strong so far. Although it's down 0.48, that's based on how it's traded overnight, not necessarily how it's traded since the open, because it's rallied up since the open, which may be a problem if it continues its move.
Yeah, I'm kind of in between doing a few things here as well, man. I mean, just looking at the same trades that we've had this whole time. I'm glad to see your PayPal starting to finally get going a little bit there for you. Our Microsoft's doing the same stuff. What else you guys want to look at? Carvana short 420, yeah, it's not there yet. Well, I was wrong on all 4 trades. Don't worry about it, Barker. There's going to be a lot more coming through. MMAT, another one of those names. There's been some destruction in some of these plays. MMTLP, MMAT. We did have the OTC markets VP on last week, talking a little bit about this one. This was up to 240. Now, big move down to 125. So this is worth looking at for sure when we get back from Brendan and the small cap recap. Maybe it's MMAT. Let's go.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by MasterWorks. They let you invest and diversify your portfolio in fine art without spending millions. To date, 6 of 7 MasterWorks exits have delivered over 20% returns. Go to masterworks.art/ TraderTV.live to learn more. APVO was a big mover that we discussed briefly in the pre-market. If you were with us, we got up to 750, topped out a couple of times here at 750 in the pre-market. I really wanted 8 and then 850 if you go to a daily chart. You'll see why. Sometimes you don't get what you want, though. 7 breaks right at the open, goes straight through to 550, and then 5 was the low there. So retraces the entire thing. Big move down for APVO. Carvana was the other one. I actually thought this was going to get going back to the long side. Tried it long versus 5, which we talked about as well, that level from back on Friday. Flip that short now, starting to work a little bit, guys, downside, but not a lot of movement so far for CVNA.
All right, I was going through the chat. Kevin, am I averaging Carvana? I am not. I don't play that average game unless I pre-planned the average, so I had no intention of averaging into this. I wanted a specific price. If I get it, I'm taking the short, everything I wanted to take at that price point. I have no reason to average this because if it's trending, and given how it's trending, I probably am going to be wrong, and I'm not going to try to, just to make things better here. What am I on? Qualcomm. All right. The plan was to work into 117. I didn't think I could get a better price than 117. Go figure. So I just offered everything I needed to at 117, and clearly they gave me everything I wanted. And now they're still running up. I'm not going to add more risk to the trade if it seems like it's just going to keep going up. I'm also not going to step into more shares because I don't like to over leverage in that fashion, right? So for me, it's like if I pre-plan the average, because let's just say I wanted a specific price, 117. If the market's not getting there, and I don't think we can get there, but I still want the price there because I like prices to make sense of the risk of the trade. So if I can't get to 117, then I might take some in front of it and then average it so I get it to 117. If I can get my hands on 117, then I got everything I need at that price, right? So I'm not going to step into more. That just adds more risk to the trade. I only assign a certain amount of risk per trade. And Qualcomm, I added the risk I needed at the price that I wanted. So for me, there's no point in averaging more just because it just adds more risk in a move that's continuing against me. So it's not exactly helpful, I think, to add more risk to a trade that's going like this. For now, though, I still have Qualcomm. I still have PayPal, which is in the money. Square, obviously, has been out since the open. Tesla, big winner there, has bounced off of 171, it seems like. And then the futures position, okay, we're getting the strength I wanted in the midst. Again, this is one of those situations where I wanted a specific price, didn't think I could get it, and then I stepped up. But if I needed to, if it went low enough, I could have averaged it. So in this situation, because I know I wanted the average price around a certain band, I stepped in front of it because I didn't think I could get it, but I also know that if it came in where I can get the average price down to a specific area, then I would step into more because I assigned the risk for this trade, right? So for me, that's all it is. For now, we're up a point here after being down a couple points here on the futures, or a few points on the futures. Still running strong. Obviously, the ones that need to win are winning, which is the futures and Tesla, and the ones that are losing have been losing since this morning, and then PayPal's flat, sitting in there doing nothing for now.
All right, yeah, I was just looking at NEO here, and the same kind of thing as what you're talking about there, trying to just make sure that we don't hold on to all of our trades for the whole day. When key levels are hit, I definitely like to get out of them. So right there, if we could take this out on NEO, it's just this little level here breaking through and tapping out through 40. So I want to be out of this name if we do tap out through 40 there. So that's going to be a level for me to look at. All right, RIVN's downside still. Roblox is still nicely in the money. Upside, AMD. We just missed a reload. So again, right there at 70, looking to get it. I'm actually at 69. It went to 67 or 68 there. So hopefully that will come in and we'll be able to get a nice little reload on that name as we look around for a little bit more. Yeah, I don't really know what to expect anymore out of this market, man. I mean, are they done? I see someone there putting a yawn in the market. Yeah, it's not. Maybe we are done shaking the trees, as you mentioned there, for the upside. I do like AMD against 69, so that's a level there. Check back in on Microsoft. It is at a spot here that we have averaged back in. Okay, so now we just got AMD to the upside. We just got that 69, Phil. So again, something to look at that, we're talking about that's at a level. So that's something there. Apple just turned green as well, finally, although it's bouncing around, but it is now green for the day on a little bit of a move up. It looked like there. Yeah, not really. It was downside. That's really what we looked at there for Apple initially was, hey, are we going to bounce off of this 140? We stopped at 140.50. So we're not far away from Apple bottom there, down to 140. So, we'll see if that can come into play. Ooh, DraftKings was a level that was a name that we looked at earlier, was coming through. Beautiful move up. I mean, this just stair-stepping upside to 1420, then coming in, wow. And a nice bounce. It respected that 50 period of 1390. So DraftKings on a nice little move to the upside as well today. We kind of missed that one, I feel like. Brendan, what's up?
AI maybe benefiting a little bit from that COUP deal today, just taking out the highs here on decent volume spike. C3 AI, it is up 6% so far.
Wow, some of these names, man. Some of these names that have been so depleted, they can run so fast. I mean, we were just on one like DraftKings there. Palantir, we're waiting for that one to happen. Check in on that. I was looking at C3A on my other chart. I will look at that PLTR for you in a minute. That Coupa software being bought out today. I don't know if it's moving or not. 720, we talked about that for Palantir. I'm looking at 730, so this name not really running with not much volume, so not much to see there. That Snowflake, we talked about a possible short at 150. That's right where it's at right now. So I don't know, man. The market's trying to break upside here. So I am leaning more towards the shorts, the longs than the shorts. This is a dangerous name. I really have to go back over here and make sure we watch out for AMD because that's getting ramped up now. We just missed our short. We're at, where are we at, man? Oh, we're at 85. So here we go. Oh, ooh, there we go. Now we got it. Now we're short AMD, all that we can have now. So let's see what happens with AMD. Maybe some downside pressure, but I need to get out of this one if it takes out 69. So just double checking our orders in there. So hopefully it doesn't go too far upside, but 69 coming into play right now on AMD. It's a level that we're going to try to short into. Well, we are short now, and it's not a horrible price. We're short at 68.81, and that's why you get out, man. We talked about already capturing profits on AMD, but hey, it's right there right now. 69.05 looks like the top of that one.
I see Playmaker is starting to, he chooses different people to go after, and it seems like he's coming after me now. He says, Arun, Christmas tree, I want to send you my bad elf. Yeah, I got a Christmas tree. You want to? Sure, I'll take a bad elf. Whether it goes up on the Christmas tree or is going to do mischief around the house is going to be up to my wife, but it does, I definitely have a Christmas tree there. From the 305. He's making a count here as his super chat is also 305. Yes, sir. I've got a Christmas tree there for you, Playmaker. We've also got one here on the floor, which should have some. We got what's going on with this Christmas tree? I thought everyone was supposed to bring in an ornament or something. There's like one ornament on it.
I kind of was talking about that, and then I myself didn't bring one in, so I'm not.
We got one big candy cane.
I'm not doing very good on that front, but it's a great idea, man. I love that idea.
Yeah, we got a Christmas tree here on the floor as well. As it needs more ornaments. Right now we've got one big candy cane there. Okay, we just got out of something, which was Square. Okay, Square kept going. Oh man, Square. Square and Qualcomm have been a problem. They just kept running ever since I got in. I've picked up names that just decided just boom, straight up, continuing on up. Okay, this is just Cherif passing by. I was like, I thought he had a gift in my hand already. Gift in his hand for me. No, it's not
from
for
Playmaker,
me.
apparently.
Oh, it is from Playmaker. Oh, okay. Cherif, there you go, Playmaker. Cherif's got something for you on his show because he's got delivery of what you sent him, I guess. Last time was a nice cocoa butter Vaseline. A dual pack, because hands are dry sometimes, I guess.
That's what it's for,
that is what it's for. Futures market. We were looking for this 80 break, and we're not getting this, not even 80 break, but the high break. They got close to 82, but we keep backing off. I'm going to keep giving it a chance, but we can't keep doing this. I'm going to give it some more time. If we can't maintain some strength here above 80 and we keep getting this sell side action, I'm going to have to walk away from this. This whole play is meant to go after the highs of the day or the highs of the pre-market. And if we can't go after it, then it's not worth the risk at that point. For now, we'll hold on to it. We'll give it a chance here a little bit more. But if we lose these mid-70s at this point, I'm just going to walk away, take the couple points hit, and keep it going, or walk away from it and kind of settle up later. But for now, Tesla, second leg, maybe second leg down. I don't know. It's at 172. Can we get this 171 and take another shot to the downside? And Qualcomm, every time it does this, gives me hope that it's going to come back down because they make it look like it. I know the daily chart's there. I know the chart is there. It's just we're not just getting the intraday action to help out on the short side here for Qualcomm. But for now, it is stalling out here around that 118.5.
All right, man, we just ranked some registers as well on our short here with AMD. I mean, we just talked about that, man, and in a couple minutes went all the way back into the 50 period again for AMD. So we didn't get enough. Well, we did actually, because it came down to 50. I was waiting for a little bit lower though. So let's see, there it is. We just took another 50 bid there. So far so good on this short for AMD as it's pushing, man. We got a 40 and a 30 bid. So hopefully we'll come back in, fill this up a little bit more for AMD. RIVN, nice trade on that one as we're waiting for this to flush a little bit more, to be honest with you, on RIVN. Hopefully that can come back down. We do have our plan of action for Microsoft. I mean, we're short AMD. I mean, we never really want to be long and short tech names, but Microsoft has really gone up for a rip up. So we got a good reload right here again. I feel like it's a decent spot now, but I don't know. We're starting to break through some levels now. I'm going to get out of this name if we break that back down below 250. I think that's the right thing to do for Microsoft. So watch out for a 250 break coming for MSFT. All right, without any further ado, let's go back to the desk again. Busy guy here, Brendo, today. I'm not sure what we're talking about, but crypto maybe? Let's go over to Brendo at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, red market to show you so far for cryptocurrencies today. I saw this headline floating around in the pre-market. It's worth noting they have since come out and said they have no knowledge of this, but the DOJ is apparently poking around with Binance now and CZ. So heads up on Binance. But again, they have since come out and said they have no knowledge of that to be true. There is Bitcoin. Yeah, we had that move down over the past 24, 48 hours, back below 17,000. Look what's happening right now, though. It's trying to retake 17,000 back to the upside. Still overall, we're kind of back and forth, chopping around in this range that it's been setting up for over the past couple of weeks. But as I mentioned, red numbers here, top to bottom so far for all of these. 0.72 for BTC, 1.6 for Ethereum back downside.
What is not slow is crude. Crude is on fire, now up 4%. And we started this day out flat on crude. And now this is the rally you're getting on crude from 9 o'clock, it seems. From 9 o'clock, here we are now from 71 all the way up to 73 and change, sitting just shy of 74, straight trend to the upside. I'm not chasing this. I know I want longs above 73. We were kind of tentative with the resistance level going from 72 to 73. Now we're above it. I'm not going to chase into it. I mean, the trade was there for half a second as it kind of broke through and took off. So what we're going to have to wait for crude, and crude has a tendency to do this, is to wait for it to come back down. It will kind of reverse this one directional, like, you know, you just straight move in one direction. That becomes a problem. So what I would rather do is that we would just walk away from crude walk away from crude in terms of chasing the trade, but actually just let it come back to us. If it does settle up around 73 and change, then it's time for us to kind of, you know, maybe step back in. What I was doing there just now was actually walking away from futures. That's what I'm doing. It's not doing what I needed. They tried like 3-4 times trying to go after the 780 high. Now we might still take it, but this is just getting too dangerous to hold on at this point. Remember, the trade was meant for the high break, but if we can't even get that going in any reasonable fashion, I don't think this is going to be the trade, right? At least not right now. It's going to be the trade for me to take a shot at that. So we'll reassess later on. We might get crude, we might get futures contracts, but for now, we're just going to hold on to Tesla. $7.19 in the money still, and now making another attempt at that 71. So great. Take another shot. Maybe we can get to 170 this time around, and PayPal starting to make a second move towards that 73 as well. So that's up 42 cents in the money. Trying to cover some damage from NVIDIA and Square from earlier this morning.
Yeah, we got out of Microsoft that broke through 250. It's just right here right now. We got out almost as fast as we got in there. Broke out on that one, taking advantage of this move to the downside with AMD. We talked about Amazon. That was a definite missed opportunity as well earlier for that name, and especially where it went to. It went to a nice high of 89.50 there. It sucks because I was waiting at 89.80. Just thought we'd get that, and I'm trying to be a little more patient with my positions. As you guys know, recently we've talked about that. Being more patient, waiting for things to come through. It definitely worked for us on AMD, not so much here on Amazon because we just got a little too patient waiting for the upside. But it is trying to take some levels out again here. And of course, that is going to be Amazon. Whoops, wrong way there on the move. You know, upsider would be nice, man. 89, 89.10, something like that, where you get these averages. That's not a horrible spot for Amazon, but you could see Yeah, it sucks on our charts. I'll have to do a better job and look at different charts for that on Amazon. What's that? That's down 2%. Oh, NEO. So NEO, you know, it made a bottom at 25. He probably should have respected that. I'm still waiting for 40 to come in. And again, just trying to hold out to some of these trades, as looks like it's going to be, I think it's going to be Cherif and Luca, I think, on the midday show. So that should be pretty good as Cherif's getting ready to go after taking over Brendo's job there. Not an easy one, that's for sure, that he took over there on Friday. Thanks for that again, Cherif. All right, so I want to try it one more time downside there. So we got a 75 bid against that 50 level there. I just wanted to get out of Microsoft in case it did flood to the downside there. It doesn't look like it wants to do that. So let's take that money back that we lost, take back 25 cents right now. There, did we get out there or not? Yes, we did. So there it is. So a nice little out for us so far there on Microsoft. We just took 20 cents back. And this is going to be a one-to-one trade, right? We're giving it down to 50. So we'll take it out as it just goes up to 250 again. Just a little scalping action there. Hopefully we can fly. We're going to get out of this at 249.50. It has pulled back nicely here today. That is Microsoft on a pullback. We had it early, man. We didn't take advantage of that 252. We talked about it. Pulled back once, we got it. Pulled back again, we lost. Then we brought the dip, the ultimate dip, hopefully, down there at 249.75. Now let's see if we get to 251. But look at the S&P, or sorry, the NASDAQ. Still below, man. Still below on the 50 period. So I'm definitely favoring shorts if we can find some. Still watching out for that trade with you on Tesla, that's a good one. I know NVIDIA was a little rough. The Tesla one's a good one. AMD's actually pulled back as well right now. What else do you have on? PayPal's great. Yeah. OCOM. Oh, QCOM.
QCOM.
I'm looking at the bottom. You see how it cuts off the Q there? So it looks like.
Wait, why does it say OCOM?
That's what I'm saying. So it looks.
Guys,
I was like,
correction,
what
it is not
trading?
OCOM.
Exactly.
Yeah, no. That's gonna miss.
Qualcomm.
Is there even a symbol called OCOM? Now I got to worry about.
People are going to think that that's what you're
Okay,
in?
that's not it's an invalid symbol. It's
No,
QCOM,
good,
guys.
good.
For whatever reason, it's cutting off the dash there on
That's
the
okay.
Q.
That was my bad. I was just sort of looking at that. I could have looked at our system to see either as well. But there's AMD, another piece out right now. We only have, actually, we have about 40% left of this. So let's see if this one continues to work. Microsoft is getting ready to take out that 50 level. So we're gone on that one. Complete regroup on Microsoft, guys.
Yeah, I'm also looking at, we talked about this early, and I don't know how many of you guys watching actually do get involved in nat gas, but from time to time I will start looking at it as well. And recently it's been fairly active. And now from the daily, not the daily, the 30-minute chart, we know what the daily looks like. It looks like absolute trash because it's just moving through levels like it's nothing. 680 was the kind of the overnight low. And I wanted to see how we would handle a break of 680. Now we broke under, we bounced all the way to 685, we took another shot, and now we're kind of, we bounced back to like 82, 83, and now we're going again. And it seems like we're starting to get some sell side pressure into nat gas. Now if this can hold up, I might actually just step into nat gas here and I use the 680, I'll probably use 690. So it's gonna be about 10 cents, which is, so it moves in thousands, so you're looking at about 100 ticks in risk if you decide to go for nat gas on the short side, and it's heavily leveraged too. I believe it's leveraged at, I gotta double check this, but I believe it's $10 $100 a penny is, I believe, per contract. So it's $100 a penny per contract is what the leverage is, I believe. So, you know, if you don't want to get involved in that, then you also have access to UNG. The chart should be the same here. Yeah, it is the same. It's gonna be rotating around that 2080 mark. Now I'm going to keep an eye on this one here. I might step into this fairly soon if we can just maintain this sell side strength on nat gas, but that's definitely on the table. Futures market has stabilized, so obviously, you know, we don't want this. Stability doesn't help the situation in this case because I actually wanted to move to the upside. So the fact that we're starting to go sideways and catching an offer from the top above 39.80 makes me think I don't want to be short here. Definitely not here, not yet anyways. So we are out of futures contracts, so we're done there, but we're gonna move into nat gas most likely fairly soon, and then crude is still running strong, so that one needs to come back down at least $1 before we can make a move. That move in crude is just nuts, but that's what it's been doing lately, right? To the upside. Well, not to the upside. It's just been moving like that, where it goes up from 0 to 4% and then reverses. By the time we come back today and we do the closing show, it wouldn't surprise me if crude was back to 0. right? Right now it's up 3.89% to the upside. And the big dog Tesla still working its way through, now through 171, and we're working towards 170.5 to the downside as it continues its move. And that's perfect because 170 is where the marker is going to be, because big round number. Are people going to freak out once it gets below 170 and open up stops? Is this market, or is this stock going to defend 170 based on buy side strength and whatnot? We cleared this resistance or this support level, that's gone. Now we cleared this one, that's gone. Next one up and the last one left is going to be that 170. We'll see how this one plays, but for now, it is $7.70 in the money.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we've just been scalping out and making a good amount of money here on our AMD trades. So, I mean, that's, again, we don't talk about our nets, as you guys know, but we'll make very similar amounts of money scalping in and out, like on this AMD trade versus that Tesla trade versus futures. Futures is a big dog for Arun, as you guys know, as well. And that's what we're talking about, looking for that. Thanks for that talk on nat gas. I mean, we haven't heard that from you. I think that's been a relatively recent thing, you looking at oil and nat gas, right? Yeah. So definitely, don't pigeonhole yourself just to equities or just to futures or something like that. But definitely know what your strengths are and your weaknesses are. If it's crypto, look at that, right? Trade Coinbase, trade the GBTCs, the ETHs. If you make a lot of money, I mean, I keep saying that I think AMD is the #1 stock for me, and we just keep going back to it. And today it is going to be my #1 name again. So stay with what's been working out for you. Like, oh man, we talked about Apple being relatively weak earlier, and I didn't do anything about it. Apple again with that bump up there to 143. Oh, that was a fade for sure. Now you're down to 141, taking down some of these lows on Apple. New trade alert in case it comes in. I like Shopify through the 50 mark. So if Shopify comes back in again here, down 2%, looking to make lowers here, lower lows. There's that 50 level. We already put that in on the close on Thursday. So watch out for 37.50 here on Shopify. Out already some amounts here on AMD. Like I said, we're holding about a third of this one, about a quarter left on AMD. All right. Good day so far, man. Yeah, lots of opportunities. Although the market's kind of back and forth, you are definitely having a downside push here. Let's go over to Brendan and get a good little look here at the different sectors with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, a little bit quiet as expected heading into what's to come over the next couple of days. We are positive for the overall market. Here's how the board looks right now for the S&P. Big move. Arun has been talking about this and covering it all morning, but yeah, we were basically flat in the pre-market for crude oil, now approaching 4%. Straight to the upside, unreal. So all of these, the energy producers, all catching quite the bid here. APA leading 4.6. Oxy's here 3% as well. They're all here having a nice day, 3 to 4% right across the board for oil stocks today. Semiconductors relatively weak. You can see this red up here is coming from the semi group today. There are some green names in the hardware equipment maker group, but overall it is software names that are leading right now. CDAY, CDAY. Payc, FTNT, 3 to 4% as well. To the upside, some weakness coming through in pharmaceutical names, namely Moderna, down 4.5 today, CRL, LH as well. So healthcare stocks basically break even to slightly higher. There's a decent amount of green coming from this group as well. That's Tesla, 3.8% downside. Yeah, we saw a huge move right out of the gate. There's Netflix as well, notable name, having a rough day. 1.8% to the downside. Overall, though, the market holding on to positive territory, guys.
Damn that Netflix. Man, now that 320 was probably the easiest trade. But again, Netflix is so Netflix, you look at the chart, you're like, damn, that was so easy. Except until it whips you and you can't step into it as soon as it takes out 320 because that's such a dangerous game. The risk on this is ridiculous. So you wait for the setup, but when you get the setup on Netflix, it's already gone. The trade would have been from 320 going on down. And if you look at the 30-minute, there was space down to at least here, which is around 312, which is going to be the high from Friday. Or not Friday, Thursday. The high from Thursday. So there is some action here around that 312 mark. So if you get 320 down to 312, $8, upside risk, at this point it would be like $5. So you're getting like a 1.5 to 1 payout if you just had to take the shot, which would make sense if you can get the right price being around that 320, and Netflix never gives you that chance to get the right price, especially lately since I've started looking at it. It just goes in one direction as soon as it picks a direction. As long as you're right, you're good. If you're not, you're getting run over. But it does seem like Netflix trending down. We should catch a bid here, I would imagine, between 312 and 310. given what Thursday's action looked like. But the futures market's not going to be there to help you. So for now, I would just, if you are short, just keep an eye out for this area as potential support as it catches the bid. But then Netflix can do what Tesla's been doing, right? Which is grinding through that area, and they're getting awfully close. I mean, we bounced. Did we actually bounce? Yeah. Oh, we did. Okay. We were down here at 170.5. I'm like, oh, that's awfully close, and now we're back at 171. We are starting to find some more of an issue as we get closer to that 170, which should not be surprising because 170 being a big round number, if you take it out, I would imagine a lot of stops are going to be going off. And I did send an order to get some nat gas contracts, but no, sir. It continues its move here down through 675, now at 674. I'm not paying 674 because I know where my risk is. With this leverage, I cannot pay this far down. It's just way too expensive. And what needs to be seen is, what is this gap all about, right? We are down below the overnight consolidation point. Now the gap being all the way down to 630, 640, even if you put in Friday's high, that's about 35 cents in space that needs to be discovered. Where's the support here inside of this gap? And we got no help from the daily as well. So I definitely keep an eye on this. Maybe UNG for anyone who's watching. That's the ETF side of things here on nat gas, but definitely got a lot of space to make a move. And we've seen how crude is moving. Clearly, energy has been moving in a wild fashion recently, so definitely keep an eye out. Potential opportunities coming either in nat gas or even in crude.
Yeah, it's been a wild moment for nat gas and for oil energy. Basically, Brendan talked about it finally going red for the year. Obviously, that's made a nice little move back up to the upside. We missed the AMD reload there, so that kind of sucks. Like unbelievable the levels we were waiting at, 80s again, just ripped all the way to the upside and we missed it. So definitely missed opportunity there on AMD, but we're there now with a little bit of a better price. I actually put a 72 to make sure we grab it as it goes all the way to 78 there. That would have been a decent reload opportunity, but again, it's only good when you got it and we don't got it. So we have to wait for that one to come in now. Hopefully AMD back up to the upside there. Banks pretty strong today. So JP Morgan up 0.6. I went to NF again, up to 0.6 there. So let's just keep on reloading that one. Hopefully it comes in again for us. 133. Now that I look at this, I mean, 133 has been a pretty key level for nat gas. So, or for nat gas, for JP Morgan bouncing off here. You can see on the 20-minute chart, not bad, not great level, but not a horrible one again. So. Come on, my minute chart now won't load, so hopefully that does come in, and I'll have a little bit of a look for you here on JP Morgan. So there it is right there. There's that 131 bottom. It's right at 133. That's the level that I'm trying to talk about here. If you look back from Friday, you did have that high of 134, then a dump off at the end of the day. It's a nice move back. So yeah, coming into 133.20, 134, pretty good for JP Morgan again. Look at this, man. The banks, huge move to the upside on these banks. So continues to work. Nicely done there as that's cooking here. Upside move on the banks. Roblox, I'm getting a little tired of it, but it's been a huge move, man. Just like your move there on Tesla. This is a $30 name, and we're in the money at $1.25. So about 5% upside now. We're in this money, 5% as it's starting to go now. Hopefully it does make that move back up. 33.60. We're coming into 34. We talked about possibly 35 for Roblox, but that level's 34. So 34 and change. We can come up to there, man. We got to take that out for sure on Roblox and, just offer that up. If it comes out, $34 is going to be a good spot for me. That should be where we get out of Roblox. So let's try to do that there. Roblox 34. If it gets up, that's where we want to get out. NEO's come right back into the low of the day. And as you can see for this one, again, Arun and I will trade differently, right? So I'm going to keep getting out if I can, if it takes out some key levels. We were waiting for 40. That didn't come through. Now you have the 200 period. Let's, unlike scalping out, let's let NEO try to continue to slide because we do have lower high again, and now we've just been put in one more time, and we're well below that, not well below, but we are below that 50 period now at 30, so maybe this does continue to trend down. RIVN's only 35 cents in the money. That's almost making the other move, but we've taken good advantage of that one. So yeah, I'm pretty fine with all of these trades. Okay, here comes AMD right back in again. Look where we're at, 35, 36. I got to put another bid, so we'll put a bid at 40 there, see if it can hit it. We're on Arca Gateway, see if it can fill us, trying to get rebates on, there it is, let's go. One more move down and we'll get filled, there it is. So it breaks through, we get that out again. So another 50 cents there on AMD, and we just keep on going back and forth. Hey man, we've only got 8 minutes now, Arun, so we're almost through this day. It's been a pretty good one. Unfortunately, a little sitting sideways there. I see someone mention that there on Carvana. So unfortunately, I'm waiting for this one to have a big move. I know you or Brendan was also talking about this name. So unfortunately, Carvana is not doing a whole heck of a lot. This one's been my disappointing name just because I thought something would happen. Amazon, we talked about that short, and then Netflix, we weren't able to get into that, although we should have. Netflix, a name that we can always look at throughout the day.
Yeah, Netflix is, well, I think for me, I'm going to just stop with Netflix because like the trade on Netflix was around 120, or around that 20 mark. So the fact that we couldn't even get back to that 20 mark and we're just bouncing off the 12s is going to be a problem. Netflix, 320, right? Yeah, 320. It's still continuing its move down. They're grinding through that level just like Tesla is. So they're still working their downside. Futures market has come off at 80. That's why we kind of walked away from it. We're like, I don't want to get stuck here, especially if we're looking for the high break that's not coming through. So as the market comes back down, it's going to be making some moves, it seems like, to the downside with some large weights. Tesla, Apple coming down as well. Boeing, by the way, has continued its move and still climbing north of that 185 and change. So Boeing is is going to be on the table. Is Boeing 185? Is 85? I know 80, that.
No, 185.
185. Yeah, 85. Okay, so 185 to the upside. Still breaking through. This clears the daily, so this is going to be one to watch as we go to Brendan with Money Talks.
Hey guys, just reading through a few notes as far as currencies are concerned for a Monday, for a brand new week as we head towards, again, key inflation data tomorrow. We get the Fed coming out on Wednesday. So not much to see here. It's a wait and see kind of a day to start things off for the week. 0.14 there for the US dollar, back towards that 105 area though. It's been chopping around in this range for the past few days, still holding that August low from the last pullback before we went absolutely parabolic up to 115 on the DXY at the highs. Euro back downside as well. Was actually green to start this morning. You can see now flat on the day. Canadian dollar 73.12 there, 0.16. Red numbers for the most part otherwise outside of the pound just going green as well, 0.08. 122.5 coming into play, but all eyes on tomorrow and Wednesday, guys.
All right, it's a quiet day, and then there's a question in the chat. I think a few people have asked this question. You know, with Apple coming down, like, what's holding the S&P up? Well, let me show you guys one thing. This is going to be the S&P top weights here. Obviously, this is tech heavy at the top. This is NASDAQ heavy, right? So Microsoft is doing its job here. Apple's down 0.57. Apple only has 2 percentage points, or not even 2%. It's like 1 percentage point or more weight in the NASDAQ. Right, so Microsoft is right behind it. So Microsoft's at 1.5 and Apple's down 0.5. Microsoft can easily recover Apple's losses in terms of weighting stability, right? So NASDAQ, fairly controlled. S&P on its own, excluding the tech names, mostly positive. So if you're wondering why the S&P is still holding up, is because most names in the S&P, it seems like, that are at the top of the wait list that aren't tech names are still positive. The only one being negative is going to be Berkshire, down 0.18%. And then on the tech side, you've got Microsoft holding the market up. It seems like, at least for now, because Amazon is down 1%, Meta is down, but that also would mean if you're seeing that kind of weakness, that means the NASDAQ is going to be much weaker, and the NASDAQ is weaker, right? So NASDAQ is down 0.2%. Tech-heavy names, obviously Microsoft's the only one holding it up there, but when you come back to the S&P, you're getting non-tech names that are actually positive. So it's offsetting a lot of what you're seeing on the tech side in the S&P, and that's why the S&P is up 0.26 and the NASDAQ is down 0.2. So that's kind of, it's all a weighting game. Like the weights that are assigned to each name, if you can offset one name with another name, then it kind of just cancels each other out, right? And that's what's happening with NASDAQ, with Microsoft and Apple in the S&P side. when you go to the NASDAQ side, there's more names that are negative, so obviously that can't be just enough to keep it positive. But for now, it does look like the market has found some 75 to 81, 82 as a range we're going to work with. This is how you get chopped up. I would avoid this as much as you possibly can until we get some clarity, whether we break through the highs or we come back down to low 70s, we set something in new up. But for now, there's nothing to do on the futures contracts, at least on the S&P side of things. NASDAQ, maybe there's a move. Yeah, I mean, we just bounced off the lows, but again, I'd rather not get involved. If one's quiet, I'd rather not get involved in the other one. So we're just going to stick with Tesla. It seems like Tesla's up 727, bounces off that 50 mark, 170.50 for the second time. And then PayPal's also in the money. PayPal, I'm targeting 160. No, that's not the right one. PayPal, where's the chart on PayPal? I was targeting a couple bucks in the money on PayPal as it was coming down. It's through 74. Now I'm short 73.50. Oh no, it is right here. Okay, yeah. So I should be getting out of PayPal fairly soon, actually, some of it, as we get below the lows that I was looking for, the stop run south of that 73 and the opening low. So I should be getting out of PayPal fairly soon here around these 70s as we continue on down.
All right, good. Yeah, good talk. And that's, hey man, now you know the sort of, well, you've always known, you've hosted for a long time, but the struggles of looking at so many, like when you're trading the futures, it's one level or a couple levels, couple price targets, and that's that. With you're like, okay, where's PayPal? Where's Qualcomm? Where's Tesla? Like, I'm doing the same thing here, playing this game. But you'd be happy to know, well, you get the salads with us, but today's lunch menu, I mean, I don't know, it's always something fancy and then chicken, it seems like, afterwards. So this is Sicilian roasted red pepper chicken with rice pilaf. So decent. I think there's a lot of good potential there. But there's always that, sometimes it's like, Mexican, flavored jalapeno-based chicken. Like there's always something in there. So now we get the Sicilian roasted red pepper chicken.
What do you think the salad? We're on the different menu.
Oh, what do I think? I'm hoping tuna.
You think it's going to be tuna as a protein?
Tuna. I love that.
I'm going to say they're going to throw in some.
Chicken.
No, we're getting chicken tomorrow because if people are getting chicken today, we're getting chicken tomorrow.
Oh, I know the theory.
I think they're going to throw in egg salad actually.
Okay, I'm down with that.
Yeah,
I don't like. I've told you I don't like the deli meats when they put them on top of the salad.
It's been a while since they've put
the hard-boiled eggs too. Not.
For whatever reason, those hard-boiled eggs, I feel like they're frozen. Is that even a thing?
Can you freeze?
I don't know.
Eggs?
Like they don't look like they were.
Shout out to the chat. Can you do that?
Can you freeze after you boil a hard-boiled egg?
Why would you think they were
after
frozen?
You hard-boil an egg, can you actually store it in the freezer or even like the fridge obviously, but like at least in the freezer, because the yolk looks a little. I don't know.
Apparently Brendan has done it. What's that, Brendo?
It doesn't come out very well. They typically end up being very watery and
I
wouldn't advise, no.
Okay, yeah, let's not do that. Maybe it's not that frozen because it's not that watery. It just looks weird, I just think.
Arun, this is the problem, man. Like now you've said that, so now next time we get this hard-boiled eggs, I'm gonna be looking at these things like,
is it frozen or not? That's a question I have every time I eat these.
I have to go home and
meals.
freeze some. My kids like having some hard-boiled eggs in the morning, so I know sometimes my wife will maybe make them the night before, keep them in the fridge.
Okay.
I think that's still in the shell.
Okay.
But I mean, they're so easy to make that you might as well just make them like fresh every day. But sometimes I see them there in the fridge. Either they're left out. Maybe they're left. Maybe the kids didn't eat them. Maybe that's what it is. But all right, it's 10:59, man. We're getting ready to rock and roll again for today. Closeout shop. There's AMD. AMD's come back up. Remember, you are going to go over to the midday show with Cherif and Luca. They're getting ready to rock and roll as well. Yeah, it's been a great show so far. Here comes AMD straight back up to the upside. So we are going to wait for this name. Hopefully it does fall back down a little bit here for us, as we do have the reload, and we're waiting for a much bigger reload right now, up right here right now. 68.85 I was waiting for, like we were the first time. If we're lucky enough to get that, we are going to tap out of this. The market's about to turn back to Greensville right now. So again, we got to be careful of shorting names that we know really have some rocket fuel under it, and that is AMD. AMD, once it gets going, it gets going. So I'm not going to step up on this one. I just did, but no more. This is the level that I want. If it breaks 69, then we are going to get out of AMD as fast as we got into it here, which has been all day we've been sitting in it. But if it takes down 69, it's already some nice upside moves. We are going to get out of this name when and if it blasts through 69. So that's basically the last kind of update that I have. Shopify did rip up a little bit right now. We just got a fill on that. So we're going to watch out for 38 break on Shopify. Needless to say here, we're short into this little rip of the market, short Shopify, short RIVN, short Neo, and long Roblox. Let's see if it works out. AMD's really the kicker, though. We're giving some back on this move up if it takes down 69.
Yeah, Tesla making a move to the upside. Okay, we've got to obviously move the stop on Tesla, right? We're getting into the 11 o'clock, so the show's going to be moving over to the midday show. But give you guys the last update. Tesla, as it moves up, I'm sitting north of the last high that we put in as we bounced up off that 171, which sits around 172 and I don't know, 50 something. I'm going to sit well past the 50s, but it's going to be the other side. Somewhere between 172 half and 173 is where I'm going to be waiting to get out of this. We should not be bouncing this much. And this is kind of what I was looking at. It's like, are we going to defend this 170 or are we just going to break it? It seems like we may not break it now. We may come back to it later on, but for now, I will have to defend as much as I possibly can here on Tesla as it bounces back off those 170 halves back towards that 172. So here we are kind of walking away, right? We've got Tesla, PayPal in the money. We've got Qualcomm out of the money, still trending. We're going to have to walk away from Qualcomm fairly soon as it continues its trend as the futures market breaks to the upside or very close to breaking to the upside. It looks like they cut a bid now. So I guess we're trying to get north of those 83, 84s. That's going to be the intraday high for now. But for now, as we head to the midday show, I think our show is done. But we'll be back in the afternoon. And I know Cherif's over there with a special package that he needs to open on camera for you, Playmaker. Who's he with?
Luca.
Luca's there. Oh, Leisure Suit Luca, I believe. He's got his hat on. He's got his Bass Pro Shops hat on. No, he's got a TraderTV hat on. Oh, he's throwing it up. He's coming different on you guys today as Luca comes in with a TraderTV hat.
I like it.
Along with Cherif, who's got well moisturized hands with his gift from Playmaker.
Always getting trolled by everybody, guys. What is up? Welcome to the midday show. I'm Cherif. This is Luca. We are your traders until 2 o'clock. So lots to talk about. That was a hell of a show, guys. Thanks for sending that off. Look at what we have in small cap world for you today. Of course, I'm going to mention that first. We have HARP, guys, up 145%. And it just made its move. It just made its high of days. So we're catching it at the right time, just right below $3 there. Looks like we topped out at $2.96, $2.97. So I'll be trading this going into the afternoon, and I've got all sorts of levels, guys. This one halted, so we've got a nice few levels to get possible dip trades off. So. Yeah, that's what's going on here. Are you good to go?
Yeah. Wow, man, what a move up on HARP here. That's pretty, holding VWAP there. Kind of interesting. Not sure if anybody was watching this in the moment, but yeah, now pushing towards 3 and kind of getting interesting now. Things are heating up for sure. I think we sat down and Cherif's like, man, I should have punched. Man, I should have punched.
God,
man,
yes.
I should have punched. And like, what a sharp move to the upside. I'm watching HARP. I'm watching HTGM. I'm watching a few others. And yeah, I'll see if we get a couple trades going. Definitely going to be an exciting day going into CPI tomorrow. Lots to come this week, so I'm definitely excited. And I think that 3 level, man, I don't know what to think right now, but maybe do some type of over/under. I guess the fact that this thing halted to the upside showed that it had a good halt, kind of blasted off, a little bit of a rejection, but didn't really fail through VWAP. Kind of tells me I should stay away from the short around 3. Maybe we go through 3 and then get a little bit more upside there. So. Yeah, in the chat, did Prad get married? You know what? I told him, hey, let me know. I want to be one of the first to know if that goes down. He goes, no, it's not happening. I'm not getting married, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, no, it'll be exciting. I'm sure he's having a great time. He's already, I think, complaining about the weather, which doesn't make any sense because over here it's freezing.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I think I'd rather be in the heat for sure.
No question about that. Guys, let's just come to my screen real quick. Here is a daily chart on HARP. Trying to figure out maybe some key levels to the high side here that we need to be aware of. I don't like when you have like a nice slope down with constant new levels, because when you come back to that area, you don't really know which level is the key level here because they're all different key levels. So I guess the first one that's above 3 for our what we're concerned with at the moment is going to be, look at this. So you got you got right here, you got 325 is a level. And then you got 332 is another level. I hate when there's so many different levels around that same area. 342, so we're gonna say 350, okay? We're gonna use the $0.50 here because, well, we gotta choose one of them, and we're gonna go with the $0.50. So we're gonna say above that $3 break, we're looking for that $0.50, and then above the $0.50, we've got the high here of 87. So 387, that's gonna be another key level I'll be looking at. You know, you could round that up to 4. I'm not going to. I'm gonna use them as separate levels. 387 and 4 will be my levels for this one. So HARP, it's got some legs. It's got, you know, the requisite float. It's got about 31 million, right? We know we don't want it too small. We don't want it too big either. This case, I think it's just the right amount. So it's that Goldilocks float zone, baby.
You know, for sure, when you guys are trading these, you want to make sure you watch the float, you know, map the levels, and yeah, watch the tape at these key levels, because definitely super important there. I didn't actually trade large caps today. I only focused on HARP, HTGM,
What?
and yeah, you know, it's. I mean, I figure the rest of the week there'll be some defined kind of trends. Obviously, we're getting CPI, so all the levels are going to be kind of deemed irrelevant, and then we kind of go from there. So for today, I was just, you know, taking it slow, watching the morning. You know, anytime you get that sort of, everybody remembers AM from last week, and yeah, man, that was a mover. That kind of sparked momentum in the small cap world. And there's definitely a lot of opportunities on these things when they get going. So I'm super excited. And currently, yeah, just waiting for that 3 level to sort of play itself out on HARP. Maybe short, maybe long, not really too sure. Kevin's saying CVNA is moving. Didn't trade this today, but let's have a look here very quickly to see where it is.
Can I just update the viewers real quick on the state of the futures? It looks like we broke through an important level here, 39.83. On the March contract, had been a level going into the morning. That's now been broken. This is a 10-minute chart, 39.91 to the high side, guys. I've got 4,000 obviously marked off as a possible resistance zone, seeing that it is a 4,000. But looking here, there's a period of consolidation just a little bit lower than 4,000, around the 39.95 area. You could possibly encounter resistance there. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca.
Yeah, no worries, of course. Anything that's moving, you know, call it out. That's what we're here for. Yeah, kind of watching this. I'm surprised HTGM sort of just died. So something to keep in mind, HTGM, I have it here on the left here, but what that 150 level just in front of VWAP is super, super interesting. It's at the moment, it kind of looks like, you know, this thing is done. We're now back below here. You know, there's so much slamming going on over here after the halt, just kind of running into that 2 level. If you look on the daily, that's kind of a super clean level. And so we rejected right off there and just kind of faded back to where we are right now. And yeah, that 150, lots of selling over there, lots of rejection. I think if we get above 150, I'm taking the long. I think there, and yeah, we could actually go right now. Oh, this thing's gonna actually up halt. I'm not taking I'm not going long into a halt here, just because we are still below that 150 level. You know, the halts today have shown that they're not gonna completely destroy you, but a lot of them sometimes are showing that they're printing flat. So yeah, let's see what happens here. HTGM. Sort of giving the feel of a fake halt, but the bid's just reloading here. And yeah, let me load it up on here as well, so you guys could hopefully see. I don't know why it's not loading, or why is this not connected. HTGM, and yeah, guys, here we go. So anytime you see the bid stacking up like this for 15 seconds, that'll be a halt, and then we see where we see where the potential open is. So yeah, right now it's showing flat, 142. It's going to be a 5-minute halt, so yeah, just keep that in mind. Currently 11:08, so 5 minutes from now that'll open, and we'll see where we go from there. I think, yeah, if we get through that 150, I'm taking a long, and I'm going to try to hold for the move. We'll see. It'll be discretionary, but yeah, get through that 150, take the long, hopefully blast off going into that 2 level. If we get back to 2, I mean, you know, I'm not going to say the float is soaked, but anytime you got that sweet spot, I like that Goldilocks, you know, 5 mil, 5 mil float, easily soakable. So yeah, you know, if this is going to go back down, it should open lower. It should go back down. It should not break the 150 level. 150 is kind of like interesting level for a potential over/under. So I would be cautious on the long. But yeah, I'm going to try the long once we open. Probably be a tough fill to get, but we'll see. We'll see what happens there. And just to quickly go back to CVNA, which is approaching $5 if I'm not mistaken. This, I think, gave a really good opportunity to the short side last week on Friday. And I'll just kind of show the chart for anybody that's wondering. Moving into the up halt, very strong move, kind of blow off top above like 550 going into 6. And that 580 level, you know, super interesting from last week. So obviously we're back down at 5, right? And 5, you know, I'm not really expecting too much Crazy action on this today, and I'm pretty sure it's pay for short. It is SSR. It's pay for shorts. I did not pay just because, you know, I think the action is going to be a little bit less exciting. Jeez. But if we can get to 550, then for sure I'll keep this on my radar.
All right, HARP making new high of days now, moving up into that 310 area. HARP's got lots and lots of legs. I'm not I'm not just going to punch into this one because it could just retrace on me, right? So that's not my play here. Looks like it's going to halt at this level, is it? Let's see, we're getting a lot of 35 prints, nothing coming below that yet. Unless it's a fake halt, we're going to get a stoppage right here, likely probably for another 5 minutes or so. There we go. We get locked out. HARP now is halted at 335 to the upside, up 191% on the day. But this one, guys, I mean, yeah, sure. You could get lucky. You could take the break at 3. You know, that's not really a lucky move. Taking the break at 3 there would have proved profitable. I'm preferring to get something on a dip. Whether or not I get that opportunity, it may or may not pan out for me that day, but that's what I'm choosing to do at the moment for this particular trade. Don't want to chase it. Also wanted to mention Chinese ADRs. Guys, they are weak today. How many times did we look at these guys to the upside last week? Luca, I mean, I don't know if you traded ADRs, but you use Chinese ADRs, but I definitely did. Have a look, guys. Here is the watch list for the Chinese ADRs. They are decidedly red. In fact, they're all red except BYDDY, up 0.9% on the 0.09% on the day. The standout here, though, is Billy, down 11.8%, almost 12% on the day. So I just happen to have that chart open from last week because it was one of the stocks I was trading. Have a look at this. $3 lower than that open price at around 25. We're now trading at 22.40. This one gave you ample opportunity to get in. I mean, here's that breakdown that we have, and then that sideways period of consolidation. Now, they did try to fake you out here, right? So if you got in here at like some lower level, this is the top. So I just want to explain this for a second. This is why I find this setup a little bit tricky, this flat bottom breakdown that I talk about a lot. Now, the high for this range up until over here was at 24.92 level. So if you bought anywhere below that, you're like, okay, great, you know, I'm still not at the, I'm still, you know, within that range. And then what they do, I don't know who they are, but, you know, whoever it is that orchestrated this move breaks that 24.92 level. So if you had your stop above that, like say 24.97, whatever, you got stopped out because this one made its way all the way up to 23.97 or so. And then it sold back down. So this is the flat bottom breakdown continuation that I love to trade, but sometimes when you're in that consolidation zone, you are faked out either the high side or the low side. So keep an eye out for that. The better, I think, in my opinion here, the better stop would have been at VWAP or that 50-period moving average. So Chinese ADRs on watch. I'm watching Billy. This one's setting up in the exact same way. Look at this sideways consolidation that we just talked about, and then you know, who knows? Maybe we see a continuation downwards to test 22, maybe 21.50. So those are the ones I am looking at the moment.
Yeah, guys, I'm also watching AMAM right now, which is slowly making its way back up, creeping to VWAP at that 3 level. I think definitely a level of interest on this one is 350. So I think HTGM is now open. Yeah, keep an eye on that 150 level. That could be exciting to the upside. Still didn't break. And yeah, lots of selling here, so it'll be interesting to see where this one kind of goes. I'm going to try to take a long here, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the order out in time. Let's see if we get that. Yeah, through 150, I'm gonna take that and then just have a tight stop on it. If we do some type of kind of over/under and then reverse,
yeah,
I think you know, I'm just gonna get myself out of that, and we go from there and see what happens. I think open will be 11.15 if I'm not mistaken on HARP. So yeah, guys, make sure you're watching your orders over there. Definitely really exciting. I mean, the longer that this thing, you know, HTGM, the longer this takes to move to the upside, the less I kind of like the break to the upside. But, you know, I'll respect the level as kind of a level I mapped. If we just go down from here, then, you know, not in the trade, and we see what happens there. And yeah, guys, long, congrats to anybody. Long HARP through 3. That was an absolute banger there. And just kind of straight up into the halt. Looked okay, but I don't know. I think on the maybe 4 could be interesting. I don't know if, or maybe that one I didn't actually look at the daily. But yeah, no, HTGM 2, and yeah, I have, yeah, and we'll see. This one's kind of, yeah, now kind of slow here, so not really expecting too much going through the 150 there. But yeah, definitely got to make sure watch the orders. And yeah, hopefully you guys are having a good time, enjoying the show. Thanks for the likes. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And someone's saying, look at BA flying right now. So yeah, we could have a look there at BA as well. Just give me one moment. BA, I'll bring it up on this one.
Yeah, I'll take over while you're doing that. We're waiting for HARP to open. Let's see how many minutes this one's been. This one I can't see on this chart, but on this chart I can. It's been 5. It should open now. Otherwise, if we get another tick here, if you guys see another tick here, that means it'll be at 10-minute. Oh, there we go. Now we get an open. It opens down for the moment. Here we go. We're getting 20 prints. My thing's going wonky over here. There's so much volume coming in on this one, guys. Wow. 45.5 million, and that one's about to hit 46 any second. Stagnating a little bit at around that halt area. I might take a break of the 35 long, so that's what I'll do. I'll have a resting order at 36. So let's go ahead, 336, and then we'll go long 3. We'll go up to 340 on that one, and we'll take a lot of shares. So we'll see what this one does, if it blows through the high side there. But yeah, retracing a little bit, testing that 3 level to the downside, not making it quite there. I've got, this wick is wrong, I believe. This is a dark pool wick, the one that comes down to 2 3/4. On my other chart, I have the low there at 306, not quite making its way down to 3. So disregard that wick if you're looking. Sorry to go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, no problem. So BA back at, oh wow, I didn't even look at this today. Back at 186. It's kind of funny. Every time I kind of take a look at BA and I'm like, what's going on over here? It's either not doing anything or just having these crazy moves to the upside. Definitely interesting there. I think at this point, you know, it's the unfortunate situation where you either have the long from a day trade perspective and you're kind of relaxed, holding, managing the trade. Yeah, I'm not really going to fade the move. Looks like a very strong move to the upside. And yeah, I'm not long, and it's going to be tough to justify long up here. So yeah, we'll come back to it. Somebody's saying CVNA failed right at 5. Yeah, guys, that's, I will not be surprised to see this name, CNVA, or no, wait, CNVA. I'll not be surprised to see this. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Anyways, I will not be surprised to see this name back closer to 454, you know, in the future, the not too distant future, I'll say that much. Let's look back here at AMD as well. AMD, oh wow, what a strong move to the upside, holding VWAP there. Now quickly retracing that move back to the downside. I guess playing off that 70 level, you know, 67.50, 69.50 kind of feels like maybe a little bit of a top there, especially a little bit of a volume spike. Yeah, we'll see if this one can get back. If this one comes back up, creeps up, and the overall market is, you know, kind of slow, not really strong moving to the upside, then maybe look for a short on that one. But for the time being, I'll be chilling, just kind of relaxed.
Like a villain.
And chilling like a villain, and yeah, see what happens there. I'm not going to try a VWAP kind of bounce play on this, just because if we get back there, yeah, maybe we just kind of chop around. Obviously, you know, going to be approaching midday, you know, even in the next couple hours. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, sharp move to the downside, sharp move to the upside. Feels like the range might be in on this one. So for any mean reversion traders looking at that, keep an eye on that one. And something I didn't talk about but was looking at today was SMMT. Definitely interesting, this one. You know, I wanted it. It had a kind of over-under at 4. Sort of interesting. I was hoping that it maybe could get closer to 450 for a potential fade. I didn't want to take the short at 4. I kind of just let it go there. But man, what a like anybody who had that short at 4, Jeez. This thing just kind of clean back to the downside. And I want to say there's whoever, I can't remember the name, but somebody owns this. They own like 80%. They own like 80% of the float. This thing has been super strong. I'm not going to load the daily because you know, it's a lot of information to load quickly, but this thing had like 4 green days in a row, going into like 450. So yeah, we're obviously far away from that right now. But you know, this week, if we get closer to 450, it'll definitely be something on my radar. Perhaps just going to have to let it go for now here. And yeah, CVNA, whoever called that, nice rejection off 5, coming back down. But yeah, the move's going to be a little bit muted. Probably, I wouldn't expect this thing to just fade to 450 right now. Maybe more likelihood that it actually kind of goes up, creeps to, you know, 510, 520. But yeah, most likely just kind of staying sideways there. So yeah, we'll see. We'll keep an eye and see what happens. Another one that I was watching today, but I didn't trade, had some shares located for some shares on this one. APVO. It was sort of weird how, like, I was like, okay, maybe we're going to fade back down. And then if we get back to high a day for a sort of like a high a day clear out, that's kind of what I was looking for. But yeah, we faded. It's kind of lower now, nothing really too special.
That was an awesome fade right off the
I think
open,
if you took the short right away, like you got the move you were looking for. And now at this point, it's just a matter of do we get back to highs, which will make it interesting. If not, just kind of let it go.
I actually took that long in the pre-market off VWAP bounce for like a 30-penny winner.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's easy win on that. The VWAP, it had respected VWAP the majority of the morning. Okay, let's get to the interesting segment now, guys. We all know Playmaker. We know him as a very generous, successful individual who's, winding down his career now. He's a retired Miami police officer. So shout out to the Playmaker. But the Playmaker also is a big fan of the shows, and I think Shawn actually met him in Miami in person. We've been trying to get him to come up to Toronto, but, he ain't having it at the moment. But he sent something, guys. He sent something right here. There we go. He also did send that the hand cream last week. So shout out. That was more of a gang though. Yeah, not bad. I'm getting trolled. They're telling me my hands look nice vis-a-vis the hand cream. Okay, here we go. We're opening this bad boy up. Shout out to the Playmaker again. You got to be kidding me, man. You've got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, dude. You got to stop this. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to the Playmaker. This is a perfect segue, guys, for the game yesterday, which the Cowboys won, by the way, in case you were wondering. All right, let's have a look at this. Awesome. Who we got? Micah Parsons jersey, ladies and gentlemen. The best defender in the National Football League. And I got the dark one. This is the home jersey. So the other one was the white one. Shout out to the Playmaker, man. Thank you very much. You're a true friend, true dog. I appreciate you always in the chat sending these awesome gifts. This is an awesome one, man. God, I love this one. This is a really nice one. I'm going to put this on later. Shout out to the Playmaker. Michael Parsons, baby. We're taking it this year. We're taking it this year, Luca. We're taking it this year.
Another jersey for Cherif's cutoffs.
Yeah, more. How many you got now?
Hey, man, I've been dressing appropriate lately, right? Would you guys not say?
I mean, you're not gonna tell me.
Yeah. No. All right, guys. I just want to update you real quick. I'm in an awesome short here in Billy. Got short 22.28. Now we're printing 22.10s. I've already scalped a little bit out. This was. I said it to you. I'm like, this is another flat bottom breakdown where we get a period of consolidation and we continue south. We saw it here. We're seeing it again here. So that's why I was short. I punched in short there right when I said it. I'm looking to test 22 here. Now we're getting single digits, 22.09 coming in on the book. So this one moving counter market and it's printing. So I've got 50% of the position left. I'm going to take some a little bit out here. There we go. We got some out at 10s. I've got 36% of the position left. I'm going to leave this one to 22s, Luca.
Yeah, and I'm just managing a very boring order here on HZNP, just kind of long going into that 112 area. Not really sure where the top is on this thing, but I wanted to hold for, max gain, but I'm not really sure if that's going to come through there. Let's have a look quickly at Apple to see where we are, because I didn't actually look at this name today, but I know 140 level definitely interesting. I know we're not really too close to it, but I guess that 141 playing off the 140 logic. If you think, we open closer to 143, 142.50, 141 bottom, maybe 143 and a half top. So yeah, if this can get back to closer to high a day, then I'll revisit this and have a look. I had a short going. There was some size that was offered at 140 on HTGM. So again, that 150 level, that's the level of interest. It's kind of interesting. We didn't break to the upside. We faded back down. So I slammed the short in front of the size, but size quickly got eaten, and I'm like, okay, I'm not playing games here. I'm getting out of this one. Take a very small risk. Even though we're lower, we're not really, we didn't really sell off hard and fading back to the downside. So yeah, this one is kind of weird action down here. It feels just like chop around. The longer this level holds, the more that I like that 150 break. 150 break to the upside. And again, I'm not even sure if this is real. I don't think it actually did break 150, even though this is showing maybe that's just a dark pool. But yeah, the longer this kind of below VWAP holds, and then if we actually get above 150, we could probably, blast off into some sort of halt And then, yeah, if we get to 2, that's fireworks. So not to say that that's going to happen, but that's kind of on my radar for right now. And, you know, we'll see where that wants to go. AMAM rejected the $3 level, which is kind of, you have that VWAP area. And again, I think 350 is the, you know, extra exciting level. So if we get, for whatever reason, break $3, move to 350 to the upside, then, yeah, it'll be interesting. And guys, let us know what you're trading as well in the chat here. AMD strong, yeah, for sure. And DOCU retesting highs. Let's have a look here. DOCU on NASDAQ retesting highs. I don't know if this is up. Oh, that 6.4, almost 6.5%. Very strong, that 50 level. And I'm trying to look like, where's this on the daily? Because I remember it was closer to 52-week lows, but I guess that's around 40. So this is daily for reference. Kind of looking like it's breaking through that, you know, resistance of 51, 52. Maybe we get multiple runners into 55, and then kind of gives the feel that, yeah, if we actually break 55 to the upside, you know, maybe you get a little bit more resistance going into 55, 60. But I guess the question is, I mean, every time this looks like, you know, maybe we're going to go up, we go back down. Maybe we're going to go up, we go back down. So now it's kind of like spent a lot of time down here. You know, a lot of these names are beat up. We're obviously going into the next year. You know, money is making its bets, and we see what happens next. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing kind of closer to 60, maybe even, you know, 60, like 60 to 70 area. That'll be interesting. But for the time being, I'll put this one on ice, and we'll see if we get anything else going there. Someone's saying SPY ripping, very nice rent. Just call me Sal. There was another comment that I was actually, oh man, I think I lost it here now. And oh, someone's saying, yeah, Luca's sad. No, I'm not sad. If anything, I'm just kind of, you know, getting over. I had a lot of fun on the weekend. You know, spend time with family and friends, a lot of drinks. So yeah, now it's kind of recovery. So that's why, you know, I'm not. I don't feel terrible, but I'm just like, oh, I could feel better. I'll say that much. I could feel better. But yeah, no, all is well. Wow, man, what a rejection off that halt. I took this as like I'm like, let me just get long the halt here because I missed the 3 break to the upside. Maybe there's some potential that we keep going. Asymmetrical risk, right? It's kind of like, well, I shouldn't say that, but you know, I didn't get smoked on that one. That was, I think, where did that even open? Maybe 330. So it was like a 5-cent loss, nothing to complain about on that. And yeah, I was just making sure my orders were out on that one because, yeah, no, you definitely want to make sure you have the correct orders there. For sure. And yeah, APVO now kind of bouncing off that 5 area, but I don't know if this has enough legs to get back to the upside. The volume is kind of light there. So yeah, I'm not too sure.
Shout out to John. I don't want to butcher your last name. Sproul. He says, shout out Lotion Nation. Yes, definitely. That's funny. I'm still holding that Billy short, guys. I still think it's the right setup. It just tested the 20 period from the downside and rejected southward. So that's what I'm looking for. Tests of, you know, either key indicators or key levels. There we go. We're getting in the mid-single digit prints now in the lower 22. So I've got another resting order sitting at 2203. So we're like 2 pennies away from that now. I should be getting taken out if we can break through that 05s. Now we're getting 04s here on the tape and on the book. 03s to follow soon, hopefully. And then we'll have like 15% of the position left if we can get filled here. But a bit of a struggle between buyers and sellers at this level to be expected in front of the whole dollar, especially on such a big move down. Wow, 13.2%. So that is a move, guys. HARP. Yeah, I've got a resting order sitting here at that $3.35. Or is it 35 cent or 53 cent? One of the two. I'll have a look here in a second. But it was supposed to take to retake highs. That was the idea, a resting order to take highs, and that hasn't materialized. So that one not coming through. But I've got a resting order here sitting right in front of VWAP as a dip trade. Now, I like it and I don't like it. I have mixed feelings about this one. The reason is I have such an aggressive rejection here off the top and, you know, a heavy move down. So I say to myself, okay, that could be indicative of like a day reversal where the stock just gives back the majority of its gains. Maybe we could test 2, we could test 1.5, who knows? Or this could be simply a stock that's above VWAP that retraces back down to VWAP and then bounces off that. And that's what this trade kind of suggests. That's what this order that I've got out kind of suggests that I feel. But I see both sides, and the former concerns me more than the latter. So here we are. We're getting real close to my order area. I've got a resting order sitting at 47. We're now printing 59s. So this one, I don't know if I'm going to take this one, Luca. And it's for a lot of size, too. You know what I'll do? I'll take this one off, and I'll put it for less size because I don't have enough conviction in this order. So we'll go ahead and put it at 251. We'll let it sit right above the $0.50 there. That is above where VWAP is. I mean, VWAP's at $2.40. This one I'm not 100% sure about, guys, but what I am 150% sure about is this short on Billy. We are now printing in the mid-90s. That is a 30-penny winner on Bill. We're now printing in the low 90s, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. So am I going to take out some here? Yes, I will. So I'm going to cover a little bit right here. We're going to take out some at 92. We get printed at 92, and now we have 10% position left. And so we're going to leave this one for the dream. I also have an resting stop order that I've got to fix here, guys, because recall, again, I hate to keep repeating myself, but there's a mistake I made a lot when I was first learning. When you have resting stop orders that are for a certain amount, if you scalp on the way down, make sure to adjust the amount that you have there for your stop order. Otherwise, you'll go long. So that is that on that one. And it looks like, yeah, we haven't been filled on HARP yet, despite the fact that we moved up our order a few pennies. I'll continue to watch that and report back to you guys.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying a little bit of a long here on Tesla, just kind of playing off that 171 area, you know, sort of bouncing and then making a low, not really breaking down and kind of, you know, making, showing that, you know, 171 just in front wants to hold. So this is a scalp trade for myself. If I can get above 172, that'll be great. You know, I'll take the dollar win on that. If we kind of blow back through 171 there, then I'm going to get myself out of that one. So yeah, we'll see if we can get a little bit of a pop over. Not really too sure what's going to happen next, but yeah, obviously sized accordingly. AMD sort of, you know, back to the upside. I'm looking here, Apple now kind of fading back to the downside. I really don't know. I mean, because we are going into CPI, you know, you had the kind of morning moves on a lot of these large caps, and now it's sort of like, okay, like where do we go from here? Are we just going to kind of stay sideways? This is, you know, just on the overall market, kind of showing you that 39.50 sort of wants to be a level. Then we finally blow through it, creating a sort of like a little bit of a double top. So healthy pullback. Is 39.50 going to hold, right? So yeah, if it holds, then some of these names might give a good bounce opportunity. So I'm just kind of wondering which ones am I going to look at here. AMD is kind of holding up at this level, the 69 level. I'm just trying to think risk to return and, you know, scalp. Like, does it make sense to go long and scalp 50 cents? Or, you know, maybe the Tesla long if this wants to hold. But yeah, now kind of going towards 171, probably going to get stopped out on that one, which is no big deal. AM back up to 3 area, and I think the top on this move is, call it 298. And oh wow, yeah, guys, liquidity on this name AM is terrible. So watch your orders there. This thing, you know, it was just at 3, and then like boom, here we are at like 278. There's just no liquidity on the book. It's definitely different from before the move. Obviously, everybody knows this was the halter from Friday, going absolutely crazy. Halts to the upside, halts to the downside. Continued to just halt going into the afternoon, going into the close, and then, you know, call this whatever you want to call it. Kind of felt like a little bit of broker liquidation, blowing through 4 again in the aftermarket and doing its thing over 4. Coming in today, obviously down 37%. It is SSR, a little bit of less action with the rest of small caps moving a little bit. But yeah, you know, it's the book is still pretty thin. It's still pretty thin. It was a lot thicker before the move up or on the initial halts up, and now it's kind of, you know, chop around. You got to be careful, right? You like your risk is your size on something like this, and you know, if you're looking at certain levels, you really got to give it like wide levels. Like, you know, maybe you say, oh, if I'm going to buy a dip long because I like it and I think there's potential that it actually goes through 3. You know, maybe it's a better idea to have stink bids with tight stops at where potentially liquidity shows you on the book, because right now you look at it and it's just super light. So yeah, maybe it's best that I do stay away from that one. And yeah, I'm gonna keep revisiting these HTGM and HARP as well. I know because, yeah, that 150 level could be interesting if we get there. And kind of sad that I did miss the 3 break on HARP. But, yeah, it's all good because now back down, right? So that's actually, I mean, look at the volume there. Look at the move, very sharp move to the upside. Maybe you get 3 resistance. And I know we talk about the same thing. And the reason I give my opinion is because it's nice to have, like, multiple traders look at the same name. And then it's like, oh, you see one thing, I see another thing. And then I think, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe you're right on that one. So, you know, it's kind of nice to say. And yeah, I'm just looking. Oh, and before I pass it back to Cherif, somebody's saying, Luca, Amazon, please. Yeah, I'm trying to glance at the chat as best I can right now to cover any questions that come through. Amazon is, it's, you know, I kind of, not to say I feel lost, like because I haven't looked at any of these things, I don't really, to gauge the action is like, I'm just like, I think 90, you know, like I want to say that 90 is really interesting. And let me just put this to range here so I could actually bring up a few previous days as well. Hopefully that doesn't, that's going to load. Okay,
don't you just love that?
Oh, I love it, man.
You gotta love it, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let me try that one more time here. Amazon. And for anybody using Day Trade the World, you know that obviously charts are not the priority because execution and level 2 are, which is kind of nice. I like that. So not a big deal. But let's go. Let's load up everything else.
And there it goes.
Okay, and there it goes. All right, so anyways, we'll be back after Cherif.
Yeah, anyway, guys, we are printing on Billy here, guys. Short 22 28s. Now we are at 21 low 80s. So Billy continues to head to that sell side. Got, you know, 10% of the position left, but still happy with the fact that I'm able to hold this longer than I typically would have been in the past. So little baby steps. I'm going to go back in the chat here because I got a couple of ads to check some stocks. Scott H wants me to look at AAL. Let's have a look at that. Let's bring it in here. Let's bring in the dark chart. Sorry about that, but I just want to make this quick. So AAL, obviously as a day trading chart, it's not really, that's not what we're really looking for in terms of range. We got a 1345 bottom and a 1394 top. So that's not what we're really looking for here. Let's have a look at the daily chart to see if we can glean any micro patterns. No, what I see here is a very tight consolidation range between that 15 3/4 to the high side. This goes back to mid-June, early June, by the way. So this range, it has been in play for the better part of the half a year. 15 3/4 to the high side and 11, you know, I want to say 11.5 to the south side. So within about a $4 range there, not really doing much since it's been out that range. It's been like since late May since it's been out that range. But the even bigger picture is to look at this downward trend. If we were to start from July 19th and then head down, look at this. I mean, you touched some good peaks there. That's actually a really, really acceptable trend line for a long-term chart. Look at that. So this is a downward trending chart with possibly a flat bottom here at $8.09, $8 or so. And that goes back to May 20 lows. Okay, so not really a long focused chart here. The other one is DraftKings DKNG. Let's have a look at DKNG from a daily chart before we get into the nitty gritty. Again, look at this. Going back to August, you could see a very clear downward trend. Well, that's 1 peak, 2 peaks, 3 peaks that we're touching here. So a nice downward trend. And if I could look at the bigger picture here, there's more of a downward trend going back to April 2021. Touched several peaks on the way down. And then if within that bigger trend, there is a consolidation range. Even though we're headed to the south side on this micro trend, this consolidation area about 25 to the high side and about 10 to the low side. So that's been in play since January of this year. So almost a year now within that range. So I hope that helps. Not much of intraday trading on AAL. Let's have a look at what we're working with here today on DraftKings. Yeah, not much range as well. I mean, there's probably some decent volume here, but 1346 to the south side, 1432 to the high side. Not really what we're talking about in terms of day trading range. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk, who's got the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll just make it official here, just getting some final prints coming through. But European session just wrapping up for a Monday, as we saw in the pre-market, was a bit of a flat day. We did get back to positive territory for some notable indexes here, including the Stock 600 back to 0.4 to the upside. Was negative to start, but here we go. The official numbers, anyways, 0.4 for England, Germany 0.4 to the downside, France about the same 0.3. Italy was positive in the pre-market. It remains that way. Pre-market, I mean, obviously North American pre-market, not European pre-market. Spain, Sweden, Swiss markets all lower. Yeah, there's Turkey 4.25 higher on the day, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And yeah, just to quickly highlight Amazon, because from asking from before, this is what I wanted to load, right? That 90 level, like, you know, popping to 90, rejecting, popping to 90, spending a little bit of time there for a couple of days, and then, you know, now here we are kind of fading back to the downside. So after looking at this, you know, I don't love the VWAP short. It's kind of, you know, diddling in the middle a little bit. I'm going for, you know, maybe a move back down to 88, but I'm not going to be too aggressive with this. A little bit less size, and my out is going to be discretionary just because we are spending some time here. If we go back above, I think, 88.80, then we probably, you know, have the potential to test 89. And maybe that's, if you'd like the short, maybe that's a better area to kind of get in, kind of play off the 89, play off the high a day. But yeah, man, this is kind of all coinciding with the overall market. Moving to the upside, kind of sideways action, fading a little bit. Doesn't, you know, the market's 50 basis points higher on the day, so it's basically flat, waiting for tomorrow and the numbers to come for the rest of the week. So yeah, I'm not really expecting crazy moves to the downside, crazy moves to the upside at this point in time. So yeah, maybe a better idea to scalp here. So yeah, I'm gonna kind of hold on to this position for a little bit, see if we want to, you know, slowly make our way back down, just because it seems that VWAP is rejecting. Maybe it rejects again, and then we go back lower again. So that's the logic on that short. But, you know, if it doesn't work, no problem, because got the test along here, sort of just sideways, not really too exciting, you know, not really breaking that 171, just kind of that sideways action. So yeah, maybe we get a pop, maybe we don't, but this one essentially flat for the time being. And yeah, HTGM gave a feel that for a moment we're going to run for that 150, but I guess not. Sort of slow, and I guess volume's the gauge, right? Keep in mind, volume's the gauge. It's really, really slow now. So yeah, unless we blow through that 150 with volume, I would just, yeah, I might just end up leaving this. I'm not going to short, not going to long in front of that. I'll just have one trade if it does set itself up there. And yeah, and HARP still back at 260. So for now we chill.
Yeah, HARP doing diddly. I've got my resting order there at 251. It hasn't made its way down. I'm not going to move it. I'm not very happy with it, to be honest with you. So I may rethink this whole thing as it starts stair-stepping down. But the only thing really holding me back at the moment is the fact that it is above VWAP, and quite a bit above VWAP, like about 20 pennies or so. But I hate the rejection. I hate the way that that's shaped. Yeah, I keep saying hate a lot, but I don't like this particular one. But hey, guys, have a look at this jersey. I put it on. Micah Parsons style. Looks good. It's navy blue. Can we see the back there? Yes, there we go. Awesome. So shout out to the Playmaker again. I just want to put that on. There we go. Making our way down to 251, but not getting filled. It's got to cross 251, so I guess it's got to make its way down to that actual $0.50 for me to get printed. I'm sitting there waiting. I'm going to get out of this trade. I don't like it. Oh, too little, too late. I'm long. So looks like... there we go. We're going to have to test this one. I'm going to give this one to about 45. If it breaks through 45 to the sell side, I'm out of this one. So I'm long HARP. I'm long at 51, so like a few pennies in the money. Yeah, but I'm still not crazy about this this one, Luca. Did you get long there? What was your dip trade on HARP?
No. I'm waiting for that 150, man, just because volume is kind of slowed down. But I'm watching AM right now, just kind of in front of that 3. I'm cautious on this one because, again, I mentioned, you know, you have to make sure you're very sharp with your orders, because this thing,
got out.
If somebody is long here and they just cross down 20 cents, like you're getting destroyed. There's really not much liquidity on that. But, you know, that's both. It could be good, could be bad, but obviously understand the things that you're trading. I know there was a trade last week that I was in, and I like took the L on it, and somebody's like, oh, it just tanked. What is this? And I'm like, yeah, man, these are the names that, you know, they're exciting, but obviously make sure you guys understand the liquidity of the names that you're looking at. Crypto saying my trade was 185 exit, 260 move on HARP. Nice job there, very nice job. And yeah, somebody's saying, man, Dallas barely won.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, I read that too. I just read that right now. Okay, you're not going to win every game like by 30 points. The fact that we won the game and played ugly, to me, is a sign of a championship team. And I'll take that any day. Obviously, I didn't like the fact that we left it right till the end to get that dub, but Luca, I'll take it. What's the difference between a dub, one in the last 2 minutes or one in the first quarter? They're both worth the same.
I think, yeah, you know, as the weeks pass, it doesn't matter. It's just a dub on the books, and you kind of go from there. I have a friend who's a huge Dallas fan.
Yeah?
Yeah, huge Dallas fan, and you know,
we're not really liked. We're not a liked bunch. I'll tell you the truth.
Personally, growing up, I was a Steelers fan.
Okay.
And but I never really, you know, football's not, it's not my favorite sport. I'll say that much.
Okay, that's fine.
But yeah, no, you know, my dad was a huge Steelers fan. The Steel Curtain from back
because
in the day.
in the 70s.
Yeah,
they were dominating.
That was the dream team. And then I just kind of said, yeah, you know, let's roll with it. You know, Ben Roethlisberger and everything. But now I know a different team, obviously, and I haven't really had the chance to follow there.
Yeah, they've had some instability issues lately, especially with that whole Le'Veon Bell and what's his name, Antonio Brown saga that happened there for a bit. How do you have two very unique individuals, you could call them both, on the same team? Usually, you know, you don't. But yeah, they had to deal with both those personalities. So shout out to Mike Tomlin. All right, let's get back to some trading, guys. Looks like that Billy retraced and tested 22. I like this. That's kind of to be expected, especially after a big move down. Look at it. This was the bottom, I'd say we broke. That 22 and a quarter, we broke it down all the way to 22.80. You're going to get a period of retracement. That's what you want to see, though, on the retracement. The test of the whole dollar or whatever resistance level that you're using, whether it's an indicator or whatever, a price action, or in this case, it's the whole dollar level and rejected right off it. So we'll see. I'll probably give this one up to not even my entry point. I won't even give this to break even. I'll give it to like 22.20. So it'll be a few pennies in front of my break even. But I don't think we're going to get up there, if I'm being honest. I think we're going to continue to trend down, maybe even test 15% down on the day, see maybe 21, 21 and a half or whatever that is. Anyway, this one, HARP, I got out. I did not like how this one was going. So I lost a few pennies on this one. I think I got out at... I got long 51, I got out at 48, so a 3-penny loss. Nothing really to write home about. I didn't like the way that it was moving. I really wanted it to hold that $half level. If it broke it to the downside, I interpreted that as a bearish sign, so I got out. And yeah, and since that time, it's been holding the $half, but from the bottom side, from that 48, 49 level, and looks like more inclined to go down. There we go. We're getting 45 prints. So I think my out was right on that one. But VWAP is still at 242. So we really haven't gotten to that area where you can say, okay, well, this one's definitely heading to the sell side and the move upward is done. No. We got 242 to test here. Let's see how it does that. It can even break below it, you know, but as long as it reclaims VWAP within a reasonable amount of time, then we could say that this one is still headed to the top side. We're testing VWAP as I speak. We're getting 41 prints and 42 prints now on the tape. So this one interesting. You know, obviously there's the $2 level has to be a level. It's the whole dollar level. Then this area here, the first halt level, I want to say 228. That's a very interesting area. Not just because it's the halt level, but look at the period of consolidation that happens after the halt at that 228 level, 230 level. So that one looks good to me. That could be worth a possible dip trade. But if this one, you know, is really turned on the jets and headed to the south side, I don't know if anything can stop it.
Yeah, you know, somebody also was asking about Meta as well. Meta, I think, interesting, closer to 113.20 if we can get sort of like a dip buy playing off that low. And didn't break 113. The bottom is 113.14 if I'm not mistaken. So. Yeah, that's kind of my level there. I'm just gonna have a bid there. If we break, then we break. Or sorry, if we go lower, then we go lower. And yeah, I'll get the long there. If not, I'm gonna just have to let it go. I think there's a potential that we stay around here, you know, and then it's kind of a little bit of sideways action. Sorry, a little bit of sideways action here. So maybe yeah, we dip down and that 113.20. So I'll try my luck closer there if we get it. If not, then no big deal. I'll just kind of let it go. And yeah, I got out of Amazon just because. You know, I thought, okay, maybe we go down, but this is my worry, right? It's like we are in sort of a little bit of an uptrend, so it's like gives you the dip. You know, now we're at VWAP, a little bit of sideways action, gives you the dip. This thing probably touches 89 and then comes back down, spend some time here. Could just be lackluster. I think if you're long, you kind of ride the trend for now. But to initiate a short position, again, that's why I was like, I'm not getting too aggressive here. It's midday. My expectations are managed. I'm not really too excited about that. So, yeah, I'm going to have to just revisit that one when we get there. And what else do we got here? APVO slowly going up, but, yeah, kind of slow there. Somebody's saying PHVS moving. See, the thing with these small caps is one of them starts to move. Like, one of them moves, right? PHVS kind of kickstarted the momentum in the small cap world with this move, right? From 4 all the way running to 12. And this is the thing. If you think, you know, potential that it's positive news and, you know, people are buying, they really like the name, you got algos that are involved, maybe they soak floats, you know, maybe they exit midday, maybe they don't, maybe they hold some. Not really sure. It's tough to kind of gauge that. But now we get the sort of sideways action. And this was something that I was looking at. Let me just bring up the 5-minute, because you have this sort of very strong move up, then everybody's waiting for the fade down. It dips and then comes back up. That's kind of high day clear out, right? So everybody knows, you know, market makers, this is sort of part of their playbook when they try to stop out all retail. And then same thing on a larger time frame, right? So looking at it from like a daily perspective, you know, everybody's thinking, okay, now this is probably going to fade back to 6. And again, keep in mind, cash value of this name is $6. So, you know, if you're buying this name for $6, they got $6 worth of cash on the books. Not to say that that's, you know, you're good at 6. That's not the floor, but just to kind of back your head. Anyways, going back to that, you know, opening down here, okay, now the short might be good, and now making its way running through 10. And I don't know, man, I would not be surprised to see this one go and break 1250. I think I have my levels mapped at like around 16, I want to say, which we're obviously far away, but with this kind of name, anything's possible, right? So if we're having another leg up, if this breaks 1250, if people are short and they're getting squeezed and kind of using wide ranges, you know, maybe we blow to the upside and then get closer to that 15, 16. I'm sure, you know, shares were very cheap. When was this? On the 7th. And today, I wouldn't be surprised to see them a little bit more expensive. Yeah, I'm not gonna kind of get involved right here. This name, it's, you know, there's still a little bit of a spread on it. It's kind of one of those fast movers, but maybe get a little bit of a setup going. I'm interested to see if that 10 area holds, because it was kind of acting as a little bit of resistance going into the end of Friday, and then now here we are going through 10 to the upside. Looks like a clean break to the upside. Yeah, kind of looks like a clean break to the upside. Now we're coming back down. So, you know, very high likelihood that we just break that. But if the general uptrend shows that it wants to hold, you know, if this, call it like 940, 950 area holds and we don't fail through 9, then, you know, maybe the games are not done, and, you know, there's potential here for the move back to high day. So, yeah, I'll revisit this if that kind of 940 area holds. Maybe consider a position, but, yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I've got nothing in the hopper at the moment. Let's have a look at the futures. They're holding above that 39.83 level. So former support, former resistance acting as support in this instance after that break that we had at about, I think 10 o'clock. No, 11 o'clock, my bad. Through that level, that's 10 o'clock Chicago time. So that's why it tripped me up.
Just quickly, Willy Wonka. Okay, Luca, I'm going all in on PHVS. Yeah, guys, no, I know that's a joke. You kind of sound like a joke there. But understand, that's why I'll preach this every time. Understand the names that you're trading. You know, understand, you know, what you're getting yourself into with some of these names. Because, yeah, man, some can be pure destruction. And, you know, this thing, it's at 10, but it could be at 8, right? It could down halt. It could open at 8. Like, anything can happen. Even in up halt scenarios, I was talking to one of the traders in the back. It's like, you know, you have these names, and let's take HTGM as an example. It's like you have these names. It's doing a run up. Okay, it halts. All right, cool. It just so happens that it opens higher. So, you know, obviously very strong, you know, before kind of seeing everything. Very strong move to the upside. But who's to say that it doesn't go into an up halt and then just open at $1.20, right? It could. It could do that. It's you know, it's based on who's positioning, who's taking shares. If there's more sellers than buyers, what price do they meet at, and then where does that trade take place, right? So just, yeah, biggest thing is, you know, trade small initially if you guys are new and watching and, you know, like trying to learn and, you know, build your own playbook. Trade small, get into a lot of different scenarios, you know, feel them out, understand the names that you're trading, liquidity, and kind of how these moves take place. just the structure of the market that you're getting yourself into, because, you know, anything's possible, right? It is, you know, you think you see things that you look at a chart, you're like, oh yeah, this, that, everything. But no, it's not really how it goes down. So obviously the veterans in the chat are just like, yeah, man, obviously. But, you know, there's some people that maybe watch, they don't know this, right? So it's good to kind of just repeat the obvious. And yeah, just, you know, be careful on halts, be careful on your trades on these small caps. It's different than when you're trading things like Apple, right? Like Apple, I'm confident if I'm in a long, or even Tesla. I think I got stopped out of Tesla. Oh man, that was brutal. I put it just below 171 just because I'm not really paying attention. But yeah, that 171 kind of stop, hunt, and hold. But this is kind of lackluster action. Like, I would have thought that, you know, it went down, it went back up, it went down. I was hoping that it would give the pop. The fact that it didn't is just kind of sideways. It's like, okay, I'm not going for the intraday swing, so not really too upset to be stopped out of that one. Yeah, I mean, you know, kind of flip side, we could just be down at 170.40 and breaking the lows, right? So yeah, that's just, I'm okay with that one. CVNA, yeah, kind of slow, not really doing anything. A lot of these moves are you have the move and then just kind of sideways. You have the move and then, you know, kind of sideways. Someone's saying, yeah, pay attention, Luca. I know, right? I should. What am I even looking at over here? You know? But yeah, CVNA is not the next GME. Chill out. Yeah, somebody's like, should we sell GME and go into CVNA? This is not the. I mean, like, you know, if you have if you think you have edge there, then you do you, right? But yeah, no, definitely not there. And Luca, my life savings are going to HZMP. I mean, at least HZMP. This is like this is a buyout. This is a pretty big deal. So. Yeah, definitely interesting, but I don't know, man. All in is you know, I guess if you have a lot of conviction, you know, you're good there. But yeah, no, just make sure it makes sense to you, and you know, you can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, what do you think about this Microsoft news of them taking a piece in the London Stock Exchange? I think it's a data buy. Like, they're obviously looking to data mine in some way, or that's the way I see it anyway, to sort of leverage, I don't know, some new financial product or some of their cloud service on Azure. I have no idea. I'm so shocked. But the market seems to like it because it's obviously relatively strong. Let's bring in the big cap 6 here. Look at that. You don't even need to look at it for more than a second to know that Microsoft's the strongest of the bunch. Everything is below VWAP. Everything, including Apple. Saving except for Microsoft, though. It's hovering around that 250. Looks like it made that 252 high earlier on, right off that open pop. But, you know, hovering around that. Everything else, though, decidedly to the downside. So, interesting there.
Wow, just quickly heads up here. AMAM actually burst through $3. It's so funny when you're trading these names, and then I look over, I'm like, oh yeah, it's pretty interesting news. I look back, I'm like, oh, okay, this thing was at 290, and then 325. Somebody was saying halt. Yeah, guys, make sure. I think the halt was 325, but now if it gives downticks, maybe not so much anymore. But yeah, no, this one's kind of interesting how it just like flies everywhere, right? So again, keep in mind the 350 level is really, really an interesting level. And the reason I say that is because going into the close on Friday, that was sort of, you know, there was a 330 buyer who was just soaking unlimited size, and then kind of 350 broke to the upside, broke through and never really came back through until obviously today, right? So then 350 acting as kind of a resistance. So it's kind of interesting how, you know, it was a resistance, it broke through, it didn't really trade back through with conviction, and then now showing that resistance level. So I don't really have a bias per se. I'm not going to say that, like, oh yeah, you know, 350 to the upside, the long is going to be a banger, but you know, it's an area. That's the area of interest. I'm just not really sure. Is there going to be lots of kind of liquidity at that area? HTGM is now making its way back to the 150 area. Every single time this thing got close to 150, just rejected very hard, right? So look for that. If we get to 150, you like the short. If you see sellers come in, if you see a lot of size there, that's a really good opportunity. But again, keep in mind that the longer that we stay in this sort of pattern where, you know, the thing is up on the day, it's not really fading to the downside. It's kind of, you know, I don't want to say it's holding trend, but this is the 5 minute, right? It's like, you know, you have the up move going into today. Now it's kind of holding this general area. And my question is why? Because when these things are kind of, when they're dead, when they kind of fade off the beginning and they're just dead, you know, they stay closer to like 120, or they usually fade the gap, right? So it's like, why are we not closer to 1? Is there a reason? Are we going to break through 150 and go into a halt? Those are things that I kind of ask myself. Not to say that it happens, but yeah, definitely a level of interest. The same way that HARP And this is kind of just my very quick kind of, looking at it. The same way how 3 on HARP was interesting and we broke up into that halt. But look at us now, we're all the way back down. So it's clearly, the long was wrong, but there's scalp opportunities to be had there, right? So same kind of feel with this one. If we break through 150, we have a chance, I think, to get closer to 2. And then if we break 2, that's sort of my over-under. If I was an algo, kind of trying to soak as much as I could over here and then break to the upside, and look for exits on the volume, triggering the stops. So not to say that's going to happen. This is obviously me speculating. You see me, I'm not in a position right now. But yeah, these are things that I ask myself in real time and then kind of make decisions as they get to those levels and yeah, see where we go from there. Rolling records saying Tesla. I know, I got stopped out of my Tesla trade. But I guess that's good. It's actually going for, so the low is right here. This is a new day low, that 170 level. I wonder how we act at 170. For sure, at this time of day, we probably break. But I'm kind of tempted to try a little bit of a bounce because, it's down 5% of the day. It's not really good news. It's not really breaking above VWAP. So this isn't a day to, I don't think it's a day to hold along on something like this. And yeah, I think that we're actually going to go straight through 170. But because, 170 even dollar level, there's lots of kind of action around there. Maybe people have stops there. So we probably break 170 and then go back up and then pop a little bit and then go back down and chop around, right? So not really sure if I'm going to take a trade on this, but yeah, kind of want to play along off of it. But it's giving me I'm getting a gut feeling that, this is a trade where I lose on. So let's just kind of chill on that one. But yeah, 170 for anybody looking there. If you kind of like the long, maybe risk off 169. I mean, what was the likelihood that we break 170 and we break 169 in that same minute? Tesla shows you over and over again intraday that it comes to these levels, it breaks, it stops everybody out, both sides, clears everything, and then makes the move in the direction that it wanted to go to. So yeah, kind of happy now that I got out because I'm yeah, no, it shouldn't break and so that was not too bad. That was a 50-cent risk on that, sized accordingly. Not too bad there. So yeah, we'll see what happens here at that 170 level, and then maybe have a trade, or maybe just let it go.
All right, we're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, 12 o'clock into lunch hour we go here. Still positive on the day. We're actually creeping back in the right direction here as far as these two anyways. The S&P 0.5% to the upside, 0.82 there for the Dow. Same story for the Russell. Remember, the Russell 2000 specifically, a little bit relative weakness coming into play early on this morning, but back positive once again. And then some, 0.3 meanwhile, and 0.12 there for the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. Speaking of, we were discussing a few of those this morning. Along with these, Boeing, RIVN, and Microsoft, both RIVN and Microsoft trying to get back to the downside currently. Here it is, 3.74 RIVN trying to hold these levels, 26 and then 26 and a quarter ended up being support there. But just a choppy kind of back and forth day here for RIVN after the move lower initially, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Just want to shout out to the Beat Fanatic 312 for the $5 super chat. It says at Cherif, who's the better team, the Dallas Cowboys or where's Tony? Free Tony. P.S. Love the show. Shout out. Thank you for that. Tony has moved on. He's acquired a new thing to focus on in life. So we always shout out Tony on the show, but he is no longer associated with the show. So I hope that answers your question. Having a look at Billy, still continuing to the south side. Let's look at Billy here. It looks like we're really close to getting stopped out, though. We have our stop sitting above this flat top here at that $22.21 area. We're getting 17s and 18s now. As the market continues to trend upward, Billy also curling up a bit. It was down I think almost 18%. Now it's only down 12.5%. So Billy finding some legs as well. Look at HARP, guys. Wow, we should have entered this one short through the break of VWAP there. That would have been a nice 20-penny winner. A nice little move down on HARP. Yeah, I should probably cancel my resting order that's sitting at $3.35. So there we go. We cancel that one. What else is going on? So we do get stopped at a HARP for the remaining 10%. That is still actually a profitable stop out because we got short HARP at 22.28. So we get out at 22.21 for the remaining 10%. So ends up being a dub. Looking here at PHVS, looks like it's holding above VWAP for the moment. consolidating sideways a little bit. Let's see what this one does. Do we just get that sideways consolidation and that continued move down? Because I wouldn't put it past that. PHVS been up a lot in the past little while. Let's bring in the daily chart on PHVS and see if we can get any good daily levels on this one. Let's flip to the daily. I said daily a lot there. Here we go. Okay, so looks like Friday's close was, or Friday's high was 1088. The close was 850. So we're obviously above both. We're above the 850 level. The open price, though, on Friday was at 988. So we have that as an interesting level. So we're going to mark that one off, $9 and I want to say, 86 cents. And then the high of today is 1074, and the high of Friday was 1088. So that's a very, very close, two highs there. So we'll take the 1075 area, we'll say. Those are going to be two interesting areas we'll look at to the high side. But to the low side, PHVS, nothing really here that's too close that we can get. Geez, where are we? Actually, no, hold on. The 821 area will be an interesting area should we make it down there. We're at 947. 821 will be an interesting area of support. That is the low on Friday. And then you also have the close, that 850 area. So interesting little range there between 850 and 821. If it makes its way down there, we have those two. I guess it's a buy zone there possibly where supply may increase. Currently in 941, so the area that I'm looking at more importantly at the moment is that 986 area. That's on the intraday area. But if I'm looking at the intraday chart, this is the area where we find support right here. $9.36, $9.40. That's the peak of this support area, of this consolidation area right here, before which we break above and make our move up to 10 3/4. So this is an interesting area we're at right now, but not really sure how to play PHVS. What's the volume on this one? Yeah, 3.6 million, not too bad, up 10%. It'll get some people's attention. HARP continuing to trend down. Looks like we may test 2 on this one, but the interesting thing here to note on HARP is the way it didn't really respect that $2.20 level at all, or $2.30 level. That was the halt level that we identified earlier, and it was also this consolidation area here that it consolidated for about an hour. It just blew through that level to the sell side. It really didn't stop. Not much in the way of support on that one. So let's see what we got here with Billy. Yeah, so this one's trending up. So good thing we got out here at the 221 because now it's getting close to our entry at 22.28.
Yeah, guys, and as you're mentioning the PHVS there, I'm taking a little bit of a long here. We're going to see where this one goes.
Hey.
Yeah, guys, just make sure. My stop is tight here. My stop is tight. I'll probably be stopped out. But I'll take my shot and see what happens.
Do you like the VWAP bounce on this? What do you?
Yeah, I mean, if it holds that area, then I kind of like it. But the thing is you see the moves on this thing. Like you can't just. This thing could easily break 920 and then be at like 860, right?
Yeah.
Like this is the kind of name that it is. So for myself, I'm gonna be out if it breaks like 920, even maybe sooner.
Okay.
I'm not holding it against myself. I'll say that much. Apple starting a little bit of a long here at VWAP. If this general 4180 area holds, then maybe we get pops going. But yeah, I don't really know. It's like everything's kind of muted on that side of things, so I'm not really expecting too much. Just very small size, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, then it's just no big deal. All right, here we go. HTGM, little bit of move to the downside now. Very strong move back to the upside. Buying actually coming in here. Is this going to break the 50 level? I'm going to make sure I don't miss this order because I missed a few. And this is something that I wouldn't get long before. I said this before, but just to kind of reiterate the ideology, it's like it's holding down here. Okay, it makes a low. It looks like short is good. Then we go all the way back to the 40s. I'm not going to get long here in anticipation of a break because now, boom, we're already 10 cents lower, right? So it's like it goes lower, it flies up, it flies back down. I'm not going to get chopped. I'm just going to wait for the level. And yeah, I think PHVH, that ended up stopping me out there. And this is the thing, man. Look at that.
Look, bro, I was sitting there waiting to get short.
Wow.
And I gave it 10 pennies. I gave it 10 pennies between the stop and the limit price, and I don't get filled.
And that's the thing,
so
man.
frustrating.
well, this is the thing, because there's not necessarily any shares there to take, right?
I know. There's a
So
liquidity vacuum
I'm actually
there.
happy that I got out. And again, this is small size, so I'm able to just get out like this. It's not a big deal. And there's actually a reason why I picked VWAP, because I'm like, well, it's VWAP, so hopefully there are some shares there. But that's the thing, man. You go
I got filled.
Yeah, it's like you go, it's just kind of dead, right? Like, and I said it before, this area has to hold for it to have like another pop up to 10. But this thing's pretty flat today. 4 million shares traded is nothing special. I'm out of that one, and I'm pretty much done with that one for the rest of today. I'm probably not going to revisit it. But yeah, let's have a look back here. HTGM. And yeah, guys, HARP, another good example. It's like it has the up move, it halts. There's a lot of people involved, a lot of volume. It comes down a little bit. Looks like, okay, maybe the short's going to be good. Blows to the upside. 1, 2, halts, does all the volume, and just completely dead. So there's obviously, like, this looks terrible. But consider this, right? It's like I'm asymmetrical risk. The halt the first time was good. I'll try it. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's not. 5-cent loss. But yeah, no, I'm not holding these things against me. The short is a banger, right? The short is a banger. Back through 3. And now when's the next time this name will be above 3? I mean, look at this, right? Very robotic to the downside. Absolutely dead. Maybe 2 holds and then it kind of goes sideways and pops. But yeah, now that I look at this, the fact that we now faded, the fact that volume is dead, I would not be surprised to see this, even trading at like $1.80, before the end of today. But yeah, everything has to pop before it. Nothing goes straight up or straight down. But speaking of straight up, straight down, so obviously you guys know the deal with ATVI, Microsoft. This is straight up.
What is going on?
Yeah, it's like this is straight up.
Because
and
of
like,
the deal.
Well, there's no news today, not to my
But pretty
understanding.
much everybody anticipates that it's not going to get approved?
Well, there was some news coming out last week that we covered, but this is the thing, this is the daily. So again, it looks like a big move intraday, but it's not really a big move right now.
Yeah, you're
right.
But
the thing that kind of makes me laugh when I like glance over at this is, I talk about small caps, and anybody who trades small caps actively, you understand the games. You understand the hold the level, hold the level, hold the level, dip and rip, and then have the move, right? So the fact that this is ATVI, this is not a small cap.
No,
it did the exact same thing. So like these algos, they all think the same. People all think the same. It's like, oh, look, 74.50 is the level. That's the support level.
Shake them
and
out.
then shake everyone up, back to the upside, then the move finally happens. So, if you thought, oh, this is a support level, let me take a long here, you weren't wrong. You actually had a really, really good idea there. But the thing is it's gonna make it difficult, right? The market is not easy. Algos are good at their job. They understand what they're doing. They see orders coming through, right? They see that order flow. So they're just like, okay, let me just stop everyone out, and then we'll go up. And so this is the thing. ATVI is so much more different than PHVS. But PHVS and ATVI did the exact same thing. Look at this, right? Same thing, holding support, dip, rip, and then boom, clear everybody out to the upside. So it's like PHVS, ATVI, 2 different companies, 2 different structures, 2 different everything, and yet, same type of algo action, right?
Surprise.
Yeah, surprise. Robots will be robots. Just kind of, I thought that was a little bit of a good example there. Okay, so Apple's now back down here, so I'm going to add a little bit more to the Apple trade. Just kind of same size. My logic on this is like I knew I was like kind of punching in a weird area, but I'm going to try to average into the long for like the move back up. So it's like small size, try to get that average closer to 4180, and then if 4180 holds, then maybe we go back above 42, and yeah, we'll see where this one goes. So, and somebody in the chat actually made me laugh. They were like, Luke, I'm tired of, I said something like, we're going to have to wait and see, and somebody's like, I'm tired of waiting. Well, here's the thing, man, trading is all about waiting. It's a game of patience. A lot of you're just waiting, right? You're waiting around. It's a lot of patience. It's kind of like what we do on the show here is, education, entertainment. This is the market. This is what it is, right? This is actually trading. And so you'll see, like for myself at least, I take a lot of losses along the way. I just kind of punch out. I'm like, well, that one doesn't look good. Okay, I got to punch out of this one. And then you kind of have the balance, right? So I'm not winning all the time. I take losses. Yeah, exactly, Matt. It is what it is. I take losses. That's kind of the nature of the game. But the biggest thing is waiting, being patient, looking for those levels to set up, especially, as you approach middle of the day, things kind of slow down. Not necessarily. It doesn't mean that there's no opportunity. It just means that understand that, if you're looking for a morning fade on something like APVO, one of the names that was moving, it's up on the day. I think a lot of people were looking at that, 750 going into 8 level as a potential, oh yeah, if we get there, okay, maybe fade back down. But this is the thing. You want the short on something like this. You short this, you take from here to here, and I think you're done for the day. Like nail and bail. Do not overstay, because now if this thing holds, if it runs back to 6, all of a sudden more algos get involved. All of a sudden there's more potential that it's going to go for high day clear out. So if you're short here and you don't take the win, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, you kind of take what the market's giving you and then get flat, enjoy the day, look for different opportunity, see what wants to set itself up. And then if this gets back, maybe you get another trade opportunity, and you kind of go from there. If not, whatever. And for myself, that doesn't mean I'm going long at 5. I don't necessarily like the kind of long, unless you're watching the tape and you find super clean levels where you can kind of risk off an area. For myself, it's like, oh, you look at 5, where are you risking off? Because it looks like it's just going into the abyss, right? So these are things that I kind of ask myself. And somebody else said something about Prad. Prad is getting a wife back home. I'm waiting for I wished him safe flight. I know he posted a couple things on Instagram. But I'm waiting for a few pictures and videos. I told him, I was like, hey, Prad, send the videos. I want to see the dance. I want to see everything. Hopefully, I'm sure he's having a great time, but I hope, he's not married. He's not married. But, anything's possible, man. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. AMD to 70. We can have one more look here at AMD before I pass it back to Cherif. AMD 69.69. Oh, I like that number. Maybe we get to 70. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to 70. Maybe 70 gives some sort of resistance. Let me just zoom out because, again, I didn't really look at, maybe 70. It's not really like a super clean level. Maybe pop to 70 for the fade. I'm going to, you know what? Yeah, if we get to 70, I'll revisit this. Maybe we get over 70, and then I'll try a little bit of a mean reversion. But it's holding, right? It's strong. It's up 1.6%. And my rule is, if a large cap is, for example, up on the day, it doesn't mean that there's no shorting opportunities, but it just means maybe take a little bit less size and then take the move that it gives you, as opposed to, smash the short and hold for the move back to 68. Because unless something comes through on the overall market, then you're not going to really get those kind of super fades that you want to see, right? So same thing with Tesla. It's like Tesla's down 5%. Obviously, gapping down at the 70 level. Like, you could take the long, but just don't think that we're going back to 175, 177. Anything's possible, but it's down 5%. The odds are against you. The trend is your friend. So make James, I see you. Tesla breaks under 170, then we go to 163. That'd be an extended move today, obviously. But keep in mind that 166 area, which is obviously 500 before the split. That's an area. I think that's an area. Yeah, if we break below 166 or 165, then we're going down. And I know you say 163, and I almost want to say that I remember that as a level, sort of. But I kind of feel like if we break 165, we're going to 150. That's kind of the next level. And then it's like, okay, the pre-split areas don't make any sense anymore. Like, they're irrelevant. So we'll see there. But we'll see if that 166, maybe not today, but and then CPI. So I guess all the levels are irrelevant. But if no CPI, then that's kind of my logic on that one.
Excuse me, guys. Just reading some of the messages in the chat. We'll definitely look at updating you on some of the characters that do come in, or not characters, but individuals that come in and out of the show. Sometimes things change on a whim. I'm responding to Trader Gorno and Beat Fanatic there, and their ongoing conversation regarding that. So I took a short on PHVS. Basically at the same time that Luca was getting stopped out. I looked at it as a continuation downward. That was my thinking there. I didn't get filled until it popped back up. So, I didn't get the best part of the move. Got short at that 9-10 area. Started scalping out all the way down into the 70s, 870. So about a 40 penny winner at its best. And then it moved back up on me, which is why I got out of this green candle here, getting out at 906 or 907 for a 3 penny winner, or flat, essentially, for the last, I want to say, 10-15% of my trade. Now it's making its way back down. I should have exercised a bit more patience, but the liquidity on this one is a little suspect. So are the spreads, currently 6 pennies. So I was worried a little bit about getting cut up, especially if it broke through my my entry price and maybe retraced above VWAP, and that could take me up to the 950 area. I'd be 40 pennies out of the money there. So that's why I was quick on the trigger with this one. PHVS giving back the majority of the move that it made through that 940 break there. Billy still continuing to trend sideways, not much to report on. Neither is HARP. HARP not doing much. So the stocks that I was looking at today are all, slowly dying. So we'll have to find some new ones to replace them, and that's when we go to the scanners. So let's bring down that trustee scanner into this area here so you guys can follow along. HARP, the leading gapper on the market, up 92%. We just talked about that one. BRFH doing like no volume, 34,000 shares. That's why we ignore that. RLMD, we've seen this one before. RLMD, Relmada Therapeutics. This one, yeah, it's done 1.95 million, but look at that. Look at the chart. I mean, this trading like a buyout, so this one I'm staying away from. EH, what's that one all about? EHang Holdings, looks like a Chinese stock here. What does this one do? Autonomous vehicle technology platform company, interesting. So kind of like a Mobileye. This one's up 26.5%, so not too bad. Let's explore this one a little bit more. We had about a 714 open. We've gone up to 917, so nice, $2.50 range. Not too bad for a $9 stock. So definitely take some trades off this one. Now, how has it been trading? All right, for the most part, it's been moving up with 2 brief periods of pullbacks here. One longer than the other. The first one here being like a 3-minute pullback. This one being more of a sustained, 5-minute chart pullback that we would wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. But broke below the 50 period, now trading sideways a little bit. So we'll see what this one does. I'm going to keep it on my side chart. This has definitely earned that right. So we'll put EH up on the side chart here so I keep an eye on it. Let's continue to go down and see what else is available here, Luca. What do we got? CJJD, what's this one all about? China Jojo Drugstore. Okay, that's interesting name, Jojo. China Jojo Drugstore Holdings, a China-based retailer and distributor of pharmaceutical and other healthcare products. Okay, so they're like the Shoppers Drug Mart of China, I guess. All right, let's have a look at this chart. Yeah, this one, this is not going to do it for me, Luca. I'll tell you, it halted on the way up, but this isn't the type of chart that I'm looking to trade. Anyway, it's getting thin as the day goes on, so we'll leave CJJD to be for the moment. Let's continue to go down quickly. Rent coming up with 7 million shares traded on the day, up 11.5%. So what's this one all about? Let's zoom out. Yeah, this one's not it either. $2 stock with a really tight range, 50 penny range on the day. This ain't gonna cut it. So we'll continue to go through the scanner, see what's going on. If not, we'll trade some of these large caps. Looks like the future is still consolidating sideways, but we got that 4,000 test, I think, coming up for later in the afternoon. I don't know. I think we get a bit of a rally going into the afternoon. Maybe a
that's what I'm
test?
I mean, I would love to see it with my my long on Apple here, just to kind of long take less than half out, just kind of top of the range here. I'm really hoping that we get the push towards like 142, 41, maybe, and that's my plan, right? I'm like long, and then kind of out, and then like out. Like, if it hits 143, it'll probably hit 143 without me. So, yeah, just kind of letting you guys know there. And, yeah, HTGM, the thing is, just to kind of highlight again, because this thing is sideways and chopping around like this and not really doing anything too crazy, it's like the long through 150 could be a banger, but at the same time, it could break 150, do a lot of volume reverse, and then boom, then it's at 115, right? So, this is the thing. These are the two options, the two scenarios. So for myself, I would structure this in a way that I won't get killed if I like the long, or if I decide, maybe I like the short. I'm not really shorting in front of this area. Like, I would let it break that area, and then if it starts to go back down, then I'll short. So, but again, 150 just being the area. Somebody's saying, Luca, Amazon is running, so let's pull up Amazon. I don't know if you guys hear under my breath. I'm like, man, I need a new keyboard. These keyboards, like, so Prad's keyboard, like, I don't know how he uses that, honestly. And this keyboard, I mean, it looks cool. It's got, for anybody that didn't see, I was holding it up yesterday. It's got like the lights. Yeah, it's got the lights over here. But it's just I don't like it. So I gotta maybe look at trying to get my keyboard that's back on my desk over there. Because yeah, no, this I can't be having this for myself. Yeah, no, somebody was saying AM moving up higher. Look at that rejection, man. That 350. This is the thing, right? You have a level. And let's just look at this very quickly, because it's easy to say, oh yeah, 350 is the level, but look, you have the level from last week, you map it, you're like, okay, 350, that's the level, looks cool. And then today, just can't get above that 350, then you finally get the fade, right? So great if you had the short there. It's SSR, I missed it. You punch, you just kind of miss it. It is what it is. But now as we're getting back up to the upside, like let's say you're long. Let's say you take a $3 long because it shows you that it tops out. You think there's a good likelihood that we can break trigger stops and then, like see where it goes. As it runs up, it's maybe a good idea to take some off at the 350 level, right? Because as much as everybody wants to say, yeah, let's hold for the moon because this and that, whatever, you know, this is trading. If you can recycle 50-cent wins, even on a $3 stock, right? You recycle these types of setups over and over and over again, then, you know, it's pretty lucrative, right? It makes sense. So kind of cool how it stopped right there at that 346. Not to say that you could have gotten the fill up there because this thing is kind of thin and it's not really like, it's tough, right? Maybe it gets there and quickly flashes down. But that's why maybe scale your orders to the upside. And then you just kind of create a whole new trade. If it breaks 350, so long, out. And then now you're kind of flat. You're just waiting. If it breaks 350, if you love the long, you take the long again, right? So you could separate it in 2 different trades if that's a little bit easier. I know I do that for myself. I'm kind of in and out, and then I reevaluate where can I get back in. Luca's got bars today. Yeah, it's like I noticed myself saying things, and then I rhyme. And then I'm like, oh, man, it's like I'm over here just kind of saying whatever, and then it rhymed. And look at me just passing the time, having a great time. And yeah, everybody's like, oh, you got bars. XOM shorts. I didn't look at XOM today. I kind of left it off my radar. I think Ian had that banger trade from last week off the 104. Was it 105 or something? Where were we last week? Sorry, 104. I'm pretty sure Ian had the long 104 going into 105. Man, that was a banger long. And here we are today, kind of back to the upside. The thing is with XOM, I'm sort of like, you know, if it's at a key level, it's sort of easier to trade. If it's not, if it's, you know, like at kind of a range, an area, then you have to give it a way wider stop. And you kind of like float the risk. And you're like, okay, if it really dips down, then it dips down and it is what it is. HTGM kind of feels like, yeah, maybe now we're going to actually go. So let me just pull this up here. I'm going to see if I can, I don't have the order out, so let me just try not to miss this one. If we break, yeah, so if we break that 150 right now, it'll be great. And maybe go to the upside, but if not, then it's no big deal. So this is it, right here. Yeah, if we get, I think we're good for the move. But again, I'm not holding this against me. If this goes over 150 and then quickly flushes back down, I'm out of the trade because, yeah, this thing could easily be at 120 very quickly. So for myself, it's a long through 150. If we break and run and trigger stops and go into the halt, I'll probably try to hold that. But if we kind of break, come back down, I'm out of this. I see offers that are kind of stacked over here. A lot of people risking off VWAP, you know, over and over and over again. You know, like from here, here, here. So 1, 2, 3 times. If we break now, that's kind of the reasoning as to why I'm like, yeah, maybe it has the gas to really go. But, you know, people have been slamming over and over again, right? So I guess it's showing you its hand that's resistance. I'm going to play the flip side of it. You know, maybe I'm wrong. And then, yeah, if the long is wrong, then do not abort the short on that one. People love that saying.
They ask for it constantly on the show.
I know that.
And we can't seem to remember it. We got to, like, yell out your name. Luca, what is it again?
You know, the original saying that makes the most sense is, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. And the reason why I originally said that is because here I am. I tend to come into the afternoon show. A lot of these things, from what I noticed when I started, a lot of these kind of large caps had the move up. And then they're kind of like, you know, at the high and it's not really going higher. And I'm like, okay, maybe, I mean, it's going up, so the long. But if the long is wrong, do not, or, you know, if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong there. So, yeah, my eyes are glued to this HTGM right now. We'll see if we get a break and see where we go from there.
Guys, if it rhymes and it sounds good, it's likely right. So, I just noticed that Roblox is having itself a day, guys. Up a measly 6%. No, not quite, 5.6%. Let's bring it up on a chart here and have a quick analysis of what RBLX is up to, because it just kind of stood out there on my watch list. All right, so looks like we opened up the day around 31.65 or so. That was kind of the pre-market level, and we've topped out, and we're near the top at 33.61. Currently, we're trading at 33.42. So, you know, about a $2 range, nothing that great. And obviously, what's even less great is the fact that we've been moving sideways within a 30-penny range since 10 a.m. So that's going to be 2.5 hours of the same range. Now, it hasn't even given you an opportunity to pick up any dips here off VWAP. It hasn't really made its way down there. The better level, in fact, has actually been that 33.20, I want to say. That's where a lot of these dip trades seem to bounce off and then make their way higher, but not enough of a range for me to get interested for these dips. So I'll keep an eye on Roblox. I'm aware of it at the moment, but at the moment it's not doing enough to get me interested. Let's see what else is going on. Let's bring in the watch list here. so you guys can follow along. So here's RBLX. That's where I got that one from. Let's continue down. EV charging. I see Blink and ChargePoint here, both up 5%. So is Volta, but just not doing enough volume. Let's see the CHP. Haven't traded this one in a long time. ChargePoint. This one was like a 2020, 2021 daily play. These EV and charging station names were so in play at the time. Yeah, not much to do on this one. I'm gonna pass on that. Let's continue to go down, see what else is up. Coin was at all-time lows. You called that one out today in the work chat, right? Coin at all-time low.
Yeah.
And then now we're up 3 1/3% on the day. So 41.58. Let's see what Luca was just referring to there. Let's go look at that daily chart. We just legitimately, we did touch all-time lows. Looks like we had a low period on May of this year. We got as low as 40.83. What did we get today? So today's low, guys, was 39.33. So 39 1/3. That's an all-time low for coin since its inception and its IPO back. Wow, this feels like this is a year and a half ago. It feels like
ages ago, eh?
Yeah.
I know. I was thinking
the
the same
coin
thing.
IPO that went all the way up to $400. I wonder if anybody's bag holding from there. So yeah, coin making fresh all-time lows in case any that is relevant to anybody. I know it's to me. I'm going to keep my eye on it. Did you see what's going on with Binance? So apparently
no.
Binance right now, CZ, it might be in some hot water. There's number one, there's issues about liquidity, whether they're going to actually be able. Yeah, surprise, right? And I think people are going to. He's going to get fined. Who was I talking to about that? I saw it on my phone earlier this morning. There was another piece of information there. I think he was looking at a fine, like a several $100 million fine. Chat, fact check me on that. What am I missing today? What was the news on Binance? It was something to do with its liquidity as well as I think they were going to catch a fine from somewhere. I'll have a look at that in a sec. Let's keep going down the list. We get to fintech. Fintech not doing all that much today, guys. All 1% and 2% changes, moving down into the microchips and semiconductor area. Yeah, these ones all in a range as well. Nothing really breaking out. NVIDIA at $172, up 1.3% on the day. Yeah, not much going on here. Let's continue to go down. Solar looks a little bit better. Run is up almost 5% on the day, having done 2 million shares. Okay, so this one, we haven't seen this one move in a while. What's the chart on this one look like? Yeah, same thing, same crap as like the other things we've been looking at. That, makes a move right after 10:30, starts consolidating sideways and doesn't do a whole lot. So looks like it might be an inside day. We'll keep hunting for these movers though, and when they do come, you'll guys be first to know.
I want to just say, yeah, somebody's saying coin may be investigated for money laundering. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but for sure in the whole crypto space, there's going to be a lot of that. How much is true and accurate, I guess, regulators or whoever kind of looks into it.
Binance, money laundering.
Binance, money laundering,
That was
well, this is the thing, man. Yeah. It's like you see the whole situation with how SBF and FTX played out. I almost want to say that they're all in the same boat. They're all in the same boat. So don't think that like, FTX collapsed and Binance guy's going to come out and he's going to be like, oh, yeah, we're fine. Like, where there's smoke, there's fire, and all these guys are in the same boat. So yeah, just make sure to that. If I was into crypto, I would not keep anything on exchanges. What I do keep what I would keep there is something that I'd expect to lose 100% of, because yeah, these guys they're all leveraged. They're using it's fractional reserve banking, but they're using their own coins as the reserve. These coins are technically not worth any. They're not backed by anything. So it's different.
Theory.
It's different. It's a different scenario if you have like the call central banks that are using reserve U.S. dollar. That's a whole different story. But now you have FTX that's using their own coin as the reserve. And I think anybody that looked into that and saw that would probably say like that's pretty sketch, and that's not. You can't have that. And then how much are they actually leveraged up, right? Because I think our system does like a 5-to-1 or something like that. But were they doing like 5-to-1? Was it 10-to-1? Was it 100-to-1? It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. And again, so anybody that actually looked into the books and knew this in advance could have probably that's why a lot of institutions maybe didn't invest, because it's just high risk and, I mean, I guess high reward maybe, but yeah, a lot of the times you see that kind of scenario play out. Who gets screwed? It's the same people over and over again. It's very unfortunate. That's why, do your due diligence, understand, understand the structure of what you're investing in or trading, right? That's the main thing. And I think somebody in the chat also said something that I wanted to bring up as well. We just wait until Tether explodes. Yeah, exactly, man. And I'm not here calling, this or that or saying this is going to happen, but this is the thing, does it actually have the dollars to support the dollars that it's worth, right?
Exactly.
Not to say that it's a Ponzi scheme. It's not. It wasn't created to steal everybody's money. That would be to be determined, right? But it's more so along the lines of, as more leverage comes in and as more leverage is involved, one little thing goes wrong, it all comes crashing down. So yeah, if there's that kind of Tether is the stable coin, if that scenario comes up and there's issues there, man, it could get real bad real quick. So
So how does that work, Luca? Like, talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old for a second. So Tether is supposed to be tethered to the U.S. dollar, right? So if the U.S. dollar and Tether have to be equal to each other, is that how it works?
Well,
What's like the starting point here?
I would almost say that if you have something that's pegged to a certain something, then in theory you would want, let's say I say this is worth $1, right?
Okay.
So it should have, if I take $1 and I give you one of these, it should have $1 to then do the transaction back, right?
Okay.
If it doesn't, then that's where there's just nothing left there, and you could just everybody that bought Tether, that's holding Tether, you think you're holding Tether, you think it's worth this amount of dollars, but then the reality is they don't actually have those dollars to back it, or they maybe need to go get those dollars, and then when they try to get the dollars, they're just not available, and then you have like the sort of collapse situation, right? So
like, here's what I'm thinking. So you have to have a certain amount of collateral based up, like, for your coins, right?
Yeah.
So when you print out these coins that are tethered to the U.S. dollar, if you print, print is the wrong word. What do you call it? Mining? What's the word I'm looking for here? Like, if you issue $1 billion in Tether coins,
yeah,
then you got to have $1 billion US
like you
in the
should.
bank
Yeah.
to back that up.
Yeah.
But what happens? So the Tether coin, it will only move when the US dollar moves. So I mean, what's the point in that then? I mean, I don't get it.
It's more so, I think the main thing is, if you think a lot of these things are backed, maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. And I think we're seeing that right now in terms of how the whole industry is playing itself out. And again, I'm not really against blockchain. I think it could be efficient. It could have great applications. And I'm sure it's not going away. A lot of companies that are involved there, a lot of interesting projects. But yeah, just make sure that when you're speculating on the price side of things, getting in and out, you have to understand where liquidity is, where things can go wrong. Do you actually trust the people that are managing this? Is there any proof, right? Is there any proof of reserves and all this other stuff, right? So I don't invest in crypto, so I don't know a lot of the details. But when I kind of look at the situation and just kind of read news articles and talk to a lot of my friends, these are just the questions that I ask myself. And yeah, it's surprising at how many people just don't know the basics. And I think you got to know what you're getting yourself into. That's the main thing, right? That's what we preach here as well. Guys, as you can see, my eyes are glued on HTGM because this thing is so close to $1.50, and I don't know what's going on here. It's like lots of green, stops, a little bit down move, back up. I still think the 150 is good.
It reclaimed VWAP, which is important, but it's got to stay above it.
It's like right at VWAP. So it's like if you think short, this is the spot to short. But at the same time, if everybody's about to get squeezed right now, if we go through 150, we're blowing to the upside. So I'm like ready for this because this is going to be a fast one. Maybe I get the fill, maybe I don't. I'm not crossing too much because I want the price that I want. This is the one that I'm watching here, and you're welcome for everybody. I mean, if this is a banger long, you're welcome. If it's a terrible long and you're following this trade, that just means that I'm going to lose too. Apple's working for me, 33 cents in the money.
Hey.
This thing actually is, now that I look at it more and more, it's probably going to be a terrible long. But I'll try it. We'll see. Somebody reminded me of Meta, saying Meta was sort of moving lower. Meta I'm going to have here on the left. This is a 10-minute chart, so it's going to look a little bit more kind of zoomed out there. But yeah, didn't get the long there yet, but that 113, call it 113.31 for a little bit of a dip. That's that's where I'm sitting. That's where I'll take the long. So yeah, we'll see if that comes into play. And somebody was like, oh, Luca called the 89 top on Amazon perfectly. The thing is I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that if we the closer that we get to an even dollar, the more likelihood that price prints that even dollar. Now, do we go higher or lower? Your guess is as good as mine. But keep in mind that, you know, as we approach these even dollars, that's where a lot of, you know, size is going to be traded. That's where a lot of options are going to be hedged. Not to say that options are now hedged on a Monday at like 12:30 in the afternoon, and that's why that's happening. But it's just kind of algo driven. It's like, you know, they're comfortable trading. Maybe that's where a lot of liquidity will be. And so that's why you get, you know, kind of these floating moves into these levels, and then they get there, and then volume picks up. It does a bunch of things. You know, people try to short, people try to long, more volume kind of blows everybody out, and then it goes into the direction of you know, where it wanted to go. So let me just quickly pull up the 1 minute to show everybody. It's like we're doing nothing, right? We're really doing nothing. It's at VWAP. Everybody's comfortable. All the robots understand kind of the game here. We're at VWAP. Okay, cool. Then we go to the upside. And as we get closer to 89, you get that strong, like, kind of magnet into 89, which essentially creates a liquidity vacuum because all the offers are being clipped going into 89, prints a lot of volume at the 89 level. Now, yeah, it went to 89.10, but this could have went to 89.20. This could have went to 89.05. There's no real, in my perspective, there's no real easy way to be like, yeah, no, it's going to go through 89 to the upside. I just kind of feel like, okay, we're going to go to 89. We're probably going to print 89s, and then after that, you know, it's kind of like your guess is as good as mine. And look at this. As fast as we go up, even in the world of large caps, as fast as we go up, we come back down. And I think that's just a product of, you know, call it liquidity vacuum, where everything gets cleared out, it runs up. Now, there's no real buyers that are stepping in, you know, over here. The buyers are stepping in clearly at VWAP. And so as we move away from VWAP algos get nervous. I don't think they have feelings, but you know, they get nervous and they buy it up into the level because they know size is there. The programs get turned off, and then we fall back down because there's no buyers. You know, there could be, for example, me as a buyer, but I'm not. I'm like, let's say I'm just there with like even like 500 shares. That's nothing, right? Like you need like thousands and thousands and thousands of shares. And where do those thousands of shares come back in? Well, clearly it's showing you that, you know, the VWAP buyers are, you know, programs kick in, they catch the bid at 89.70, it stops there for a good reason, and then kind of back up, right? So now we're at 89. I want to say, and again, this is more of like a, not a, you know, if I classify my trades A plus, B plus, C plus, this is more of just like I would trade this and see where it goes, but it's not even like a C plus. Like I'm looking at 89, I'm just like, yeah, maybe you could short 89, get back to 70s, and so because that's not even like a B trade in my mind of my setups, it'll be like very small size if I do take it. But yeah, that's the logic there. Why do I think 89? Because, you know, now to get to high a day, you would need so much more buying and follow through. And even though the market's kind of making its way back up, it doesn't really give the feel that it's, you know, in the middle of the day going to break out and quickly run to 4,000. And so we were speaking about it before, where you're like, oh, don't maybe we get a 4,000 run. I was like, that would be wonderful because my Apple will continue to pay me here. And yeah, now I'm 45 cents in the money on this one. It's holding trend, so I think my play on the rest of the shares, I got some more out here, and let me just, I don't know if the fills, yeah, the fills don't show here, but essentially, I got some out over here, I got some out at the 25 area, and then it's holding trend, so I'm gonna hold this. If we break trend back below, I'll off the rest there. But yeah, I mean, where's the high on this? 45? I think maybe this wants to get back to 45, looking like trend, maybe call it 30. So as long as everything kind of acts right, then I'll still be in that trade and I'll kind of ride it and see where it goes.
Yeah, guys, I'm watching EH here. It looks like developing a bit of a flat top, or, you know, just a consolidation top here before it breaks and tests maybe that $10 area. It looks like we have a high of around 977. Excuse me. Still getting over that illness from last week. So I'm keeping my eye on that one as well. I'm also watching HTGM. I want to see what this one does at 150. You heard Luca talking about that one. The reason that one's important is because this one can go in a hurry. So it's a halter from this morning. Let's get this one ready. HTGM, NQ stock. Yeah, you know, the only thing is it's $1, and I hate trading these dollar stocks, but up 172% on the day. This 150 holds here. We've been holding above VWAP for a while, whereas the previous breaks of VWAP from the downside have been very perfunctory. I mean, and then selling off immediately after. This one's definitely been holding. So this one, and then look at the size on the book at each individual level. To be honest with you, I see more size on the ask than I do on the bid. That makes me nervous for a move up because, you know, if it flushes a little bit, you don't really have that support to the downside to help you kind of stay buoyant and not really flush all the way down, maybe to test 135, 130 or so. But this one does look good just based on the chart, the price action. I don't like where the size is distributed on the book, but the fact of the matter is, it looks good. It looks like it's about test 150s here. I'm looking at the book, and there's really not that much, not much size for a dollar stock at 150. I mean, yeah, there's upward of almost 1,000 lots there, but yeah, it's just that's not that much for it. There we go. It's just getting completely eaten up here. There we go. Now it's dwindling down. You know, some sellers stepping in there, maybe some initiating some new shorts. But HTGM, there we go, breaks above, now printing 52s. I like this one. I think this one's good for the long. I like this consolidation top and then the continuation. What's up, Luca?
No, I was just going to say, yeah, so I took the long here, but the fact that we didn't actually go back above, I mean, maybe we go now. Maybe I'm silly to cover that. But, like, that's not what I'm looking for. I was looking for, like, a super strong
squeeze.
Yeah, and, okay, now the buying comes in.
Yeah,
so,
I
but
like
it's
it.
okay. Like,
this
I'm
is
okay.
not bad. This
yeah,
is not
no,
bad at all.
This is literally the move that I was looking for, but the fact that it stopped, and now we're in a... It's like I call it, but the thing is why does it not go right away? It kind of stops there. And the thing is I think somebody said it in the chat. Yeah, halt to the upside. Somebody said it best. They said, be careful with that one. And this is what I was saying before, too. Because the thing is we could easily break 150, come back through, and be down here at 130. So because I'm in this trade, I'm looking at it, it didn't go right away, there was no real panic and move to the upside. For myself, I take the L, right? So I got in at, I think, 50s. I risked basically 1 cent on that, which I thought I was going to risk more. I guess I got filled before the break because my fill is like 150, and then I'm out at like 149, even though I wanted 148. So I guess execution tells you everything. That's why we kind of went back up, printed me 49s. But hey, man, I'll take that. You know, 1 cent risk. It's no big deal on my part. Still halt to the upside. Now it's showing 158 open. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised for this to actually open lower, and then we get the flush, right? Back down. Like, the fact that we didn't explode right away, to me, is like, you know what? I've seen these before. I really like the long, and the reason I like the long is because of all the reasons that I mentioned before, but because we didn't break, like, why did we come back through 150? That's why I got out, essentially. And so even though, you know, you look at the chart, right? Like, let me just remove the fills very quickly. It's like you look at the chart. Oh, yeah, the chart tells you that it was, oh, the long is good. But the thing is, guys, is that, you know, this could have been down here. So it's like a 50-50. I'll take that 10 times out of 10 the same way. It's part of my plan. So, yeah, no big deal there. And we'll see. We'll revisit that one when it opens. That's going to be a 5-minute halt. So that's going to be 12:50:30. So we'll see what happens there, 12:50:30. Apple sort of, you know, kind of, maybe it goes sideways a little bit before we actually can get another pop. The only thing I'm cautious of the long, thinking, you know, maybe I want to get out of this, is, yeah, that 142.50. I almost believe that we can break 142.50, get to like the 60s, and then that's going to be top. That'll be the top area. So I'm not selling. If we go back below 142.40, I'm going to off the position. If we blow through 142.50 to the upside, I'm going to try to off the position at like 60s, 64s. And then if I can get that fill up there, I'm going to flip short for the move back to VWAP. I think that's the plan. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. It's pretty close to where I would kind of get myself in or out anyway. So yeah, might have a couple trades there as kind of we approach that. AM, yeah, now back down. It still hasn't traded below. Okay, never mind. Oh my God!
Don't you love that?
I literally pull it up. I'm like, oh, this thing's at like 305, and then guys, in like 1 millisecond, it's at 281, right? So you gotta. These are wild ones, man. These are wild ones. You know, I like the saying, your risk is your size. So like on an Apple, my risk is not my size. My risk is kind of where I put my stop, because it doesn't matter if I have 100 shares, 1,000 shares, you know, 3,000 shares, one click of the button, I'm basically in and out of Apple. But with these other names, you know, these things can kind of teleport 20, 30 cents against you. And so, you know, your risk is your size, because you can't just press a button to get in and out. And, you know, I'll tell you one thing, there's nothing more terrifying than not being able to find a counterparty, right? And so as you're trading large caps, you're always going to have a counterparty. Robots will always take the other side of your fill, assuming you're kind of not trading, 50,000 shares at once, as an example. But if you're trading like, again, 100 shares, 1,000 shares, like you just click the button, get the fill, no problem. But yeah, with these other ones, and that's why going back to HTGM, which is halted for whoever just asked, yeah, it is halted. This is the thing. It's like you could, and I'm not really trading too much size now because it's the middle of the day. But the thing is like, even on something like this, man, it's like you think you have a counterparty, you think you do, and then you really don't. And I'm seeing people that are moving, I think 500 lots. I want to say 500 lots. Like you'll see like 500 lots like hit the bid or hit the ask, and you could tell it's like somebody who crossed, and now they're just sitting there waiting. And so if you're trading like 50,000 shares of this thing and you cross 5 cents, you're probably just going to be the offer or the bid. So, if that's why, don't trade that, don't just come into trading and move all types of size. Understand where counterparties are. Can you get in and out? That's how we manage risk professionally. That's kind of what we preach over and over again. Somebody's saying HARP wants more. I don't know, man. I think HARP is dead. Personally, I think HARP is dead. Look at this move, man. This move is just absolutely like, it just kind of reversed the whole, I don't know, like your take on that?
I personally don't like it. I don't trade it until it reclaims VWAP as a small cap, and it's right now it's below VWAP. So this is looks like it's a good short setting up. Can maybe consolidate sideways for a little bit, then pop right back down. That's actually the move I'm looking for on PHVS. I like that pop up above the consolidation range to VWAP, the rejection off VWAP, and I'm looking for a move down. That's why I initiated a new short here. However, I'm not gonna, just, if it doesn't materialize, it doesn't materialize. So my stop is at 934. If it breaks through 934, and I'm giving it like 11 pennies of space, because last time I had a resting order, it blew right through and it didn't trigger immediately. So there seems to be some liquidity vacuums in and around these key level areas. So just be wary with that. But I'm looking short again on PHVS. I'm risking about 20 pennies on the short here. So that's, you just had an explanation from Luca with respect to what risk is. I'm going to risk 20 pennies. I know exactly how much that's going to be given how much size I am taking. HTGM now back open, and it moves to the high side. We're continuing to move up now. All right, I see some selling coming in. We're in the mid 160s on this one though. Where are we on this one in terms of high of day? No, so we definitely tested that $2. So we've got a lot of room between where we're at currently at 163 and that $2 area. So a lot of room to the high side potentially. If you're short interested, this is not maybe the area. Wait till it reclaims more of that $2 area. So we'll see what this one does. HTGM, I'm not going to be participating in it. Oh, there we go. I got to pay attention now to PHVS as wow, the spread is really opening up on this one. Down 24 pennies on PHVS. That makes it very hard to manage because, the ask was through my stop, but the bid was like 20 pennies below my stop. So that makes it very confusing on what actions to take at that particular moment. But I still like it. We're below VWAP and straddling it from the downside, not from the upside. So unless I get stopped out here on some big wick up, I'm still looking for this one to the short side to head down possibly to that $8 level. So maybe $1.30 in the cards on this one. If I get shaken out here, I get shaken out. I don't mind. I'm already profitable on it vis-a-vis this short. I'll just reinitiate the short at a better price or at a better time. I'm not gonna get flustered on this one. But anybody short HTGM right now is being flustered. This one heading to the high side. How's that long looking, Luca?
Well, no, I covered, but I'm just kind of Well, I gave the explanation. I'm not going to say it again, but you got to be cautious on these names. Just heads up, I stopped out of Apple, kind of broke down, made its way back to VWAP. So I just said, whatever, I'm out of this one. So lock it in. Not too, a little bit of a winner. I could have covered the rest over here, but I really wanted to let it ride. Kind of bounced a little bit, but yeah, now I'm out at the bottom, which it's no big deal because as we approach VWAP, we probably get closer to VWAP, so it's not really too much concern. HTGM now is going to 2. So this thing is now like, it bamboozled me, man. It bamboozled me. I'm okay with it. I'm like kind of like, oh, I want to get back into this somehow. And somebody said, I don't know why short sellers, or man, what they, wow, somebody said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it in the chat. They said, I don't know why short sellers always blow their account trying to take the opposite of the trend. That doesn't make you smart. And I kind of, that made me.
He's absolutely, he's not wrong there, man.
Yeah.
Okay, there was a guy, I sorry to interrupt you, but it really has something to do, it's pertinent to this. Essentially, there was a guy, I used to follow him in the beginning. He's a kind of a low float, small cap trader as well. And he would be basically championing. He would make fun of people, make fun of these people all the time, shorting low float stocks. Because he just thought, there's just way too much risk for the potential reward. It didn't justify it. So I grew up, or like I didn't grow up, but in my time as a trader, I've just been around people who do not want to short low flow stocks. So I never really got around to doing that either. But sometimes you're presented opportunities, and I know some people want to take advantage of those. But low floaters, they're just dangerous to know. What is the float on HTGM anyway, Luca? Do you know?
I think it's 5 to 10 mil.
HTGM. Let's have a look right now. I'll tell you guys super quick. Luca says between 5 to 10. Let's move down, go into company profile, and it is, yeah, he's actually right. It's 8.5 million. So that is what I would consider to be low float, not exactly micro float. We've seen like 300,000 float. I've seen 700,000. I've seen 700,000 and 900,000.
Those that's why, guys. So
scary.
Flow Checker, great website, free website.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys know by now. But yeah, it's great to know the float of stuff. Like if you're looking at stuff that's like 1 to 5 mil, it's going to trade, kind of. They all have that same feel to it. Low float, right? But if you look at something and it's like 300,000 float. For me, I'm like, I almost want to go over to Greg and be like, Greg, ban this, but he can't, right? It's a company, but I'm almost like, guys, just ban this. Like,
why?
This thing is like, because it's a recipe for disaster, man.
I like
the thing is if you have floats that are that low, then algos run the name, right?
Yeah,
like you can't, it's just a latency edge. Like we just don't have that, right? They can, maneuver outside of your orders. That's kind of how that goes down. So. Yeah, no, make sure you know the floats of the names that you're trading. HTGM now is pushing that 175. Maybe it wants to make that break of 175. I kind of like the short here. I might try the short here, like for like a quick reversal. But if we get to 2, if we continue to go higher and get to 2, then I'll consider it closer to 2 there. I don't really know how I'm going to get into this one. Do I want to let 175 break to the upside, or do I want to? These are just kind of maybe I just missed the opportunity there, which is fine. Now selling's coming in. There was some size for reference at 175, so there was about 900 lots on one gateway. So I'm not really sure the full size, but yeah, we didn't actually break that. The reason why I'm saying 175 is kind of I want to short this at this area is because keep in mind that's where we halted, and then we opened at I think 185. And then we kind of fell back down, and then we never traded above this area. So I almost want to say money fills for the short. And again, this could easily go 175, break 2, run to 220. But I almost want to say that in general, money fills are like above 175, kind of playing off the high of day. And then if we really do fade back down, but you need a wide stop for something like that. For myself, it's more of a reactionary trade. So maybe I get short. If we get back to that 175, I try the short, play off 175 level, or let 175 break, kind of reevaluate and go from there. I'm a scalper, guys, for anybody kind of watching the first time. I'm a scalper. And somebody asked before, they said, where's the Indian guy? And take a guess, he's in India. He's living it up. He's in India. With nicer weather than over here right now, because it's freezing over here. But yeah, no. Hopefully, Prad's having enjoying his time right now. I don't even know the time difference off the top of my head.
No, I don't. Delhi. Let's find out. Let's go.
I think I almost want to say it could be like 12 hours.
What time
like it sounds
is
like
it in New Delhi? There we go. Okay, it's 11:21 p.m. So it's exactly what's it called?
Okay, so it's like
11 hours.
Yeah. So yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's nighttime, so I don't know if he's probably.
Hold
I'm sure
on.
He's like busy.
It's 11:28. Oh, they've got a half an hour difference. It's like Newfoundland time. You know how like Newfoundland has it's an hour and a half difference from Eastern, right? Okay, so it's 11:28 p.m. in Delhi, but
Close
it's
enough.
It's 12:58 right now, so it's 11.
Yeah,
whatever that is.
anytime traveling occurs, you're living the dream. I agree with you on that one. So he's He's probably having a great time. Yeah, and somebody was like, Ian, Luca, can you look at AM? So this is actually Cherif beside me. Ian's in the back, loving life, living the dream. And HTGM, yeah, now finally failing, so perhaps I missed a short there. Something I would watch is that 150 level, because even though, you know, I was wrong to cover that, obviously, because we went higher, maybe there's something there. Maybe there's size there. Maybe the fact that it was resistance, now turning to support using VWAP. Not really too sure, right? So that could be a level. I'm going to stay away from the bounce on that one, because I think I kind of just want to be patient for the short. But let's have a look again at AM. We were talking about this before, but yeah, this thing is, you know, when you see these kind of moves, I think today on it, you know, I mentioned this before, but 350. 350 is the area, so maybe you have the short initially because you recognize that level. You know, maybe you take the long through 3 because it's showing you that it's kind of rejecting, and then you get that like explosive move to the upside. Maybe you have the short at 350. At this point, I don't see really any other trade. So it's like, you know, one short, one potential long, one short. So I see 3 trades on this in hindsight. Now it's kind of dead. I would not be going long through 3 on the second time. That doesn't make any sense. I personally wouldn't short it here because maybe it goes to 250, but it could easily just kind of stay here, stop you out anyways, and go. If it gets to 350, you know, maybe dip, and then 350 break to the upside, you know, run stops. But I don't know, man. Is it dead? Is it not? No idea. And for anybody wondering, again, just to quickly highlight, this was the halter from Friday, right? So this thing kind of went nuts, right? So 350 to 450 is like that upper area. I don't know if we get there today. Its volume's kind of lighter. I don't think we are, to be honest. But yeah, no, all good there. And yeah, maybe HARP, kind of slow. Yeah, not really doing anything. So yeah, just kind of chilling now. And yeah, let us know, guys. If there's anything else moving, let us know. If there's any kind of large caps that you have questions on, or if you like certain areas. Somebody's saying AMD shorting. Let's have a look here at AMD, because I know I said 70. Oh man, you know what's so funny? I'll say these things. I'll be like, yeah, you know, if AMD gets over 70 and then runs to 70.20, you know, maybe there's like a short to then come back through. Wow, what is this? Okay, we're getting a pop now here on the overall market, I think. What time is it? 1 o'clock?
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, it would be. I don't know if there's any news. No, but everything kind of.
We knew that 4,000 test was likely to come
like
in.
Imagine
I mean,
4,000.
we were like
oh, wow.
15 points away
like,
from it. Exactly.
Maybe there's some news here. I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll get that when it does come.
Maybe
Guys, EH made a nice move off that consolidation base that it formed at around 920 there. Now testing 10. Just broke 10 to the high side, but my spidey sense tells me that we may have topped out a little bit here. I think 10 may be the top. But anyway, I'm not gonna make that call. Obviously, I'm just, you know, looking for the short. I'm testing out to see where we could possibly get short on EH, up 34%. Guys, the market is doing all sorts of shenanigans. Made a new high at 98, sold right back down into 93. I'm talking about the ES, that is at 39.98 and 39.93. Look at that. Ugly reversal candle. This is a 10-minute candle, by the way. If this closes like that, well, I'm not saying it will, but that would be a hell of a reversal candle so far. But anyway.
Guys, just a quick update. Biden's saying that they're not sending troops to the Ukraine. So that's a reason for the move there. Not to cut you off, but just very quickly. That's a move, man. Look at this. Look at ES. Kind of was already at the high of days. Run to the upside, quickly fade back to the downside. And now we're just probably going to find some type of level off area there.
Was there talk of them sending troops to Ukraine? Like, no.
No.
I mean, I've never heard that. I
never do. That's horrible.
That's just, I would dislike that greatly, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, but man, again, this is the thing, right? You're gonna get this kind of whipsaw action. You know, map the sort of high of that, map the low of that, and see how it's trading now. If you're at key levels, you like the short, you know, maybe you risk off these levels of that kind of range. Like something like AMD, that was not like a crazy move, but it obviously 69.92 area going up to 70.20, and 70, call it 25 area was the high, right? So
no.
70.20.
I tried going
70.25, you know, you probably risk off high a day if you like the short. Yeah, if we can get to like 70.10 area, maybe I'll try the short on that for the fade back down. But yeah, I don't know if we get there. Maybe we actually just fade right now. So you know what? This maybe silly, but I'm gonna get into a short right now on AMD for the move down. If because we go up, we go back down. If we now break this low, like, yeah, we could easily like now start the little bit of a downtrend, but I will not hold. This is like smaller size because I'm punching, like I want the size over here, not over here, so I have to take a little bit less. But yeah, no, if we like fade back down, maybe get like 50 cents out of this. Obviously, you know, somebody was saying in the chat like AMD is strong. It does have that, like, it had that, like, up move. I'm kind of looking for a reason to reverse and take the short because I'm not taking the long up here. But yeah, if 70 now wants to top out, maybe this is a good short. Maybe we get back down to 69.50, then reevaluate. If this runs back up to 70, no big deal because I'm in a little bit of a left size there. So I'll just kind of try to hold it, you know, see if I can ride it out and kind of go from there. Let's pull up HTGM just very quickly again because now it's coming back to that 150 area. There's not really any size at 150. The book is pretty thin, not thin, but like, you know, it's not really, there's not really any kind of big buyers closer to 150. That'd be something that I look for. You know, if this is like kind of where we exploded, if we come back down, are people stuck short and just waiting to get the fill there? Residual size kind of just being left over there. But yeah, no, I see nothing. So just kind of chilling. Yeah, AMD pretty nice, 17 cents in the money. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, if we keep going down from here, I think that could be a banger. And I'm just looking to see Amazon, because I know it was above 89, now back down to VWAP. I wonder if maybe a VWAP kind of scalp long here. I'm not 100. I mean, it's weird to kind of short AMD and long Amazon, but this is going to be more of a kind of, I'll take a trade if we get closer to that 70s for like a 15-cent kind of move to the upside, but I'm not really, I don't love it. I'm just going to try it once, and if it fails, then I guess, you know, VWAP buyers are just not there for the time being. So yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. Short AMD, long Amazon for the VWAP bounce. If things go against me, I'm not really going to hold them, and yeah, we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, I like that. That's a nice VWAP bounce there. I'm short Microsoft at the moment. A few pennies out of the money, short 13, so 10 pennies out of the money so far. But waiting for this one, I don't like how this 10-minute candle looks on the futures here. It is definitely forming a topping tail candle. We have like 4 minutes before this 10-minute candle closes though. But this one looking quite ominous, hence why I decided to go short. With respect to risk management, I'm looking for my stop. I'll be getting out of this position through the break of 25.40 to the high side. So if it breaks out of this range, look at this range here. This is the 1 minute chart, by the way. If it breaks out of that 35 range, so I'll give it to 40. Back flat on the trade, but I like where this is headed at the moment. PHVS, I'm looking to possibly get back in here. The only thing stopping me, number one, the spread. Number two, the decrease in volume. So I'm going to have to wait for volume to pick up on that one. EH is the trade that I really am kicking for myself for not getting into. This was the one I identified off the scanner and then, you know, said, oh, looks like it's going to pull back. I'll wait. Well, I waited too long and the move's gone. And now it's broken and held above 10. I was thinking maybe the 10 was a possible short here, but it looks like for the moment it's more inclined to go northward than southward. So, yeah, we'll continue to watch that. Anyway, woo! Microsoft printing, baby. There we go. We're testing that 250. So 250 is going to be a support level. It's that whole dollar, half dollar thing that we've talked about. So this one going to be a little tricky. We're going to take a little piece off there. Hello. Okay, I guess we didn't take anything off there. Okay, so button not working at the moment. So we'll wait for this one to continue to the south side. But what I do like is this 10-minute candle that's now going to close in 2.5 minutes on the futures, ES.
The only reason I'm laughing is because you're like, oh, we're going to take a piece off, and then I don't know if it like bounced away from your...
It did.
Yeah,
or
and
did
you're
it?
like, okay, well, I guess we're holding this for now. Man, all the time. That's why it's like, I feel that one. But yeah, just be patient with that. Sure it'll fill. Yeah, 250 kind of interesting on Microsoft, but it's been through it a few times.
Yeah,
just kind of,
yeah,
just kind of like, you know, VWAP action. You know, maybe that's
recycled levels.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of over and over. I'm still waiting for Amazon for the bounce, but yeah, no, I think maybe I may have missed it. This came down to 74s, but maybe it's good, right? Maybe we get back down, kind of drop a little bit, and then pop again. This is not. I mean, look where we are on the day, guys. Look where we are. We're like right at VWAP. So for myself, I'll take the long. If we get a bounce right away, okay, great. If we go even lower, I'm not really going to hold it because yeah, then we just drift away from VWAP. You know, you wanna play the outer ranges for the move back to the middle. Because as you guys see over and over again, large caps tend to, you know, they have the move, and then for the most part, they always get back to VWAP on the day. Usually, unless it's like a crazy move, like, you know, Carvana claiming bankruptcy, and then it just never gets back to VWAP. But even then, it gets back to VWAP sometimes, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind. You know, when you did on the middle, you're kind of like, oh yeah, like we're gonna go down here. Like I'm gonna place a bet that we're gonna go down, or I'm long off of the bounce because maybe it makes sense, but I'm not gonna hold it against me. Whereas if you're short from up here, you're like, okay, yeah, maybe we're gonna get back to VWAP. If you're long from down here, yeah, maybe we get back to VWAP. Make sure you map the ATR of the move, right? So it's like 89, and then we kind of bottom out at 88. So $1.50, I think Amazon has shown that it could have $2, $3 moves intraday, or sorry, I should say $2, $3 range. But on today, it's flat. You can maybe say, you know, it's flat on the day, pretty lackluster, nothing really too crazy. The real significant level of this would be like 90 if we get there. But then if we get there, there'd be a reason as to why we're there, right? So that's why I kind of like the shorts up here. But yeah, no, I missed that one. But yeah, short AMD right now, just kind of hanging out. I might add to this one. Where are we on AMD? This is kind of like, you know, it was creating this kind of, this is not, I'm not going to go ahead and say Elliott wave theory, but just on an intraday basis, it's like, you know, you have the kind of lightning bolt, a little bit of a triangle, but then it breaks. So now maybe the trend is dead. So I'm going to play off that 70 level, off that 70-20. If we can pop here, you know, maybe this kind of short-term support area, which call it, you know, just in front of 70s, maybe we tap that and then kind of fail, don't break through 69.90, don't break 70s, and then just kind of let VWAP catch up to it as it's just sideways and slowly going down. If that happens, great. If not, I'll just stick to the position that I already have with it. And somebody's saying HT halt. Oh, is this halt to the, oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So as fast as things go up, man, these things can go down. This thing is showing $1.33 open now. It's going to be a 5-minute halt most likely, so that will be 112, 16, 7, 8. Yeah, 111.54 if I'm not mistaken. So maybe in the next minute it's going to open. Thanks for that update. I actually missed that. I didn't even notice that it was halted to the downside. So yeah, probably opens down over here, 133. Yeah, interesting how like it halts to the downside. I mean, it could open flat. Right now it's showing 133, but it's showing that it wants to open right at the bottom of that range before the run up, right? So yeah, this is the thing, man. These were the money fills up here. For anybody that saw that 175 offer of 900 lots, playing off that, like that was the top. That was sick. Now you're hopefully holding on to that short. And I think, you know, at this point, it's just trade management. Like, where's the bottom? It showed you that the bottom wants to be 130, 120 area. So yeah, unless we like open here and go into another halt, which is, I don't really think that's going to be the case. You know, it's probably get some support here at like 125. So yeah, and it's gone. Yeah, exactly. Like this is the thing. If we were above 2 right now, there's no way that this breaks 150, comes back down, does no volume for like 4 seconds, 10 seconds, and then goes up. Like there's just no way. Like it would have been a clean break to the upside. It would have been the same thing. It would have opened into a halt, and then it would have had another strong move to the upside, because that would entail that shorts are getting squeezed. Because it kind of showed that weird kind of action, it's like, okay, like what's going on here? So now we're open here. It opened at 132. And yeah, the tape is pretty, you know, there's a little bit of selling, a little bit of buying, nothing too crazy. But yeah, just keep in mind that like 130 to 120 area does feel like a little bit of, you know, call it support, call it what you want. It sort of showed that that's where it kind of bottoms out at. So, you know, yeah, there's a good likelihood that if this is going to now chop around, it could just chop in these areas, up, down, nothing too crazy. Like this is the move. If you're fading the move, great, you play off that level. If you're long, great, okay. But now it's kind of like chop central. You easily just kind of throw money away. So yeah, just be careful on that one if you're watching that. No need to throw money away. Luca, are you long Amazon? Where's the ticker? No, I'm not long Amazon. I didn't get the fill. I was trying to get it, I think 71s. I was sitting at 71s, but we like that trade is now done, right? So I was even going to bring this up. It's like you have the move down. I was sort of trying to get it over here for the move back to like the 90s. So like 20-cent scalp in and out. It would have taken, you know, not even a minute to get that. But now it's a different trade. It's not really like the quick kind of, you know, news reaction, playing off a VWAP bounce play. I'm creating this on the fly here. It's not really, it's kind of like, you know, just the structure of Amazon today. But now if we get back there, maybe it's just going to be a little bit slower. So that's actually a good reminder. I'm going to remove that order and just change it for a little bit less size, because I still kind of like it. I want the long, but I gotta obviously size accordingly. It just makes a little bit more sense for myself to do that. So yeah, we'll see if we can still get that. And let your puts ride. I know somebody before was talking about CVNA is going to 0. get puts, but I don't know, man.
Give me more, baby. Give me more. I come back from making myself a tea. I see this short printing. Thank you very much, Shawn Katina, for that. Look at this one. We got an 80 print there. That's not too bad at all. Okay, very happy with this Microsoft short. Let's de-risk a little bit here. We got 30% left. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca.
No, all good. Man, anytime, feel free, like at any moment, because if you don't, then I'll just keep going forever, you know? And yeah, no, AMD fading, so that's working. Amazon coming back down, hopefully get that fill there. And yeah, man, the thing I was going to say about CVNA very quickly is even though, you know, maybe there's the rumors of bankruptcy and you know, maybe they're restructuring debt, what's going to happen, you know, time will tell. Keep in mind that, you know, the reaction to the news a lot of the times is, you know, selling, or like the second day reaction is selling. And so on something like CVNA, where they have the negative news, this is the daily, guys, it's like you have the negative news, it breaks down, it's a 52-week low, so much volume being done. You know, big money has ample opportunity to, like, you know, make decisions, get in and out. Now it's like if you're playing that same news, well, it'd be great to have like that 565. I almost want to say the 565 short. That's like the banger short. Now it's kind of like, you know, you don't, for myself at least, it's like, look at this. It went up to 512, fading back down. Even though I thought that it could do this, even though when I was looking at this from before, I was like, oh yeah, maybe it could get up here, maybe it goes back down. I'm like, I don't know if like I even want to take these trades because it's like the moves are just sort of muted. I can't short this anyways because I didn't pay for shorts on it. I'm not gonna go long here for like a, you know, I don't care about being right. I'm not really like, oh, like I get long here. I just want to, you know, have trades that make sense. So yeah, no, that's. I mean, maybe they continue to go lower, maybe they don't. But the whole point that I wanted to say is that, you know, when volume is being done, that's when, you know, people are trading it very aggressively. And then as it kind of slows down, you know, 12 million shares traded today, you just got to, you know, be a little bit more cautious. Somebody's saying Tesla breaking 170, so we can have a look here. Tesla.
That 80 level, guys, on Microsoft, acting as a bit of a support level. I saw 79s on the tape, but that 80 level has been holding up for a little bit of time. I've got a resting order out here at 74s to take another piece, but some buying coming in, yeah, at that 80 level like I'm talking about. Seeing 77s now, 76s on the book and on the tape. There we go. We get filled 74, baby. This one is headed southbound on the Don Valley Parkway. Luca, what is going on? We're loving this trade. Shout out again to Mr. Katina to my right for calling this one out. This is where we base this off, guys. Look, this is the 10-minute chart on the ES. This is the March contract. By the way, the March contract and the December contract are not the same. Have a look at their levels. They're not trading at the same level. So at this firm here, we've rolled over to March. We're no longer relying on the December levels. Having said that, this is the candle that I'm talking about. Look at this reversal candle. The test of 4,000 doesn't quite make it up to 4,000, mind you. 3,998.5 is where it went up to. And then you had this huge reversal. And the continuation candle, equally as important. Because if this reversal candle means nothing in isolation, unless we get that continuation candle subsequent to it. So that's what I'm liking about this one. I like that. I like the short. Microsoft retracing, we've only got 19% of this position left, and we are short 250.12. Hey, Shawn Katina lights that one up for you guys.
On that move up, we got short 250.86.
Shawn is saying he got short 250.86 on that move up. That would be here, guys. This is where that is. That's essentially top wick. Top wick is 89. So he got 86s. Okay, you do that what you will. The triangle will make that look like it's top wick too, because it won't show you exactly where it got in. But yeah, nice short there, Shawn. I'm sadly way lower, right above VWAP there. But what I do like is that I've got VWAP in between the current price action and my entry. That way, if it rejects off VWAP, I don't actually have to stop out quite yet. I'm going to put the remaining 19% to my entry price at 250.12. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put that stop order coming in there as well, 250, and we're going to say 13 because, you know, I'm just feeling quite whimsical. And we're going to cover the remaining amount at 250, and we'll give it to like 16 in case it just gets really wild there. So now we've got that one set up. The market, yeah, you know, still a bit below 39.90. I like that, 39.89. The bottom wick of this 10-minute candle is 39.86. So yeah, we're 3 points away from the low there. We'll continue to watch that. Very profitable trade. So far on that, I want to, oh my goodness, look at EH. This one is the one that I screwed up on big. This was the one, oh my God, I could have been in here at 940, 950, and now we're printing as high as 1050. Looks like we bounced off that $0.50. EH got all sorts of legs. You know what's funny is I don't even know what this is moving on. I know what it is. I know it's EHang. It's an autonomous aerial vehicle technology platform. But what's the news? And I don't see any news here on my news blotter. Yeah, so it just says that it's moving, but not really it says breaking out on volume, so not really sure what's going on. Yeah, EH, Shawn, if that's possible. Yeah, anyway, flipping back, we'll leave that one, but the price action is excellent. I mean, if you're looking for a dip trade, you've got to assume that that $10, if this one holds up, will provide some level of support. So that's my thinking. I'm gonna be looking for that dip down into that $10 area. If it comes, great. If it doesn't, the next level of support definitely has to be that 965 to that 975 area. So that the $0.75 area, that's the peak. That's the high of this peak right here. So that's why I'm looking at those two areas for possible areas of support. Flipping back quickly to Microsoft. Yeah, we're still in the trade on this one. It's still printing 80s. I mean, we got as low as 73 on our last out. So that remaining 19%, I mean, it's got to break below that low of 70. 249.70 is the low of that last little push down there. So I'm going to put a profit taker in the low 60s. So let's go ahead and cover some of this in the low 60s and see what this one does. There we go. Get some out at 64. 64 seems good. So we're quite a ways from that now. We're still testing 250, but I still like the direction of this one. Let's have a look at PHVS. This is the one we tried to re-enter short. My only concern with this one is the volume. The volume and actually the spread as well. Those are usually part and parcel. Usually when there is when it's an illiquid stock or it's a low volume stock, then you're gonna see spreadier spreads. Does that make sense? Spreadier spreads, right? Spreadier spreads. Yeah. So right now, 6 pennies on this guy, but it looks more inclined to go high side. But you know, you just had that big rejection candle, probably a lot of bag holders from this area here, so it may step its way up. 10 is the next level on this one.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking. I didn't get the fill here on Amazon, so I guess that level is good. I mean, I'm bidding like 71, 72, 73, but no, it just kind of dipped down to 75, so no fill there. AMD is, man, Cherif, nothing nicer than, you know, going for a walk, coming back, and seeing yourself even more in the money. So yeah, no, that.
I like that.
Yeah, AMD.
That happened to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you part of that club too? Hey,
oh, yeah.
Look
that
at
short
that.
Is, so now we're kind of at the area that I told myself, you know, maybe it gets to 50s and then I don't know. So I'm going to still hold, but I'm going to take some off. You know, I'll take that 40-cent winner, you know, nothing to complain about. And I'm going to try to ride the rest down to VWAP. But if we don't get to VWAP and we go back up, I do a very poor job at, you know, I could see this move from here to here. Okay, great. I like that. Now, if we go back up, I'm always like, where do I get out? Do I just take the rest out at break even? Do I take it out at 70s? I feel like 70s, it's going to touch there anyway, so I might as well take it out here. But, yeah, I'm going to try to let the rest ride over there and, you know, see where we go. And somebody, I'm just kind of checking up over here. What's everybody looking at? BIVI, gap filled. Oh, yeah, there was what was it? UAA?
Mamma
that everybody
mia,
was talking
Philip
about?
says, man.
Oh, there we go.
You know that's targeted at you for sure.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like, it's not going to be to me.
Mamma mia, there's the win. Let's go. Spin the, you got the pizza emoji there, or? Oh, it's, okay. It's pending right now. It's somewhere hiding.
It's coming.
That's it. Spin the money. We're good with that one. Snow short here, beautiful baby.
Oh, I just need to restart it. That's no worries.
I think, is that connected to this or that?
Stream Deck. No, it's connected to this one. I just got to load up the program, then shut her down again.
Yeah, no problem. PHVS Rocket, PHVS. Let's have a look. Well, no, it's kind of just like whatever. Not if this gets to 12, then I'll be interested. ATVI at 750 here. I don't know if like ATVI has been just kind of straight up. Maybe it's like silly to short this right now, but I'm gonna take a stab at it. Not really too sure what to expect on this one, but we'll see if we get the fill. And yeah, just playing off that 50 level. What else do we got here? We got SMMT's not really moving. AMAM still below 3 there. And yeah, we'll see. Okay, there we go. Fill here on ATVI. I mean, right now, this could be the top. Like, it could be the top if we go all the way back down. But if we keep going higher, as the kind of trend is showing you, I'm not really trying to be smart here. I'm more so just trying to play off levels. And my reasoning on this is we had a strong move on Friday into 75.50, but we stopped at 75.50.
I just don't get why they're moving up on news that they're not going to merge. Like, so investors are obviously looking at that and saying, oh, that's good for the company. Otherwise, why the stock go up? I mean, do they stand to get some sort of money from the deal breaking down? You know, there's like that clause in the agreement for takeover that if it doesn't go through, you get X amount of money. Remember that JetBlue Frontier deal? They were going to get like a couple of billion off that.
Yeah, it's tough to say, man. I don't know. I mean, initially it did fade down, and then it kind of went back up. And this is the thing, right? It's like you're going to have news that comes out, and then you're going to have the CEO who comes back and says, like, no, the deal's not falling through. And so, like, there's all these kind of flip side scenarios that could play themselves out. Yeah. I think the most important thing is just kind of, you know, it's like obviously the deal price is 95, and I think Microsoft has to pay ATVI like $1 billion cash if they don't go through with the deal.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, so that's $1 billion on their balance sheet that they're just going to acquire like that. I don't know. Maybe that was my thinking, right?
Yeah, but again, the thing is that like. I mean, $1 billion, is that even a lot for Microsoft? Like, I don't.
Not Microsoft.
I don't think it is. You know,
for Activision.
No, but I'm saying Microsoft would have to pay Activision if they don't end up buying them.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the fact that Microsoft stock's going to go lower as a result of that. I'm thinking, why is Activision going up if the deal's falling apart? And the reason might be because they're going to get a free Billy on their balance sheet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's free cash.
I mean,
not? Like,
I'm not going to try to, you know, predict. Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen?
Trader Gorno laughing at me. He's like, at Cherif, acting like the market is rational right now. ATV could be $15 lower in a week than what was the logic. Yeah, for sure. No, I agree with you. I'm the first to say it. I think there's a lot of gambling on Wall Street. Any hint at, you know, slowing down of inflation or slowing down in rate hikes, and then the market goes ape, you know what. So I had this discussion with many people on the floor, with Brendo, with other people. I think that there's a lot of gambling, and everybody wants to be in first. They want to be the people. They want to be the individual that gets that lower print. And also, I think a lot of it has to do with hedge funds and how their articles of incorporation are structured. A lot of them are not allowed to be in cash. Do you know that? So they actually have to deploy capital, whether either long or short. So
wait, they got to do their job, you're saying?
But hold on, don't you think at times it's better to stay cash?
Yeah, for sure.
Is it always good to be deploying capital? No, I don't think it is.
I think you saved a lot of money if you stayed in cash for the year.
Right? You could be short, right? You could be short. You'd still be deploying capital. You gotta pay for those shorts. But anyway, I think that it's an interesting discussion.
Someone's saying CNXA. Let's have a look here very quickly. CNXA, one of these sub-dollar stocks. Kind of crazy, like sharp moves to the upside and the downside, kind of rejecting off of 50-cent area, so maybe use that as your gauge. I'm personally not going to dabble in these ones. I don't really like to trade the kind of sub-dollar stocks. So yeah, I'll kind of let that one go. But yeah, maybe there's something there. It's up 165%. You know, it came from 20 cents, now almost at 50. Yeah, I would play off the 50, just kind of gut feeling.
I'm out.
But yeah, sorry.
I just got out of my Microsoft position there as it rockets up to the north side. A completely secular move. Look, not being echoed on the ES. The ES, it's red actually. This candle is red. While Microsoft made a big boy move up. That's all right. We're still very positive on it. In fact, the L was right at my entry. So the remaining 19% that I had on that Microsoft trade is for break even. These were our outs, and then we just kind of waited for that move down, but not to be all good. So Microsoft ends up being a really good play to the sell side. Trader Gorno responding to my little rant there about hedge funds and the deploying of capital. It says, true. Can you imagine that to set a limit on cash you can hold so you are forced to lose money for clients? Makes no sense. It's probably because they want higher commissions. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what the regulations around that are, whether the regulators force the hedge funds into deploying capital or whether the hedge funds are just structuring it that way with their clients. Don't know enough about it to make a comment, but all really interesting stuff, guys.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of glancing back here. What do we see? Billy. I had no trades on Billy. Oh, yes, Trader Gorno, you're saying snow, the short there. I don't really see what you see. I guess it's like you got that top-ish area, like 50, 150 to 150.50. Kind of can't really get through the 150.50. So yeah, maybe short is good for $1 to the downside. You kind of risk 10 cents tight risk there. Yeah, no, it could be interesting for sure. Yeah, I think I'm stopped out of ATVI here. So let's see where this is. Yeah, no, this kind of broke top there. That was my worry. Is like I'm like if 75.50 breaks, like I don't really know. Like, are we gonna? I'm not really gonna give it too much room against me because where's the top? I'm looking at the book; it's pretty light, so no big deal there. I'll take the loss on that one and move on. Yeah, Amazon. I guess the VWAP buy is good. Too bad I didn't get that one. Moving back to the upside here, probably just leave it and see where that one goes.
Yes. All right. Someone asking me in the chat, Kevin, asking, is it time for the short on EH? And I'm gonna have to say no to that. We've just created recent high here at 1070. Yeah, we are 1046, so we've traded below the $half level, but have a look at how this one has really respected the 7-period moving average on the 3-minute chart. Save and except for this area of retracement right here, where it actually respected the 20, right? We don't have a break of the 7, right? There's a consolidation period here. Now, one thing that I just want to mention, most people that know technical analysis know that moving averages are good for trending markets and not so good for consolidating markets, right? Rather, you should use oscillators during times of consolidation and leave moving averages to trending markets. So watch how that is really kind of exemplified in this particular chart. So you have this period of consolidation where the 7 period actually ends up meaning nothing. Breaks above it, breaks below it, breaks above it, and vice versa. But when it's trending, that's when it really does make sense. It does touch a 7 EMA. And those are the areas where you can enter, right? You just basically gauge where the 7 EMA is at any particular time. And then you put a dip trade or a resting trade in and around that area. You get long and it continues north. That's how I use the moving averages on these moves up. But during periods of consolidation, they're not really they're not effective at that time. So I'm not ready to go short on this one until I see a sustained move downward. Also, you have to look at where VWAP is. VWAP's at $9.34. We're trading at $9.50. So it's kind of like how I take small cappers long. I wait for them to reclaim VWAP, be above VWAP, then I'll take them long. I'm not going to take them long for retracement to VWAP. That's not my style. Same thing goes with these shorts. If I'm going to get into a short on a small capper, it's not going to be while it's above VWAP. I'm going to wait for the decided break below and the trend change. So I'm not going to be taking this one short until it breaks below that 940 level. We'll see where that level is when it makes its way down there. VWAP, that is. But at the moment, I'm still seeing another long on this one. So EH continuing to head to the high side. Kevin asking, what period moving averages are the lines on your chart? Good question. So for our regular viewers, they know the green, this one here, is 7. The orange is 20. The red is 50, and the blue is the red is 50, yes, and the blue is 200. The black line, that's VWAP. So I have 5 lines, 4 moving averages, and 1 volume weighted average price. And then I have my volume chart on the bottom. But I also use other stuff at home, by the way. So at my home platform, I do more swing trading than day trading. So I'm looking at charts from a more macro perspective. And so I'm using a lot more oscillators at that time because we've been really in a consolidating market. So I've been using oscillators a lot more, trying to learn how to use them a lot more by going back to my TA book and freshening up on a lot of the TA on oscillators and how to use them and the differences between them. But look at EH. Guys, we are headed to 11 on EH. This ain't the time to take the short. You want to gamble and take the short in front of the half dollar or the whole dollar in front of 11. All the power to you. I will not be joining you on that short.
That is like, I mean,
That's a nice big boy move.
It doesn't get any cleaner than that, you know, that kind of trend there. It's like just straight up, a little bit of a pullback, straight up, a little bit of a pullback, straight up. And I know you're like, oh, don't short that. The first thing I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta short this thing. But no, maybe not.
You just want to get revenge for my RVPH trade or PHDS or whatever the hell it's called.
The thing is this, man. When I see these moves, I'm just like, I can't long it over here. You know, like it's it's tough to long it. Like you want to long over here or pullbacks, right? But even then, it's like if I saw this, I'd be like, oh, I gotta short this. Then if I saw this, I was like, oh man, I really got to short this. Now, what do you think is going to happen? Down, probably go for the test of 11, but I think you have a good point there. The 11 area is interesting, and the volume kind of, see the volume right now.
Picking
so like volume is really picking up to the upside. So it's sort of like, call it like, you know, volume picks up. Maybe there's a potential little bit of reversal there to be had. Yeah, I'll watch it at 11. I think maybe get a trade going there, maybe not. And yeah, Trader Gorno, I'm in the short, man. I'm in the short on snow, playing off this level, playing off high day. Yeah, maybe we fade. I saw you saying going for 48.50. Yeah, I like the perspective. I like the different perspective of everyone. Because for myself, I'm like, yeah, maybe this is kind of the channel that it's in. But if we actually break down and you have the patience for it, for sure this thing, you know, if it breaks here, then yeah, VWAP test incoming, and then it's just a matter of like, is it really gonna probably not low a day because it's up 4%. But yeah, I'm just kind of glancing over at daily, just kind of seeing, are we at any super significant levels? Like, not really. So yeah, I don't know, we'll see what happens here. Maybe we fade back down. I'll probably look to take profits closer to 149.50 if we can get there. If we continue to go to the upside on this, then I'll probably just cut my loss. But yeah, no, maybe playing off that 151 is the better look there. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. Big reason for me shorting. This is Trader Gorno in the chat. Snow is 10-year yield has spiked huge. In the last hour, there's no logic. Risk to reward setup. Yeah, I like that, man. If you have, the thing is I feel like my stop is not in the right spot. It's probably in a spot that I'm going to be stopped and not necessarily be wrong. But I'm okay with that. You know, I'm just kind of like, I'll take the stab. If it fails, great. If not, whatever. That's just kind of my trade. Obviously, you know, everybody trade your own type of style and book. That's the best thing you can do there. And what else do we got here? Apple kind of.
What time it is?
It's, no.
1:36.
Wow, really?
And do you know that for 2 hours and 36 minutes, we have not talked about the World Cup once?
Wow, eh?
Luca.
Okay, so let's get this going. What do you think?
What is happening? Yeah, okay, we got to bring this up on the screen. First of all, what are your thoughts on the Brazil exit?
Well,
I know you're Italian, so that there's, you know, there's that rivalry going on there, dating back to like decades ago.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised. Like, this is definitely a World Cup of surprises, right? World Cup of surprises, and yeah, you know, I said before there was somebody. I don't know if you were here when I was saying it. So somebody put a bet through, $25 7-leg parlay.
Yeah, I was sitting over there. I was sitting.
Yeah. And so they have France to win it all. And I said to myself, I said, you know what? I think I'm gonna ride that because this guy's just been lucky. He's called everything. So you know, maybe France is gonna win. It kind of makes sense there, but it'll be. I think there's a good chance that I want to see Messi make it. I want to see him have a run. Like, I would love to see him like go and probably be France.
Okay.
Like, I mean, based on the odds.
Yeah.
But like Morocco, man, what a run.
Okay, so I'm gonna touch some touchy stuff here, but I'm gonna do it anyway because, well, what's life without whimsy? France and Morocco. This one is a real rivalry for me because any student of history knows that the colonizer was France and the colonized was Morocco. And that goes not 100 years, that goes back like 50, 60 years. So that's not that long ago. So I think this is gonna be a really emotional game for a lot of the Moroccans that will want to win over France there just for bragging rights. This one goes back a lot. Most Moroccans, they speak French anyway. Algerians, Moroccans, a lot of French spoken in that country because of the colonial history with France. So this one is interesting me in that regard. But this one here, Argentina, Croatia, they don't really have too much of a rivalry. You know, not really part of the same area of the world. Really, not that I remember. They played each other before. I believe Argentina beat Croatia in 2014, I believe?
It was the Euro, wasn't it? The Euro final was Argentina, Croatia.
Well, Argentina can't be in the Euro.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No, when did they play then? Maybe it was...
I'm pretty sure it was 2014. Argentina knocked out Croatia on penalties in the quarterfinals, I want to say. Quarterfinals, semifinals, something like that. So Argentina and Croatia, they have played each other. But this one, like Luca said, man, Messi's got everything. All the check boxes on his career are ticked off. They're all. Except the international trophies list. He only has one, and that was the Copa America, and you know he really let it loose at that time. He needs that bigger one though. If he wants to be considered, you know, on the same level of Maradona, you got to get that work. You got to get that. You got to get that World Cup card.
Yeah, for sure. And sorry, I just saw it. So Argentina, Croatia.
Yeah, what was it?
It was 2018 World Cup. Yes.
Okay.
And the reason I was bringing it up is because I have a Croatian friend. And he's like, oh my God, we got to play Argentina again. I also have a friend who's from Argentina. And so you should see them going at it, man. It's going to be some nice, healthy competition there. I don't know. I mean, if I had to guess, I want to say that Argentina, and this is just because Messi. I'm like, you can't really bet against Messi.
No.
But man, that's probably going to be a good game. Not to say they have the kind of very intense rivalry, but I'm sure it's going to be a very exciting game, very fun game to watch. And yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, if it's like France-Croatia final that sets up, that would be same kind of as last time, right?
It would be the exact same as last time. Who wants to see that? Has that ever happened?
I don't even know.
I'd have to go into like the history books.
Yeah, I almost want to say maybe like.
Imagine it happens again and then Croatia wins this time. But Croatia is definitely not the better team. Look, all the respect out to Croatia. I didn't pick them to make it this far. I know that they're a very good team. They didn't surprise me at all. I just felt they were a little too old and you know, a little too slow at the back. But Ivan Perisic has looked excellent. Modric is like the field magician that he always, you know, has been. Kovacic has been playing quite well. Rebic has been playing well. So all these guys, you know, they're stepping up. But I think definitely France is the most gifted team, followed by Argentina, Croatia, and then Morocco. And then somebody in the chat here by the name of, let me find their name here. They, Jam Locky. He says that, or they say, where is it here? They had like a little statement. Yeah, Morocco does not have a chance with France. Watch. They will play defense all game. I don't know about that, dude. I mean, you have to understand that Morocco eliminated Spain and Portugal. Spain and Portugal. You know, those are not two small teams. So yes, France is better, but you know, I wouldn't make such a bold statement. I would want to see how the match starts out first, and then I'd throw an opinion. But definitely Morocco is not a pushover. By the way, Morocco has the most amount of people playing on its teams that actually hold other nationalities. In this case, they're mostly French and they're mostly Belgian, I believe. They may be from somewhere else. Yeah. So Moroccan players, these guys are all playing outside. All right, these guys are all top players, and you know, it's not really. They're not really a product of the Moroccan system, as much as they are the Moroccan FA, as much as they are like, I'll say, like the French system or the Belgian system, wherever they immigrated to.
Todd saying soccer is terrible. Back to stocks. No, man. You know, like
soccer's not terrible.
Soccer's great, man. It's. I think it's the most one of the more popular games, sports in the world. Obviously,
it is the most popular sport in the world.
There's somebody that's like I grew up playing soccer too. Somebody who's asking, I'm Italian. Yeah, I grew up playing soccer. I played like 15 years of soccer growing up, and yeah, man. No, it's a lot of fun. Great game. Snow's still working for me. Maybe finally now fading back down. Trader Gordon, I was seeing your comments. You're like, oh, Luca, I forgot to let you know that I'm getting wrecked today, so maybe don't follow me on the shorts. But no, man, some people win, some people lose. I saw it. This is my trade. I'm not in this because of you. I'm just kind of seeing the same setup, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. But I think 48.5 is kind of a stretch because it's up. So I'm gonna take, if we get below 150, I'll just I'll see if we can actually like fade and hold below 150 and then kind of go from there. So yeah, now it's kind of floating around, still at break even, nothing too crazy, but we'll see if that wants to break 150 and then go from there. Just to kind of revisit some of the names that we traded here today on midday. This is kind of slow, right? After the halt, really, there's no edge. Maybe you kind of fade that same area, playing off 150 again, but slower mover, so I stayed away from that, no big deal. HARP, yeah, man, dead, kind of dead. 2 is holding, but like it's dead, right? Like when you have like extension to the upside and it reverts the whole move and more of the move, like come on, man, this thing is dead. It's probably gonna be trading at $1.80 before the end of today. Apple, yeah, see, I was wrong to punch out of this, and this is my problem. I'm like, I'm long, right? It's working for me, cover. I'm like, if it breaks trend and we get back here, we're probably gonna trade below VWAP. But then I punch the bottom, and then it makes a new high, and then it goes lower anyways. So I think going forward, I'm going to continue to scalp and take my wins while they're there, and I'm not letting anything ride because I let it ride for no reason.
Twitter did? Sorry, the reason I'm bringing it up is because it concerns Apple. So you know how Musk was complaining about that 30% off the top that Apple takes off anything in the App Store. So you know what he said? He's like, if you guys get Twitter Blue, whatever that, the verified service or whatever they're doing, right? He's like, if you get it through the App Store, it'll be $10. If you get it online through the Twitter website, it'll be $7. So he's like absolutely sticking it to Apple, even though he met with Tim Cook, I think not last week, the week prior, I'm not sure. Everything's been a blur because I've been sick, right? But he met with Tim Cook.
Sign up on the website,
and hold on, what?
Apparently you can't sign up.
Why not? So Justin's saying that it's not possible at the moment to sign up on the website, but you heard about that news piece, right? Yeah.
Because Apple takes 30%.
30%, yeah, exactly. So yeah, Justin's saying not able to sign up on the website quite yet, but hopefully, maybe they will make that available. But I do like how Musk thinks outside the box.
Great guy.
And today, he actually, he got into some beef with some employees or something like that. I saw it earlier. Yeah, he was trying to call out some employees. Oh, yes, too many leaks. Way too many leaks at Twitter right now. He's very displeased with that. So essentially, what he said to his employees is, either stop leaking stuff or I'm going to sue you. So he's really taking an aggressive position with his employees. And by the way, this is the guy that can flush out a mole. All right, so here's a story for you guys. This guy sent out a fake PR, or I don't know if it was fake. It was a PR though, okay? But it was an internal private PR. It was not supposed to be released to anybody. Or memo, sorry, PR is the wrong word, a memo. And he formatted each memo that was being sent out to each individual person in the company differently. Meaning, so in one version, there was like a space between the E and the R. In the second version, there was 2 spaces between the E and the R. The third version, there had a space between the R and the C, and et cetera, et cetera. He made every single memo unique so that when the memo was copied and pasted and sent to the media outlet, and then they were able to go get that same one back, the leaked copy, they would know exactly which person did it. So obviously he's not going to employ the same technique because that's already out in the air, but it's obviously this is the person that knows how to do stuff like that, and he knows how to flush out a mole. So I don't know, I wouldn't take him on.
Yeah, no, he's definitely one determined individual. Truth is hard to accept sometimes, yeah, for sure. And you know what, did you talk about Tesla today?
I didn't, not from a technical perspective.
Okay, because I was going to say, because before, people were talking about Tesla 170, and I was waiting, man. I was waiting for you to say, because the way you say Tesla. And
here we go.
And everyone in the chat's like, Tesla. And I'm like, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to wait until, see if Cherif noticed. But yeah, no comment. I was like, oh, okay, I'm surprised.
I didn't notice, sorry.
You know, but we had a lot of small caps moving today, and man, when these things move, I almost want to say small caps, to me at least, are a little more exciting. You get these kind of sharp, crazy moves that you don't really know, like, do we go up, do we go down? Whereas, you know, you don't, like, names like Tesla, Apple, like, a little bit slower. But, it's always fun to trade everything here. Man, ATVI, kind of glad that I covered that. I said, okay, maybe this is going to be the top, but you never really know. I covered that. I took the loss on that, no big deal. And here we are a little bit higher. So, again, the kind of logic on that is, it stopped over here. It's kind of struggling. I'll try the fade, but I'm very cognizant of the fact that there's a very strong up move. It probably continues. You could say that's some sort of pattern, right? Like a kind of like a rising wedge type thing. Not to say that I trade based on patterns, but just kind of, you know, using the level. If it breaks, I'm cognizant of the fact that there's a strong look overall. And so, yeah, here we are even higher. It's just tough to, you know, take a long up here. That's why I'm just kind of taking my chance with the reversion potential. But yeah, if not there, no big deal. Chalk it up. Another L over there, but I think I lost like probably like 4 cents on that. So it's like no big deal. And yeah, man, Amazon just kind of fluttering here. Not really too sure what to think. Yeah. Oh, I love this poll.
Who put that? Oh, I wonder. Was it Justin? Oh, okay. I thought it was you. Okay. I'm putting Tesla, obviously. I'm voting.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm losing. 65%. Say it the other way. I like the Z way. I've been told it's because I'm Egyptian, and Egyptians pronounce their S's as Z's, but I don't know. I don't think I have an Egyptian accent, so I don't know if that plays into the whole thing. Yeah, by the way, guys, Pratt and I had this argument, but it goes back a ways. So the British spell realize with an S, R-E-A-L-I-S-E. So in some instances, the S can be said as a Z. And I'm not saying that that's how it is in this instance. I just say Tesla the way that I say it. But there are situations where S's can be pronounced as Z's, Luca.
Yeah, you know, I personally, I enjoy, you know, both are good. I'm not judging. I'm just chilling here. Yeah, guys, now pretty flat, just kind of nursing this short here on snow, which had a little bit of a dip, but then kind of now moving back. So it probably is going to go to the high of the day there. So with that being said, I'm just going to get myself out of this position. And yeah, I'll just take the paper cut there, get myself out. No real loss, just kind of flat trade. I just thought like we could fade sooner. And maybe I'm wrong to cover this, but if I'm going to have my stop at high a day, it's probably going to trigger anyways because we already had the dip. Now back up easily 151 comes in, and then maybe the fade is good. So if you're short on this name and you give it the correct stop, you give it a little bit of breathing room, you're kind of watching it more actively than I am, then maybe you see something I don't see, but I'm just like, I'm not going to lose more than I have to for no reason. So covering that one and currently flat and chilling. And yeah, man, we'll see.
Flat and chilling. I like that.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, it's like
that
you
should
know,
be on the shirt, on one of the shirts. I'm flat and I'm chilling.
Yeah. I'd rather be trading.
Yeah.
I'm flat and I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Life is good.
I like that.
Yeah, somebody was asking AMAM, is it halted? No, it is not halted. So not halted, just kind of slow, right? If it's halted and you're with Day Trade the World, obviously you know it'll be all grayed out. The level 2 will be grayed out.
Looks like these the futures are making a curl back up close to the high of day at 39.98. We're trading at 39.96 here on the March ES contract. So getting close to that 4,000, and you know, there's only 9 minutes until we send you over to the big show, the close, with Shawn and Arun and Brendo at the big desk. But, you know, I think we may see 4,000 before that 9 minutes is up. So who knows? I think this one's curling quite nicely. The reason that caught my attention is because I still got the Microsoft chart up, despite the fact I'm no longer in the trade. But I saw a nice move up, a nice green candle, creating a newer recent high on Microsoft. So that got me thinking, okay, we're entering some interesting levels here on Microsoft. Could this one, you know, propel the market up? We definitely know that Microsoft was winner of the Big Six today on the news of the LSE acquisition, London Stock Exchange, 4% acquisition there. Yeah, did I ask you about that one already? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, and I'm not. It's kind of like, I mean, at first glance, it is a little bit weird because, like,
no question.
What you know, what do they see? But you know, obviously there's some type of details there. Maybe you're right to say some type of data. I didn't really look at the news. I'm not too sure, but it's definitely interesting at first glance. I'll say that much.
No question. Yeah. All right. So Microsoft continuing to head up here, guys. Let's have a look here. Yeah, another recent high, breaking through that 250.55. Now we're in the 60s, looking to possibly break above that 65 area. Look at this wick. This wick going back to 1 p.m., so that goes back an hour or so. Yeah, we just broke above it. So a new recent high. Is this? Let me just double check. Is this wick accurate? Is this dark pool wick? No. So this wick is accurate. Okay, at 1 o'clock exactly. So this wick right here, right at 01, this high of 250.89 is an accurate print. I have that as well on my other chart. So that 250.89, so that 251 level, definitely the more recent level. Obviously, it's not the high of day. Earlier in the day, at around 9:50, 10 or so, after that bell, we made our way all the way up to 252, 20-ish, 17, whatever. But the stronger stock at the moment, it was definitely Microsoft earlier, but now it looks like it's Apple. Apple looks like it's curling a little bit more aggressively than Microsoft.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, I'm looking here at Tesla because everyone's like, oh, Tesla's fallen here. And yeah, man, it's kind of, I guess next level that I'd be watching is just below, as I mentioned, 167 area. It's a couple dollars away, so yeah, maybe it doesn't hit there today. But kind of interesting how the overall market's holding. Some names are running. Amazon is, not really selling off, holding up. Apple curling up to the upside, looking like maybe we're going to actually get that 143 test. And yeah, and Tesla, just kind of dying, right? So yeah, kind of, had the long, sold it there, said, oh, it looks like I got stop hunted. But yeah, here we are much lower. So yeah, no move to the upside, no move back to VWAP. I'm watching if we actually flush into 167. But yeah, far away. We're definitely not going to, flush that quickly, that fast. Down 6% almost now today. So yeah, man, it's kind of dead there. Somebody asking, how do you tell if a wick is a dark pool or not? So with our software, it's more of like I look at it like, just kind of gauge it. So for example, this 8 this is like, what is this, like 915 or whatever. Like Tesla wasn't at 182. Like there's no way it went to 182 back down. Like this is kind of just dark pools coming through, right? Same thing with this. It's like these kind of wicks here. Like it's just like a dark pool print, right? It's just kind of like, there's two of them in a row. So
Can I ask you something? Scott
right
J wants to know, how do you tell if a wick is dark pool or not?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Oh,
so,
sorry about that.
Yeah, so essentially, you just kind of gauge it, right? If it's, if you're looking here, like, yeah, this wick is real. And I think when you were double checking the Microsoft one, it's because 1 o'clock that news came through, so like everything kind of went nuts. So that's logical. But over here, this is not. Like, it doesn't make sense that this would be at 171 and then 173 and then back down like twice in a row, right? So it's more of just kind of like, apply a little bit of logic there. If it's just like a crazy wick, it's pretty obvious that it's not real. Sometimes like the wicks are very close, and it gives the appearance that, oh, maybe this is real, maybe it's not. But yeah, you're either if they're the close ones. So for example, there was one on HTGM today, right here. It's like, oh, did it actually break 150? And it was showing that it did, but maybe that was just a dark pool print coming in late from over here, right? And so if you're watching it, you would have known that. If you kind of see it later, you just don't know because it's too close. But yeah, going back to the, just apply some logic. Tesla is not going to go up and down $4 like 2 minutes in a row. So that's kind of what I would say there.
EH, guys, still at day's high. Technically, day's high is 1085, but we're still trending upward. And you can just tell by the direction of the EMA, the 7 EMA, it's still trending upward, as well as the fact that we have higher lows all along this continuum right here. So even though we haven't made a new day high yet, over 1084 since, what time was that, 1:30 or so, I think we're still trending upward. So 11, still definitely on the radar, and then maybe we can start looking for shorts, but start looking at 10 and then maybe 9.5 or so, wherever VWAP is at the time. But EH still heading to the high side. I just want to see if EH is a continuation play. I looked at this earlier, but you look at so many stocks that you just forget. Yeah, so this one's been moving for a while. Look at this volume on December 5th, we did 12.5 million shares. I know that may not seem like a lot to some people, but this one, it definitely corresponds with this move that we've had. And then we had, a consolidation range here in between the 5th and now, and then we just got that continuation move up. So this one looks like a good swing trade, going back a ways here, back to June. It looks like we have a recent high of 1171. I just want to make sure what exactly that number is. It's 1168. So an 1168 high going back to June in case we encounter that today. I don't know. I don't think we'll encounter that today. After that, because I think we may encounter EH sometime later this week or next week, because this one looks like it's going to be on our radar for a while. After that 1168 or so, we have a $14 high, $13.90, $14 high on EH. Let's go ahead and put that in now. these trend lines will serve me well when this one shows up again. Looks like we have a couple of minutes left on the show. Do you have anything that you want to summarize for the viewers, Luca?
I'm chilling, man.
You're chilling. All right.
I'm chilling, man. You know, just kind of taking it easy
flat
now.
and chilling, baby.
Yeah, man. Flat and chilling. It was an okay. I had a lot of fun today. You know, lots of fun, lots of things moving. Kind of glad. I think, you know, not so much like trade of the day or like the avoidance of the day, but look at that.
Jeez.
That long up there with
Jeez.
size and
Jeez.
taking the 5-cent L, like now we're all the way. So I'm just like, whatever you
That's
call
the
it.
best trade of the day.
That's the best trade of the
Yeah.
day. That's the best trade of the day. I think Branko said this, you know, no trade is a trade sometimes.
Question about
and,
that,
you know,
yeah.
other times it's like getting out is like, that's a banger. You know, that's my best trade of the day, and it's a loss. So, yeah, that's how it be sometimes. But, yeah, no, all is good. And, yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for the likes. Please hit the like here. We got 1.7K. Hopefully you guys had a great Monday. And, yeah, stay profitable. Don't give anything back. I see some people in the chat from before. They're like, oh, thank you so much, guys. I'm out of here. You know, I'm locking in the win. And every time I see comments like that, I'm always like, nice. You know, like lock it in, enjoy the day, drink a Spro, have a pizza. You know, life is good, and yeah, you know, carry on. Maybe some more opportunities coming in on the closing show. Things probably pick up, start moving again.
Yeah.
For myself, I'm gonna, you know, relax, maybe grab an espresso myself, and yeah, come back to the desk nice and refreshed, and see what we got from there.
All right, guys, I'm going to sign out here, but before I do, I just want to let you know that EH just made a new day high. This one's not over yet. It's got legs to the upside, but yeah, sadly, I won't be able to trade that because I am now on my way to the gym. But for now, we'll send you up to Brendo at the big desk for the start of the closing show.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, a couple hours left on a Monday afternoon that's turning into a decently positive one, which is good to see coming off of what happened on Friday. We close out the week last week and the session itself basically at day lows, if you remember. So a nice bounce back here right across the entire board ahead of very important data to come not only tomorrow, but also on Wednesday. Obviously, the much spoken about already. CPI data coming tomorrow. We get the Fed then on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Remember, market down. We're back on.